Banzai! 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 Gentlemen, I don't mean to alarm you, but it's time for the Invasion America rules reveal stream. And despite Warlord Games' best effort to steal my thunder with their article today, I have got lots of new shit to show you that they haven't even mentioned yet. Yes! There we go. We have got so much hype tonight. It is gonna be off the fucking charts. You guys have experienced BeefCon 1 before. Now you're gonna experience HypeCon 1. Do you want to know how hyped I am? I'm so fucking hyped, I start the stream a whole minute early. It's never been done. It's never been done. Not for a long time anyway. Oh my days. I am so fucking excited for tonight's stream. I think you guys are going to absolutely love it. I think that there's going to be a lot of rules where people are going to be like, oh shit. Oh shit. Oh my God. And the great thing about tonight, right? The great thing about tonight is that I think for a lot of people, who play Japanese, it's going to be a really big deal. Because the Japanese have definitely been one of the weaker factions in Conflict 47 for a little while now. And this doesn't solve everything for them, but it is one big step in the right direction. And that is, that's good. That's all we want to see. We want to see things going in the right direction. And tonight, I don't think anybody is going to be worried at all. I think everyone who plays Japanese, whether you're curious about getting into them or whether you play them right now, I think you're going to have a lot of things to be very, very excited about. But not only do I have the full rules reveals for what's coming out for the Japanese and Invasion America, but I also have a bit of a sneak preview of what's coming down the pipes. Now, I can't give too much away on some bits. I can give away a lot. Some bits I can't give too much away. But even if you don't play Japanese or have no intention of playing Japanese, you've still got a lot of things to be excited for. And as crazy as it sounds, I think Conflict 47 it's only just getting started, boys. It's only just getting started. And where this game is going to be in a year's time. Baby. Oh, baby. Yeah. So we've got a lot of exciting things. This is genuinely the tip of the iceberg, and it's already peak of the hype. There you are. So I'm so excited for the future of Conflict. I'm so excited for the right now of Conflict, and I'm so excited for the future of Conflict as well. So just incredible. Incredible. So strap on your ghost armor, affix your bayonets to an appropriate spear. Maybe the one in your trousers if you're really excited about tonight. And let's enjoy ourselves tonight. Now, I do have to say one thing, though. I am going to have to blue ball you all slightly. Okay? Because I can't reveal anything until midnight. I can give lots of hints, but I can't reveal anything concrete till midnight. Because as is the tradition with these streams, the NDA runs out at midnight. So the moment it hits midnight, it's full steam ahead. So you've got basically 3 hours, less than 3 hours, of being blue balled, of being edged, but unlike James, I will get you off. There will be a payoff. All right. If you watched last night's streams, you know what we're talking about here. So we are going to be, it's going to be great. We're going to be hype. We're going to be having pure fucking hype. Pure fucking hype. Pure fucking build up for the next few hours. And then we're going deep, deep, deep into the rift. And I promise you, it will not disappoint. To give you an idea, I've got the 4 rules for the new special character, and I think some of you are going to be absolutely creaming your pants. I've busted. I've not just been busting rifts. I've been busting loads over this guy. Like, it's so good. He's really cool. He's really unique, and he is good. Okay, you know what? I'm going to give you a little hint right now. The new Japanese character that's coming out, meta changing. Genuinely meta changing. Everyone got, my name is James, what are you on about? I want to talk about you. I was about to talk about James Wokeslop. The new Japanese character. He's not an auto-include before anyone goes, oh, no. And he absolutely does have downsides, right? As all things with conflict, you know. The rift giveth, the rift taketh away. But he has some unbelievably cool abilities to represent his unique ability to manipulate the rift energy. And I think for some people, they're gonna see this guy and they're gonna be like, this is sick. This is absolutely sick. So that change not auto include. He's very good, but he has some downsides. So he's good, but I think for some people they will choose to include him. Some people will choose not to include him. But he's a great tool to have in the toolbox. Yeah, he's a really, really, really cool character, and he's got some really unique things. Yeah. So yeah, there you go. So the new character is amazing. I can't quite remember what Warlord's revealed already, but I will be giving you everything tonight. Conflict 47 has no meta. Conflict 47 needs no meta. I do apologize for using the term meta. Please understand I'm using it more of as a common parlance than an expression of Conflict 47 becoming a more competitively focused game. Yeah. There we go. All right. Yeah, there you go. But there we are. Boo that meta. Boo that meta. All right. Anyway, so Spriggs is here tonight. Oh my days. So you're beating Warlord to the hype on Friday. I am, but with permission. with under the NDA. Yeah. So but yeah, guys, it's gonna be so fucking good tonight. Honestly. But you are gonna have to be blue balled for a 2 and a bit hours. All right. Where was the meta when the conflict fell away back? Where was conflict when the price rises hit Warhammer again? Where was conflict when the legends closing around us? I'll tell you where conflict was. It was right. It's right fucking here, right now. I'll tell you. There you are. But no, seriously, I can't keep saying it. You're going to be blue balled for a couple of hours, but you will get a good payoff. You will absolutely get a good payoff. So but let me just say, for the next 2.5 hours, 2 hours 50 minutes, right? It's anything goes, because we could talk about anything and everything up until that moment. So this is still very much a classic Mordy and Glory live stream. It's still very much a just chatting stream. We can talk about, Conflict 47, Bolt Action, Old World, 40k if you really want to. We can talk about competitive play, casual play, narrative play. We could talk about army lists. Anyone who's interested in conflict, of course, you guys can ask all sorts of questions about, beginner questions, veteran questions, how to get into the game, all that kind of stuff. So we can talk about anything and everything tonight. It's just when we get over to midnight, obviously you guys are going to want the juice at that point. Yeah. So with all that said, now let's get into the stream proper. And that means beginning with our traditions. Traditions are very important to the Empire of Japan. Traditions are what separate us from the decadent Americans, the savage Soviets, and the arrogant British. Traditions are what make us the Emperor's true finest. His Ghost Warriors. Stand up and be counted. It's time for roll call, baby. Banzai! Let's see who is in the stream tonight. Who is ready to rock out with their Subaru rifle out? We have got Ryan Tomlinson, Airborne 342, Cyrillic Dude, Court Gen, Sir Jamie, Waldmeister, Phobia the Third, Norman N, Metal Mind, Jargoj, Ruzgar, Sabin Wilson, Spartan, Godlike Poet, Sprig, Cyber Toast, Sonsu, Aegis, Russell W. We've also got, 1 minute, I have slightly lost my place. Talk with yourselves a second. I'm back on track. Devil Lord, Mark Coyle, Money Tier, McCon, Deanstein, Empress Aiden, Tank Jam, and Marshall Payans, Mr. Sinister, Mr. Sinner, sorry, Donovan, Aldeas, Klovac. We've got Sir Jamie, Pro Cook Survive, Seded, and we've got Mad Larkin, and Oh My Puppy, and Well Turned Back to Dust, and Biscuit Tin, It's Me Rev, David Davidson, Cool German Dude. In fact, Simon Toast, I'm going to time you out because not only have you been doing it too much, you've also just done 6-7, so you can go and time out for 1 minute. I'm not having that shit here. We've got It's Me Rev, David Davidson, Cool German Dude, Dexter Gaming Corner, The Italian Stallion, Chris K, Finbar, Noble Memes, Klovac, May Dingbat, 100, Waldmeister, and Squidcutter Sean, and Josh, and Obelisk, and Yuli, and Raygun, and Sabian, and Peaked, and we've also got Spriggs, and Dr. Spectre, Skeletal Commissar, Obelisk, and Chris K, and Wolf, and Devil Lord, and Cyrillic Dude, and Mr. Flying Cow, and Court Gen, RTRT, But Mountain, McCord, Mike Walls Dice, Iron Cell, and Pastor Blaster. Hey! There we go. There we go. And Dermeth, thank you so much. There we are. Welcome. I know my puppy, if I didn't say you already. Welcome. Thank you so much for all of you for joining today's stream. Don't forget to go ahead and smash that like button and subscribe. It's a great way of supporting the conflict content on this channel. And if you like, fuck Conflict 47. I hate this game. Well, then I dare you to dislike the stream. I dare you. I bet you won't. I dare you. Ha! You fool! By disliking the stream, you've actually supported the conflict content because YouTube can't tell the difference between likes and dislikes. There we are. Bro, why are you timing me out? And it's 567. I hate 67 meme. I think you must have done 07 too many times, Klovac. We don't have too many people doing. It makes it too difficult to do the roll call if people are doing like 07 3 or 4 times or more. So basically, I've told the mods if anyone starts doing it too much, just to time out for 10 seconds, just to make roll call a little bit easier. So don't get upset. Don't get upset. There you are. But there you go. Anyway, what have we got next? I also want to say a big thank you to everyone who's got the stream popping up, baby! Coming in with the member flex and the gifted memberships, the super chats, and all of that good stuff. And let's take a moment now to go through and show our appreciation for those people who have absolutely got the stream popping off. And I'm doing it slightly out of order, but I think we could all agree that it is warranted. Because one of the first bits of support that came in to this stream was by Court Gen. And he gifted some memberships. Not 1, not 2, not 5, but 50 gifted memberships, baby! Yeah, buddy! Yeah, buddy! Yeah, buddy! We are going in with the first wave! Means more Americans for us to kill. You smash the entire area. You kill anything that can't ghost walk. You get me? We get you, sir. Banzai! Banzai! Or, if you support the Americans, we are going in with the first wave. Means more Japanese for us to kill. You smash the entire area. You kill anything that doesn't believe that FDR is a divine being. You get me? We get you, sir. For freedom. Rock, flag, and eagle. There you go. I got all bases covered. There you are. Courtgen, thank you for the incredible support. Thank you for the 50 gift memberships. That's 50. That's fucking incredible. That's a whole goddamn company of extra troops. My God, sir. I know we've all had, we've just done roll call, but let us embrace our inner sprigs and spam the shit out of 07 to show our love and our appreciation and our gratitude and our respect for Courtgen for coming in and getting the stream started off right with an absolute riff buster amount of support. So Courtgen, thank you, 1,000 times thank you from the bottom of my heart, mate, and from the tip of my toes to the end of my big rubbery nose. Thank you and banzai! Oh my days, it's popping off that. Can you feel the energy tonight, boys? Can you feel the rift energy, the hype energy? Oh, it's amazing. It's amazing. I love it. I absolutely love it. Guys, thank you so much, everyone who's making the stream absolutely fucking hype. A massive thank you to Courtgen as well for that incredible support. I can feel it, boys. I'm jacked to my tits. All right, what other support have we got coming in here? We have got Russell W. Russell W, who's come in with 5 gifted memberships, baby. An extra ghost squad to invade the heart of America, to cut the head from the snake and to attack the Los Alamos Rift. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships, sir. Thank you for doing your part. We've also got Marold, who's also come in with 5 gifted memberships. My God, the gifted memberships are popping off tonight. It's absolutely incredible. The gifted memberships are flowing in amazing stuff. Marold, let me raise my glass to you, sir. You're an officer, a gentleman, a scholar, a good sir, a kind sir, and as always, an absolute fucking giga chad. Thank you so much, Marold. We've also got Chris K. Chris K coming in with a cheeky gifted membership. Thank you for an extra guardsman to defend the rift. Thank you, Chris K, for doing your part, sir. Chloe, the Warlord Open Day isn't until Saturday, so I'll let you know how the Warlord Open Day goes on Monday. There you are, man. I'm really looking forward to it, though. I think there's gonna be loads and loads of cool stuff that's getting revealed. Yeah, it should be excellent. All right. What do we got next? We've got a Cool German Dude. Cool German Dude coming in with the Giga Chat. Yes, it is the Giga Chat. And coming in with the Japanese dog doing the karate moves. I love it, man. I love it. This is the unofficial banzai emoji of the stream, man. I love it, bro. Thank you so much for the support. That's awesome. I love seeing that thing, man. I also want to say, oh my God, let's turn it up, boys. Oh my God. Oh my God. Boys, it's popping off tonight. It's popping off tonight. David D. Davidson just came in with not one, but the double Rift Buster chat, baby. I told you, boys. Can you feel it? Can you fucking feel it, boys? Oh my days. That's one nuke for each one of the rifts that got open. The one for Dresden and the one at Iwo. There you go. There you go. Oh my fucking God. I'm telling you, nothing gets people hyped like fucking K47, boys. It is such a fucking good game. And there's a reason it gets them hyped. It's such a fucking good game. It's amazing. I fucking love covering this game. And I love how excited that you guys get for it. And I love playing the shit out of it, man. Oh my God. David D. Davidson, thank you for the incredible support. Thank you for truly going above and beyond the Call of Duty. From the bottom of my heart and from the tip of my toes, thank you so much for the double Rift Buster, baby. Thank you 1,000 times. Fucking thank you, bro. David Davidson. Banzai and Buster Rift. Okay. Always Banzai. Always Buster Rift. And in honor of your super chat, David, I'm going to give you guys a little sneak preview of the army list that I'm running tomorrow. And Just the army list that I'm running tomorrow. Okay? I'm going to give you a little sneak preview. A little. I'm busting a little early. You know, just a little early. Let me show you guys. So you guys can get a sense of the battle report's going to be filmed tomorrow, and then it'll be out not this weekend, but next weekend. But let me show you what I will be running, and hopefully it will get the juices flowing for tomorrow. I'm going to tease you. That is the list tomorrow. I mean, all I'm doing is showing you models that I've painted. Okay? That's all I'm doing. You guys will, have to, look in there and see what you can see. I mean, I can tell you what's in the list. So I've got a Ghost Commander. I've got 3 squads of Ghost Warriors with anti-tank launchers. 1 squad of Ghost Warriors without anti-tank launchers. 2 squads of Ghost Attack squads, I should say. 2 squads of Ghost Warriors. The new character, and this is my Onryo, because the Onryo's not here yet. But if this guy's also got a point of luck as well. But if you were a savvy observer here, you might go, this is interesting, because if you add those points up, those points might come out over 1,500 points. But gentlemen, I can assure you that this list is under 1,500 points. Just curious that. Very curious. And also, you'll be pleased to know that this entire army fits inside a single platoon. Is that curious? Curious, one might say. Curious. There you go. There you are. So maybe that's a couple of hints to what you can expect. Maybe a few little hinty poos for what might be coming in 2.5 hours' time. Right, Johnson, very curious indeed. Very curious. Oh, there you are. All right. Jenny, my nips are blown off. There you go. Will the app change in 2.5 hours? I don't know if the app will, but I will be allowed to tell you everything that's gone into this army and more once we cross the midnight threshold. There you go. My plan is to super stretch out the ghost by using half a body on each and merely putting up some smoke to complete them. The bodies come in one piece. Well, it depends on how you do it. Because there's the legs and then there's the bodies, right? The bodies are all one piece and the legs are all one piece. So you could have like bodies with smoke for legs, and then you could have legs and smoke for bodies, perhaps. That's one way you could do it. Yeah. I own several cutting instruments. This will not stop me. Out there with the Dremel, cutting everything in half. You're like a drug dealer fucking cutting the cocaine. Oh my god, I love it. And we gotta cut this up. All right, there we are. But that is a little sneak preview for all of you guys, and that is courtesy of David D. Davidson and his absolutely incredibly generous super chat. Fucking 07 down in the chat again, boys. 07 in the chat for David Davidson. 07 in the chat for CourtGen. 07 in the chat for all these people that are absolutely smashing it tonight and getting the stream started off right. Holy shit, man. Holy shit, boys. It's going to be a big one tonight. I think people have been waiting for this for about a year now. They've been waiting for the Japanese update. It's coming and it's going to be great. Yeah. There you go. All right. So what do we got next? We've got Donovan McLean. Donovan McLean, thank you for the super chat, man. Hoorah! Latest update on my marine mechs on stream discussion. Let's have a look, mate. Let's have a little gander. Oh, dude, they're looking really good. They're looking really good, man. So I love you've got the frog skin camo grizzly, and then I love you've got the sort of more naval urban style. So it's all like urban camo, navy style, coyote. I really like the you've gone for the yellow fist, because I know we were sort of talking about it in the Discord how you've got like the yellow wingtips on the planes, and yeah, going for the yellow fist is a kind of a cool way to show off the navy side of things. Very, 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 very fucking cool, man. I love it. I need to get myself some coyotes. I really, really do. I was a bit silly, and I built and painted 3 of them up for my Brits, and then I really probably only needed about 2 for the Brits, and I should have put at least 1 over into my Americans. But oh no, I guess I'll have to buy more coyotes. I'm going to end up with about 5 of these fucking things, I think. No regrets. No regrets at all. There you are. Repaint one of them? Nah, I could do. Cyrillic dude. But I'm all right. Like, one day I'll use all 3 for my Brits, do you know what I mean? And also, I get an excuse. Also, I get an excuse to buy more miniatures, so there you go. There you are. All right. What do we got next? Obelisk, thank you for the super chat. I watched your starter report. Do you think Nachtelben could be used as an infantry corps instead? Oh, yeah, 100%. 100%. I think so. I think Nachtelben are one of the most underappreciated is the wrong word, but they're one of the real hidden gems of the Axis. A lot of people, they go for the style troop because they're big, they're obvious, they're cool, they're badass, right? But the Nachtelben, I've used them in a couple of games, and I've played against them a couple of times as well. And every single time they've done really well. They're overlooked. That's the word I'm looking for. Wise old worm. They're overlooked. Yeah. I mean, they're fast. I think pretty certain they're fast with fieldcraft. And then if you give them the MP40s that have got pen on them, they can really punch very well above their weight. So yeah, I think they're fantastic. Really, really strong unit. I'm actually surprised we don't see people running a lot of them. I think the only reason we don't see people running a lot of them is because at the moment the old metal ones aren't available anymore. And that's, some people really like the old metal ones, and I think they were pretty cool. But they've basically been replaced by the new Warlord Resin ones. And the new Warlord Resin ones, they're a lot more detailed and everything, but they're kind of obviously, they're monopose, right? So there's, for some people, they don't want that sort of monopose aesthetic and all that kind of stuff. But I think that they are, I do think that they're very, very good. They're a very good choice. And I do think you could make a Nacht army. Nacht army, maybe. Where you could have an army list which has an assault platoon which is made up of, primarily Nachtelben and Nachtjäger. And I think that could do really well. Because they're just, they're not even that expensive, are they? Let's have a look here. They're not expensive in the grand scheme of things. And they've got a great ability to be able to go on ambush. Let me have a look down here. I think like 24 points a model or something. Roughly speaking, I'm guessing. Total Core, Schreckwolfen, Nachtjäger, Nachtelben. Yeah, look at that for a memory. 24 points per model, going up to 26 points with a Pen P40. They're fanatics, so that's great. They're fast, they're fieldcraft, they're infiltrator. And with the Pen P40s, they are going to get 2 attacks each in close combat at Pen 1. They're really good. Like, they're genuinely they're really good. And I think even spunking for Panzerfaust is not a bad shout either. Because at the end of the day, Panzerfaust, it's still only 155 points for a 5-man squad. That's really not that bad at all. Really not that bad. So, I do like the Nachtelben. If I was to do Nachtelben and I didn't like the current sculpts, which I think I actually really, I know they're a bit, some people love them, some people hate them. No, not hate them. Some people love them, some people aren't that bothered by them, some prefer the old ones, right? But if I was to do, if I was to make my own Nachtelben, what I would probably do is get something like the German veteran infantry platoon, and then do some sort of head swap situation. I'm not entirely certain what head swaps I would do, but do some sort of head. I mean, you could go maybe these guys, and then they do head swaps, but I think they're typically for I think they are typically for the metal models, but you could probably make them work. Although you've got to be a bit careful. But I think these guys on top, that would look so cool, right? Potentially. Or go over to Anvil Industries, you know? Yeah, or go over to Anvil Industries and do a head swap that way and get some bits from there. But yeah, I think because they've got all sorts of like head swaps at Anvil. Yeah. So yeah, I think that's one way that I would, if you wanted to get like a lot of Nachtelben, that's one way you could do it. Yeah. Yeah, but I do really like them. Yeah, Obelisk, those heads that I showed you from Warlord, it only shows 5 in the picture, but you do get 10. You get 10 for about £5, right? So it only shows 5 in the picture, but if you read the description, you do get 10 of them. So that can that can be very helpful. I'd look for Vampire Head STL something. Yeah, exactly, right? Exactly. So yeah, but the point is, like, yes, Nachtelben are very good, and I think they're overlooked, and I actually think it's only because the models are a bit limited at the moment, but everyone I know who's run them has been very pleased with them. Yeah. Yeah. And you could go for the SS bot action guys as well if you wanted to go for the camouflage smocks instead. Yeah, you could do that because they all come with MP40. I think you can give everyone MP40s, so that would work very nicely as well. Yeah. So yeah, basically take any bolt action infantry and do a bit of a head swap. I think SS or German veterans would be two good choices. SS obviously for like the more sort of fucked up, but also like elite side of things, and then the basic German infantry or the rat and crew guys just because they're wearing sort of fairly generic German uniforms. Yeah, there you go. All right. So yeah. But yeah, there's all sorts of, you get like, I know you're interested in doing like Helsing Obelisk, so you've got a base, get some basic plastic infantry and then head swap the shit out of them. You're good to go either way, right? Yeah. Law plans already filling my head. I love it, mate. I love it. Conflict is very much, it's very much a universe. It's very much a sandbox. So, there are specific things that are going on. There's like lore that's being built, but it's very much designed as a your dudes place. And I've seen some incredible armies where people have taken some amazing concepts and put them into built them within the Conflict universe, and it's been so cool. I saw someone the other day who it was about a few months ago actually, who did a full GDI army from Command & Conquer. He went Americans, and he bought all his American army was all like power armored guys. But he'd head swap them all to have the GDI helmets, and then he had a command squad where one of the command squad guys was, he'd convert them to have a flag, and the flag was a GDI flag, and it's all painted up in like the gold and tan. It was very, very cool. So yeah, you could do Conflict is very much a your dudes sandbox, which I think is a great advantage that it has over something like bot action. Bot action has an element of your dudes, but it's also an element of like, I kind of want to try and paint things a bit more historically. Yeah. Let's have a look. Cybertoast, morning. That list you gave me, I got demolished. Blood Angels are no joke. Blood Angels are no joke, man. I can't remember what was in the list exactly, Cybertoast, but the one thing I found with Blood Angels is you kind of need 12 Bulgrin if you want. I mean, there's only so much depending on, if you don't have 12 Bulgrin, there's going to be an element of them just running at you and chopping you up. It's actually, sorry to talk about 40k for a moment, but just for a second, there's a really interesting article on the Warhammer competitive subreddit today, which I do find to be one of the better Reddits. I'm not a massive fan of Reddit, but it's one of the better ones. And someone pointed out that at WTC, there was a very, very, very prominent and stark trend in all the lists on all the teams, which was the vast majority of army lists at WTC involved turn 1 full send every single time. And that was a big, send me to the black ships moment for me, because I mean, we'll get into it, maybe in tomorrow's stream or something. We won't talk about it too much right now. But yeah, it was really interesting, because people, as I said, starting to work out very quickly that, more so than ever before with like 11th edition over previous editions, that because scoring is so easy now, that really the go-to top tier competitive mindset now is smash the fuck out of them, score points, turn 3, turn 4, turn 5. Yeah. Anyway, well, we're not against talk about 40k right now, because obviously we'll talk about anything in the first couple of hours, in the first 2 or 3 hours. But yeah, I just thought that was, yeah, I just thought that was interesting, worth mentioning. Yeah, turn 1 table them now list. Yeah, absolutely. I don't think it. I think as time goes on, I think that will become more prominent. But the big qualifier there being codexes. We will see how the codexes pan out. Yeah. Dr. Spectre, Knack Jaeger, my favorite K-47 minis. Period. They're very good. They're some. I think they are. I won't say they're my very favorite, but they're up there. They really, really are up there. And I think one of the coolest things that I've noticed with the Knack Jaeger is when you show them to somebody who's doesn't know anything about conflict, they go, "Whoa, what the fuck are those?" So they're really iconic and they're really eye-catching. Yeah, they're absolutely great. All right. Devon Shrek Wolford. Yeah, Shrek Wolford are excellent. I am constantly amazed. Amazed is okay. I was amazed when I first saw them. I'm constantly reminded about how well the Shrek Wolfen hold up, considering they are essentially single piece metal miniatures. They are some of the best metal miniature sculpts I've ever seen. Like they're not in derpy poses. They're in dynamic poses. That if you showed someone them, they wouldn't think they were made out of metal. If you showed the average wargamer, I should say, if you showed the average wargamer, maybe someone who's very experienced will be able to tell. But you showed the average wargamer those models, I don't think they'd think they were metal. They'd go, "Fucking hell, those are pretty good." Yeah. So there you are. All right, what have we got next? So Jamie, thank you for super chat, man. The Japanese aren't ready for running into Jebediah and the boys, jacked up on White Lightning and faith in the great Uncle Sam. Yes, I love it. All right, boys, there's some of them ghosts, those ghost people downtown. Grab your Billy Bob, grab your shotgun, get in the back of the pickup. We're gonna go deal with them. Yeah. Yeah, I love it. I absolutely love it, man. I think that the Americans, for too long, the Americans have flaunted their dominance over the divine empire of Japan. But no longer. We will teach those arrogant, decadent, capitalist pig dogs a lesson. We will show them that the only true way is the way of the greater co-prosperity sphere. There you are. There we are. All right, what do we got next? So Jamie again. Thank you for super chat. I got some beef with GW for legending looters and burners. Yeah. Yeah, there is that. There is a little bit of beef there. I mean, it's more than a little bit of beef. I actually have 15 looters, which have all just been sent to Legends. I will say this. Okay. And I'm not just being nice because I'm in a good mood. And I'm not just being nice because I said I was going to be a little bit less beefy the rest of this week because we've had a lot of beef the first couple of days. I will say this. I am sad about the looters and the burners going away, especially as an old grognard. I remember the days of putting 20 burner boys in a battle wagon and absolutely trolling the shit out of your opponent. Good times. Well, I was the one on the receiving end of the burner wagon most of the time, right? And I remember the days of taking like 60 looters in like 7th edition and using them as like technically they were like statistically they were like the best anti-aircraft unit in the game, even though they only hit aircraft on 6s because they just fired so many shots, right? And I remember seeing battle ports with mini wargaming Dan back in the day, and him being like, you know, him having like 20 looters on top of a big like building, maybe it's like a sky shield landing pad, and just like anytime a flag came in, he was like, yeah. So I will absolutely be sad about them going, and I think looters are I think both burners and looters are a really iconic unit. I think looters especially. I mean, they're looters, right? It's very orky that they loot things, and I do think it's very sad that it does feel like, you know, looters, even if it was just in the name, it does feel a little bit like looters were the last vestige of orcs, you know, looted units being on the battlefield in an official capacity. Does that make sense? Like we've lost things like the looted wagon and all this kind of stuff, and now, you know, it's not really like that anymore. So, and maybe that's more of a symbolic thing than anything else. I get it. But even having said all that, I'm less bothered. Whilst I'm sad, I'm not fully crashing out about it. And the reason I'm not fully crashing out about it is because there is a home for those units. Those burner now, the fact that you can put burners inside orc squads now is very good. And so I do feel like looters, I feel like burner boys will live on as just burners inside boy squads now. And I do feel like looters can either just be used as big shooters, or you could just put them on a bigger base and you can use them as flash kits. Yeah. I think you use them as flash kits. So I do think that it's sad, but I never crash out too much if there's a reasonable level of pivoting available to a unit. But it's still, it's another fly in the ointment. Yeah. Orcs are a little lucky and says their models can fit into other squads visually and work. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. So I do a beef on it, but I'm not losing my shit over it. See, I am the most reasonable streamer. All right. It's, you know what, the funny thing is, somewhat unironically, I am actually fairly reasonable with this kind of stuff. And if I'm the reasonable one in the room, I think we've all got something to worry about. Yeah. All right. Yeah. I still think the saddest thing that the orcs lost was the Chinook, when they had a Chinook helicopter, but it was looted. This is an official unit with the official model. It was a transport helicopter, twin rotor blade helicopter, but it was looted, and it was called the Chinook rather than the Chinook. It was so. And actually, for a brief time, it was actually really good and really meta as well. Oh man, crazy times. You don't really get names like that anymore, because obviously everything has to be sort of more in universe. Yeah, you know. So why was it called the Chinook? It doesn't really make sense in the context of the world of 40k. Why would they know what a Chinook was? But it was funny, and that's all that really mattered. Yeah. All right. So What have we got? The shot was so goofy. Just a metal plank with 2 rotors. I loved it. It was brilliant. What have we got next? Dr. Spectre! Thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes! I just got notified that the Japan armor I ordered last month has shipped. Banzai! So excited. I had ordered 5 assault frame and 2 Scorpion mechs. Banzai! Banzai! I love that, man. I love it. So did you, I mean, I'm guessing the reason it's taken a month to ship is because you must have ordered assault frames and Scorpions in addition to the Ghost Platoon, and that's why it's all coming at the same time. Or has there just genuinely been a bit of a delay? I don't know. But yeah, hopefully it's not just been like a general delay. If it has, if it's not the end of the world, it's a bit inconvenient for not the end of the world. But yeah, hopefully it's more just a case of you got the pre-order as well. There you go. I got the pre-order Invasion America bundle and the Gamers bundle. I remember now. I remember us discussing it. Yeah. I remember us discussing it. Yeah. That's really good. You are absolutely fully fucking stocked on everything that you could need with that. Because the Gamers bundle's the starter army, plus the dice bag, plus the rule book. I mean, that's perfect, mate. Yeah. That is really good. You actually have you have so much you can do with that. So what you can do is potentially you could run all the Ghost Warriors inside the Ghost Platoon, which has been sort of previewed today. And then you could use the assault frame officer. You could just say he's a Ghost Platoon officer. That's what I've done with mine at the end of the day. Like, he's a platoon commander at the end of the day. Just use him however you think's best. No, platoon commander, funky army. He can be assault frame or he can be, a ghost commander, right? And then what you've got with the Scorpion and the tank and the assault frame is you've actually got that's an armored walker platoon right there. Because you can put a squad of infantry in an armored walker platoon. So there you are. So, I think maybe you might need a truck for the assault frame, but you can get a truck for like a tenner off eBay. Yeah, do you know what I mean? It's basically nothing. I just got 2 Scorpion light mechs assault frame to go with it. Plan on no tailgun, just cheap assault mechs. Nice. Okay. Well, so have you got so you're saying you got 2 so you got the Gamer bundle and you got the Invasion America, and then on top of that you got the Scorpion mechs and the 5 assault frame? Or am I misunderstanding you in some way? I'm just wondering if you bought even fucking more, you crazy bastard. I love it. Just got 2 Scorpion light mechs and 5 assault frame to go with it. Plan no target. Yeah, so I'm just wondering if you got the Gamer bundle and the... When I got the alert that bundle shipped today, I just ordered the 2 mechs and the assault frames. Oh my god, amazing. I mean, so when you say the Scorpion mech, are we talking the Type 7 Sasori Lightwalker here? Or are we talking the Type 6 Keyho? Yeah. That's kind of what I'm curious about. Both are good, by the way. There's no right or wrong choice. The Type 6. Nice. That's actually really, yeah, that's actually very fucking savvy. Because you can literally just run these like 95 point distraction card effects, just running around, disrupt enemy units, running all over them. Yeah. So you've got 2 of the Type 6s, and then you've got 10 assault frame bastards, and then you've got the Sasori and the Chiha tank, and then you've got 30 Ghost Warriors and the special character. I mean, that's amazing. You've got so much to play with there. You've got so much to play with there. So that, I mean, to be honest, you probably won't be able to use it all at once unless you want to play like 1,500 points to the standard size. But there's nothing stopping you from playing the game at 2,000 or 2,500 points. The only thing is, time. That's it, as long as you've got the time to play it. But I reckon you could play a 2,000 or 2,500 point game of Conflict in the space of, 3 or 4 hours. So just, a normal sort of 40k sort of game time. A normal game of Conflict, 15 points, you're done in about an hour and a half to 2 hours kind of thing, right? So either you could just play a bigger game size and use all your toys. Nothing wrong with that. Or if you are going to sort of stick to playing around 1,500 points, what you've got there is an absolutely incredible amount of like flexibility when it comes to your list. So, maybe one day you lean well more into the ghosts. Maybe the next day you go, fuck it, I want to bring all of my mechs, and then you go more armor with just a bit of with a bit of infantry to support it. Maybe the next day you go a bit more balanced. Yeah, it just gives you. Yeah, it really just gives you the options so that every game that you play, you can keep it like fresh and interesting. You can experiment with different things. You can get a feel for what you like, what you like more, what you like less, all that kind of stuff, what your preferred play style is. Yeah. So I think you've done a really good job. And you've got a very nice mix of units there. You've got some of the heavier hitters with the Sasori and with the Chiha. You've got some of the little shitty mechs. I say shitty as in like as a term of endearment. The distraction card effects ones, and then you've got just plenty of elite infantry to get your hands on. Yeah, absolutely plenty of it. So yeah, I think you've got a damn good. I think you've got a damn good army there, man. Yeah, really, really cool. Really, really, really fucking cool. Nice. Dr. Spectre, I tell you what, you're conflicting right. You're doing it right, man. Yeah. All right. What do we got next? We've got Macon. Macon, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships, baby. Yes. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, sir. Thank you for the 5 extra Ghost Warriors to invade the heartland of the United States. There we are. Amazing, man. I just forgot to mention I got the Japanese infantry platoon and bought action too. Incredible. Then you really have ticked every possible box, and that's awesome. And you can convert a bunch of those if you want to. You can convert a bunch of those basic Japanese guys over to be Shiburu rifle guys. With some of the spare weapons from the Ghost Warrior kit. Yeah. So any of the Ghost Warriors that you decide to build with SMGs or with the close combat weapons, you'll have a bunch of spare Shiburu rifles left over, and either you can sort of cut the rifles up and put them on, sort of cut the bolt action rifles up and put the Shiburu rifles on the plastic infantry, or you can do what I did, and it looks okay. You can put the Ghost Warrior arms on to the basic infantry. It does take a little bit of trial and error, but it's a perfectly pleasant conversion experience. Yeah. There you are. All right. What have we got next? No more memes. No more memes. Thank you so much for renewing your channel membership. Yes. Thank you for continuing to do your part. Thank you for being part of the Emperor's True Finest. There you are. We've also got Fox Knight. Thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes. 1K bot action list in stream discussion. I would like your thoughts on it. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Okay, here's my 1K list bot action. United States. So you got a rifle platoon commander with 3 extra guys at regular. Yeah, that's fine. You've got a US Army rifle squad, just big all rifles. I like that. Another one of those. I like that. Armor platoon, you've gone for a 76mm Sherman. I know it's tempting to go for the veteran Sherman for gyro stabilizers. Honestly, I probably wouldn't bother. I'd probably just... It's so expensive. Unless you don't have anything else to spend those extra points on. I think it's like an extra 30 or 40 points. Unless you don't have anything extra to spend those points on, I wouldn't go for the veteran. Gyro stabilizers it's fine, but it's a bit expensive for what it does. Now, gyro stabilizers in Conflict 47 are a bit better because it combines with Tesla, so your tank can hit on 3s on the move, which is very nice. But otherwise, in regular bot action, I probably wouldn't worry about it. Command vehicle, and then you've got 2 multiple gun, 2 M15 motor gun carriages. Fucking love those, man. Excellent choice. Really, really good choice there. And then we've got heavy weapon platoon with double HMG. Yeah, I like it. 1,000 points. I'm thinking of swapping my M4A1 Sherman for an M18 Hellcat and adding an artillery platoon with a medium artillery. Ooh, that is a bold choice and one that I don't totally disagree with. The Hellcat is a fantastic bit of kit. It's fast, which means it has the fast rule, which means it actually is fast. And you can never go wrong with a bit of RT. Do you know what I might suggest though? Artillery is decent in by action, it's fine, but it does have a bit of a minimum range problem. So you often find yourself firing it over open sights, which is okay, but it makes it less good as like an indirect fire option, right? I would do what you're doing, but instead of going for an artillery platoon, I would just take 2 medium mortars inside your heavy weapons platoon. That way you don't have to pay for the office attacks, and you get 2 sources of indirect fire rather than 1. And mortars have got a much better minimum range, so that's what I would do. Okay. But I definitely support the idea of going for going for a Hellcat and that. But do you want to know the really cool thing, man? 1,000 points is like a decent level to play bot action at, but a lot of people end up playing the game at 1250. So, interesting idea to throw out there. Maybe, if obviously finances allowing, maybe it's not a case of either or. Maybe it's a case of 1,000 points you go for the Sherman, and then when you go to 1250, maybe drop that Sherman down to regular, stick in the Hellcat and the extra mortars or something. There you go. It's a 1K point event. Fair enough. Okay. Well, okay. I think I'd go for the Hellcat and the extra. I thought it was just you saying it was sorry, I must have misunderstood. I thought it was just a casual list. I would almost certainly go for the Hellcat and then the 2 mortars. If you can squeeze that in. I'd almost certainly go for that. Because that will get you 3 dice. And that will get you up to 3. That'll get you 2 extra dice overall. That'll get to 11 odd dice. 11 odd dice at 1K is very tasty. And you'll have a lot of decent... that'll give you a really solid core of infantry, weapon teams, and armor. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, that's what I would do. All right. What do we got here? I hope that helps, Fox Knight. But yeah, the Hellcat's a great bit of kit. It really is. Really, really strong choice. What do we got next? In fact, let me say overall, I really like the list. If you made no changes, I think the list is excellent. If you went for the Hellcat and the mortars or medium artillery, whichever you prefer, I also really like that list. So it literally is a case, bro, of both are good. Pick whichever one you think is great. I just want to say well done on putting together a fucking really tight bot action list. There you go. All right. What do we got next? Spriggs, my boy! Spriggs, thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Yes! Something I forgot to say earlier this week. We had a great tournament at the HQ store last Sunday, and amazingly, no fisticuffs in the car park. Is that even possible? Is that even possible? My God. I thought that you had to get into a fight in the car park at all. I thought that was like in the rules pack or something, right? Yeah. I will say I am a little sad that I've not been able to make it to the Warlord HQ tournaments in a little while. I should. It's because I've kind of got the Wigan store at the moment, and the Wigan store it's just 30 minutes down the road, so it just kind of makes sense just to go there. But I like coming down to the HQ. I like the people that work in the HQ. I like, I tolerate seeing Spriggs and everything. But I also, no, on a serious note, I like coming down and seeing you and Chansey, and I like some of the other guys that play there regularly, and like I said, I do like the staff that work there as well. So I don't want to completely like not come to the HQ tournament anymore just because Wigan's down the road. So I definitely do need to make a bit of an effort and come down to the Ward HQ in the again at some point. I think the thing is, it's not to get a little boring about it, but there is obviously an element of it's a lot, it's a lot more travel. There's also a lot more costs involved and everything. I think it worked really, really nicely that time when I was able to come down to HQ, do a battle report on one day, do the tournament on the next day, and then me, you, and Chansey went out for some dinner on one of those evenings. I think that was like a perfect little thing that worked out really nicely from a personal point of view, but also from a channel point of view. So I think if I can do something similar to that, again, then it'll make it a lot easier to come down to the HQ tournaments. Otherwise, the Wigan store is just so fucking convenient. But hey, that's a big selling point of the Wigan store. Convenience is good. Yeah. Plus, you can't beat Wigan pies. They're very tasty. They're very meaty. Yeah. There you go. 30 minutes from Wigan, you say? We're narrowing it down, boys and girls. 30-ish, give or take, like... Sometimes it's taken me, like, 50 minutes. Sometimes it takes me, like, 25 minutes. It's very, very traffic sort of dependent. But the thing is, I don't think it'll help you all that much, Russell W. Because in the UK, everything is very, very close together. I can travel down to London in like 3 or 4 hours, right? So, and I live in the north of the country and that's in the south. So it really doesn't help you narrow it down too much. We have another day of fight. I love it. All right, what do we got next? But Spriggs, on a serious note, though, I'm glad that you guys had a good tournament. Was it a K47 one or was it a bot action one? Chansey just keeps going on about his double flak 88s, but that doesn't narrow it down for me. Yeah. All right. K47, nice. Yeah. I definitely need to come down for another K47 event for sure. Maybe I'll bring the Japanese down or something. Yeah. All right. What have we got next? Dr. Spectre, thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Yes. When K47 first came out, I was wanting to make a NAC themed army. Wasn't sure if the models would be replaced. How would you make it work? So, Dr. Spectre, I think in the long run, in the long term, I mean, I think everything's going to be in plastic eventually for K47. But it might be years away. Some of it might be months away. Some of it might be years away, right? So one of the things to remember, I definitely think there's a little bit of Games Workshop trauma here. Understandably, by the way, there's no shade being thrown. I think people have got so used to, oh, well, I don't want to get those models because what if the new one comes along and it invalidates the old ones? The thing is, if you get the old models, they're still totally usable. And many of the old sculpts are really good in their own right. Like, think about this. If they replaced the Nachtjäger, would it make you like the old ones any less? No, obviously not. You still really fucking like the Nachtjäger, right? So yeah. So and what I think one of the great things about K47 is there's these in Warlord games, they take them time to explain why there are differences between maybe old models and new models that come out. So for example, with the old Grizzly versus the new Grizzly, right? We've had some we kind of, I mean, it's kind of an open secret at the moment what the new Grizzly looks like. It's got the gun on the shoulder and all that kind of stuff. The thing is, the rules aren't changing for that, as far as I'm aware. And if they do, they apply to the old model as well. You don't have the Mark 1 Grizzly with different rules to the Mark 2. As far as I'm aware, anyway. So in universe, all this represents is, well, this was an earlier version, and this is a newer version. In game, they both perform essentially the same way. And so there's nothing wrong with having old models fighting alongside new models. And in fact, in many ways, I think it adds to the quote unquote realism of the game. Because if you look at World War II, whilst there were the iconic, for lack of a better term, units of World War II, if you actually looked at the armed forces, very rarely do armies look uniform. I mean, a very good example of this is Operation Barbarossa. If you believe the propaganda on Operation Barbarossa, you'd think it was Panzer IIIs and Panzer IVs for days. The reality is that they made up only a tiny proportion of the armored forces in Operation Barbarossa. They were still using Panzer IIs. I think they were still using fucking Panzer Is. And the big thing that everyone doesn't realize is the Panzer 35T and 38T, but actually, I think were the most numerous tank in Operation Barbarossa on the German side was not a German tank. It was a Czech tank. When they took over Czechoslovakia and they took all the Skoda factories and everything, they just pushed them all into service. So the most numerous tank in the most numerous tank in Operation Barbarossa wasn't even a German tank. At the end of the day, when you're doing a battle, when you're having a battle, you put whatever you can get into service into the field of battle. It's that simple. Yeah. And you're absolutely right, Past Blaster. They use shitloads of captured French armor as well. Absolute shitloads of it. And the big thing is, one of the reasons that Stalin actually, even up until his death, because Stalin, being a perfectly balanced person, wasn't vindictive even slightly. But Stalin fucking never forgave the French. Stalin never forgave the French for giving up so easily, because when the French gave up in the fall of France, because the Germans just took all of the French trucks. And the Germans weren't actually that motorized. They had, the Panzer divisions were very unique in the fact they were very, very motorized. But most of the Germans marched around or had horses. There's that famous scene in Band of Brothers. You've got fucking horses. Say hello to Ford and General fucking Motors. Like the Americans were actually motorized. The Germans most of the time weren't. And the reason why Operation Barbarossa was as successful as it was, although ultimately wasn't a success, but the reason it did as well as it did is because they had thousands of French trucks, which hugely boosted their logistics. Yeah. So the point is, going back on topic, even if you get old models, it doesn't mean anything. In fact, in many ways, you can weave it into the headcanon and weave it into the lore of your army. Let's say they do replace the Nachtjäger in the future. What does that mean about the original ones? Well, those were the early goes at creating them. Those were the first ones, and then as they refined the formula and refined the process, they created the second ones. Now they're both just as good as each other, but they've, when you're fucking with rift technology and gene splicing in 1947, maybe you're going to get some variance on what the ultimate end result is. Yeah. Yeah. So the point is, you absolutely don't need to worry about models getting replaced. Not even slightly. Like I to give you and I put my money where my mouth is with this one. So I knew that the new Grizzly was coming down the pipeline, and I still bought the old Grizzly. Because I really like belly gun. Belly gun! I really love the belly gun. So I was like, you know what? I really like that old model. I'll get a couple of those. Then when the new one comes out, I'll get another one. And I could always I'll just have the two fighting alongside each other. And what I'm planning on doing is I've got my National Guard who are going to have all the old pattern stuff. And then I'm planning on, when the new Grizzly comes out and stuff, I want to make a more elite American army, but not Fireflies. an elite ground pounding American army. I want to call it like American steel, real steel. And that's where I'm going to get I'm going to take my power armored guys. I'm going to get the new Grizzlies. And this is going to be the idea of, you know, the National Guard get the cast-offs essentially, and the older patterns of equipment, and the frontline heavy infantry battalions, they're getting the newer, better stuff. And you see, it's all woven into the headcanon. And if I use a mixture of power armor and National Guard fighting side by side, do you know what that means? It means it's a joint operation between these two, you know, elements of these two fighting forces. Yeah. So this is the point. So like, you don't need to worry about it at all. So I know you had some other follow-up bits here. Don't worry, I've not missed them. So I love the lore of the NAC division. I want to lean into some of that and an elite strike team of NAC experiments along with the handlers, shock troops. Not sure what to add to the list. I think I'll save up to go for it. Not sure what to add to the list other than Tuzzer, NAC Jaeger, and Nachtelben. I want to go for a NAC project themed lore list of elite handlers and monsters. Okay, so how to this comes into your second part, which is how would you make it work, right? So what I would probably do is I'd look at an assault platoon and I'd look at an armored walker platoon. Okay. And the reason why I would go for that is the armored walker platoon is going to give you an extra infantry slot. And what you're probably looking at is like three five-man squads of Nachtelben to act as your sort of core of the army. And then you're probably looking at a couple of squads of NAC Jaeger. And I would probably go for 2 big squads of them. They're not that expensive. And then for the rest of the NAC Jaeger are going to be great at melee. Because what they've got like 2 or 3 attacks each. I mean, we can just check it out, can't we? I'm pretty certain they're like 3 attacks each at Pen 1 or something. But let's have a look. You could go for shock troops as well if you wanted to. You don't have to go for all NACT if you don't want to. If you want to have the handlers as well. So there are 2 attacks at Pen 1, but if you get a surging rift dice on them, you get 3 attacks at Pen 2. Ooh, okay. I like that. Okay, so this is what's going through my head. I think what you do, let me have a look here. It's all coming together. All right, let me share my screen so we can all come together. All right. Okay, so this is what I would do. If you want to have NACT units and their handlers, I would go for an assault platoon and an armored walker platoon. What I would probably go for is I'd go for 1 big squad of the NACT Jaeger. Go for 6 of them. All right. And then what I would do is I would take a Totenrot platoon commander. Now you might think, but I'm not taking any zombies. That's totally fine. We're only taking him for thematic purposes. Because if we look at the Totenrot platoon commander, what he really is, I mean, he is a Totenrot platoon commander, but what he looks very much like is a shock troop platoon commander. Right? So he looks like, if you want to have like shock troopers being the handlers, this is a great way of having a shock troop platoon commander. It's a very good count as, works perfectly thematically. And if you look at the rules, this guy, he's even got the advanced body armor and everything. So we go for Totenrot platoon commander, and then we give him a point of rift mastery. So he's going to have 1 rift dice. But then we make this guy the Hand of the Green Vault for free as part of our army rules, and that gets him a 2nd rift dice. Now this guy doesn't need any fucking rift dice. So why are we doing this? Well, he can if you deploy the NAC Jaeger next to this guy, then on the first turn, he could go Rift Mastery, combine both of those Rift Dice that he's got into 1 Surging Rift Dice, and then he can give that to the NAC Jaeger. Suddenly the NAC Jaeger at 3 attacks at Pen 2 each. Perfect. That puts them on par. That actually puts them not only on par with Schreckwolfen in terms of damage output, but it actually they're actually faster than Schreckwolfen. Now they're not as durable, right? They're not able to go up the bloody damage value 8 or any bollocks like that, okay? But, you know, it's kind of like how, you know, when I'm running my Style Trooping with the Surging Dice, it's kind of in the same sort of idea. Yeah, I know Schreckwolfen could do this job better, but these guys could do the same job good enough, and it leans into my theme of what I'm trying to do. So that gives you a really fast-moving assault unit. Excellent. Then what I'd probably... Now, I wouldn't be afraid of going for more than one squad of Nachtjäger. All right? But I'd go for at least one squad of them to do that little combo. Okay? It's a very glass cannon full send. I love it. Exactly, right? Exactly. And you can jump from one place to the other. You know, you can make it work. So I definitely do that at least once. Okay? And then what I'd probably go for is... I'd go for the rest of it. So that's good. The Nachtjäger are going to go in the Armored Walker platoon. The Totem Corps Commander is obviously going to be in the Assault platoon. To fill out the rest of the Assault platoon, I'd probably go for 1 unit of Shock Troops, and then I'd go for 3 units of Nachtelben. Something like that. And then, you know, you've got for the Armored Walker platoon. I'd just take some armored support. Whatever you really fancy, you know. Could just be some cheeky Vogel spinners. Vogel spinners are creepy enough, right? They're creepy enough looking that I think they'd fit alongside the Carnival of Horrors that we're trying to create, right? Yeah. So yeah, you've got that. Now, there's a couple of ways you could do this, by the way. You don't necessarily have to go down the route of a single assault platoon. If you really like the idea of these Nachtjäger squads that are going to go out there and be like these glass cannon kind of things, you know, you could go for two bricks of them and run 2 assault platoons. You could take 2 assault platoons, each one led by a Totem Rock commander. Oh no, one of them would have to be led by a Style Trooper commander because you'd need his extra. It probably doesn't work quite as well. You could do it again, but it would be harder. Because you'd have to take like a Style Trooper commander who comes with the Rift Dice, pay for a point of Rift Mastery. And, you know, it would... Yeah, do you know what? I don't think I'd do that. Do you know what I think I'd do? I'd just fish for some Surging Dice. And if you wanted to take 2 squads of Nachtjäger, I think one of them I'd guarantee it's got that Surging Rift Dice as doing the trick that we spoke about. The other one, I'd just be like, if a Surging Rift Dice came up, just assign it to it. Yeah. But yeah, in terms of armored support, I don't think you could go wrong with... I think if... There's a cat here. I think you could go for Inferno Spinners, and I think you could go for Vogel Spinners. I think both those would look very appropriate. You just want to go for creepy-looking mechs, right? And the Panzer IV Walker isn't that creepy looking. It's cool looking, but it's not that creepy looking, right? So you probably want to go for like some creepy looking mechs. You could also go for the Puma. One of the things, you can take 1 armored vehicle in an armored walker platoon. And, you know, the Puma with the Schwerveld, you could say it's the Totem Corps Commander's staff car. Yeah. I mean, if we chuck a list together now, we've got time. You know, we've got time. We've still got an hour and a half before we're getting into the reveals, right? So we might as well, you know, do it right. So okay. So let's go for an assault platoon. That's good. You could go for Heinrich Gross, like people are saying. And that's not a bad choice at all. But Heinrich Gross does tend to be part of the normal army. what's it called, the Volksarmee. Whereas I feel like Totem Core and the mutants and the monsters and stuff, they tend to be part of the sort of more specialist subdivisions. So for me, I think thematically, Heinrich Gross probably wouldn't be in charge of this kind of carnival of horrors, I think. But it depends how much you care about theming, right? But let's go for Totem Rock Platoon Commander. Let's give him a point of Rift Mastery. We can add more stuff onto him later. Let's go for Nachtelben. Let's give them Panzerfaust and Pemby-40s. I do think you probably want Panzerfaust on them so they can threaten a lot of units. I think you want 2 squads of them. I think then down here, I think we go for another squad. Well, let's go for a shock trooper squad. And we'll just build it like as it comes in the box. You could build if you got 1 box of shock troopers, you could build 1 squad just with Panzerfaust and assault rifles. And then you could run another squad. I'm trying to keep the cost relatively down with just double LMG. So you've got like a little fire support squad and you've got a little assault squad going on. So yeah, you got 2 shock trooper squads. That's 1 box of shock troopers broken down effectively. That's a couple of boxes of Nachtelben done. Totem Rock Platoon Commander. And then we go for the Armored Walker Platoon. And, we go for I think let's go for a Vogel Spinner. And then let's go for a Grav Puma, because I do think it is good, and it does make sense to have that as a... I think that does actually work well alongside the Shock Trooper element of the Force, and plays well into your army special rules as well. And then let's go for a giant Nachtjäger squad. See, you're actually well under points. Yes, you can, Liquid Dude. You can play Gurkhas, yeah. You're actually well under points there. So you really could, if you wanted to. You've got to make this guy a command vehicle, yeah. So that, you've currently got 250 points to play with. So if you really wanted to, you could very easily, get some more armor, or if you wanted to, you could replace one of these shock trooper squads with another squad of Nachtjäger, if you wanted to. I mean, at the end of the day, if you buy one box of shock troopers, that's going to get you enough for a squad of shock troopers and a Totem Rock Platoon Commander, right? Because they're very similar models. So you could go for something like, I'm just trying to think, I don't know how much this is going to start costing. I've not taken into account the dollar factor at this point, of course. But, in theory, what we're looking at here is you could, if you really want to dial up the horror side of things, I mean, that's still well under. That's still well under. Yeah. So I think it's very possible to build a good. I think it's very possible to build a good Nacht force. Right, in this force, we're taking advantage of every army rule that we have, and we've got infantry and we've got armor. Yeah. So I think that's the good bones of it right there. But I think you've got a lot of play in a Nacht force. Yeah. There you go. All right, what do we got next? We've got CJ, my boy. Thank you for 32 months. X-Force, baby. Current struggles in stream discussion. Let's have a look, CJ. Has the Orc Codex fully leaked? Lol. The whole orc code just leaked. Brilliant. I'm not covering it tonight. I don't care. You know, I'll cover the I'll cover it tomorrow. Tonight is all about the conflict. CJ, I can't see the current struggles. Oh, yes, I can. Yes, I can. Whoever is laying out these sprues and putting connector points between rivets needs to be hunted down. Yeah. To be fair, they've been doing that for a while now. Yeah. It does. I will say it does. I will say I always inevitably end up scraping one of the rivets off as well. But I will always say that you just can't tell from 2 feet away on the gaming table. Yeah, you just can't tell. So don't. It is very. I totally agree. It is, very frustrating. But it's one of those ones. It's a bit frustrating, but trust me, when you got it built and painted on the tabletop and you're playing games, that you won't notice if there's a rivet missing or two. Or maybe an extra rivet for where you've not been able to sniff it off properly. Yeah, all right. Aldeus, thank you for the super chat, man. Law and stream discussion to celebrate Invasion America. Let's have a look. This is for your American law, isn't it? Yeah. We were at the point of the 28th advance towards Brussels. The 112th Infantry Regiment was out on our left flank, the 110th Infantry Regiment on our right flank, with us in the 109th in the centre. The heavy infantry squads being veterans leading the push in the new power armour, supported by the 28th Cavalry Reconnaissance Troops M8 Tesla Greyhounds, and the fresh reinforcements from the States bringing up the rear. Our lieutenant knew where to put the green troops. He knew they'd panic the second they came face to face with the nightmares we'd fought tooth and nail through, without veterans leading the way to get their boots dirty. The Axis sure didn't make this easy, as Sergeant Collins discovered from one of them when he knocked out a kraut with a smack to the back of the head before hefting him under the arm to interrogate him about the Axis positions ahead of us, at the point of his M1918 knuckle knife under his throat. Cool. They were part of this so-called New Republic. That the Nazi Party was swept out of power so fast no one knew what happened before it was over and done with, and they still don't have any idea what happened to old Adolf and his cronies. That over in Dresden there was some giant rift in the sky, and we had caused it, and from the city rose the living dead, or the Totem Corps. A force they raised and turned loose on us, made up of the soldiers and civilians who died, then rose in the aftermath of Dresden. The werewolves, or Schreckwolfen, were another revelation that this very persuaded crowd let us in on, among the other things we'd seen. Apparently we weren't the only ones with power armour. The Axis had their own, which we hadn't been unlucky enough to run into back in December, which is why talk of us had many in their forces confused, because they mistook us for friendly fire incidents with the Schwertruppen and Stahltruppen squads. The key information we gleaned, though, was that their walkers were concentrated on defend the city and rail lines, meaning they weren't keen on pushing out of it or giving it up easily. With updated knowledge of what we faced, we sent the prisoner and the updated intelligence to the rear. Our mission was simple: encircle the city, cut them off from resupply, and grind them down until they were dead or surrendered. Our objective was the rail link. Cut it, and you cut the supplies and reinforcements coming into the city. Our opponents in this were old enemies, the Axis 5th and 7th Armies, Army Group B under Rommel. Rommel hadn't left a good record when he was pushed back in North Africa by Montgomery, but given what we'd learned of his ability when not hamstrung by a long line of logistics and a high command that hamstrung him by dividing chain of command, he proved to have more than deserved the nickname given to him as the Desert Fox. That damn Fox left so many of those damn Totem Corps traps for us, he pulled back following D-Day. A common topic was what kind of medals and unit citations whichever unit either caught or killed the bastard would get. We did all agree the drinks would flow pretty damn freely when on leave, or for whoever did. To be continued. Nice. I love it, man. Big setup for the big battle. I love it, bro. Nice. It's cool. I love the fact that we're getting like homebrew lore for K47. Amazing. This is. I think it's very important. Seeing people be so enthused by the game that it's encouraging them to, to let the creative juices flow. Yeah. It's excellent. I love it, Aldeus. I really do. All right. Papa Whiskey, thank you for renewing your channel membership, sir. Thank you for continuing to do your part, sir. Klovac, thank you for the 6 months. Hi, could you answer me this K47 law question? Yeah, let's see if I can find it. You haven't given the question. Is it in stream discussion? You said, can I answer the question? But I can't see a question. I couldn't see it in regular chat. And I can't see it in stream discussion either. Oh, is it earlier on? So the question, do you think the Green Vault used the prisoners from the camps for gene experiments? It's never explicitly stated. It's never explicitly stated, and I don't think that it's impossible, but I don't think that they would. I don't think it's impossible to say that they would have done, but it's never explicitly stated. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, they probably wouldn't be doing it for the same reasons that the Nazis would have done. They probably would have, if they took it over, they probably would have just seen it as, well, this is just a source of already imprisoned people that we can use to try and create, maybe more totem core or whatever. But it's never explicitly stated. Yeah. So I think, there's a chance that they would have done it, but there's also a chance that the thing with the Green Vault is they are obviously very evil, bad people, right? Because, I mean, look at the fucking experiments that they've been doing and the fact that they sacrificed Dresden just so they could get like a rift, right? So they're obviously very, very bad people. But they're not motivated by a lot of the same things that the Nazis were motivated by. So it's entirely possible that maybe they would have seen it as just a source of, for lack of a better term, a source of material for their experiments. But there's also a very, very strong chance that they would have seen the whole thing as a massive waste of resources. I mean, the amount of troops that were tied down, taking part in, managing, guarding, not just the camps themselves, but also, going around and, capturing and getting, undesirable people as the Nazis saw them. And all of the anti-partisan stuff that led to as well. It's entirely possible that the Green Vault would have just seen it as a complete waste of time. A complete and utter waste of time. And they're like, we need... And, one of the things that the Green Vault has done, one of the reasons they've been so successful in holding back two fronts of very powerful enemies is the fact that they have taken control of the army and they've not got bloody stupid people in charge of the military anymore. They've all of those people have gone away now. Many of those people have probably ended up in the totem core, right? So it's entirely possible that the Green Vault would go, this is just a massive drain on resources, a drain that we can ill afford. We're not going to continue with this anymore. Shut all this shit down. And we're going to take all those troops and we are going to use them just as soldiers. We're going to do also, we're just going to use these resources in a completely different manner. So yeah, I think it's entirely possible it could go either way. Yeah, I think it's entirely possible it could go either way. There you are. I was going to say, people saying that I'm squirming. I don't think it's squirming, guys. I think it's a delicate topic that deserves a little bit of, nuance and care when talking about. Okay, so it's definitely not a case of squirming. It's a case of just being careful around a particular topic. Yeah. So there you go. All right. Anyway, let's move on. So what have we got here next? We've got Papa Whiskey. Papa Whiskey, thank you for the super chat, man. K47 Arminus for review in stream discussion. All right. A highly themed list. I was thinking of a unit called in for fast response, so limited armor, also limited to models I currently own. There you go. So you've got Firefly fast response platoon. So it's a Firefly platoon. Seven order dice and 9 rift dice. 7 order dice. 1,500 points. I was gonna say that's quite low, but then I remember it's K47, so it's absolutely normal. Yeah. Let's have a look. So we've got Roberta Wells, and then you've got a Firefly squad, another Firefly squad, and linebacker. We've got Firefly. We've got Roberta Wells can be the platoon commander, can't she? Yeah. Okay. So you've got the Firefly hero. You got the Roberta Wells platoon commander, and the 2 Firefly squads, but they're just basic, and then a linebacker, and then you've got the super bazookas on the linebacker. That is expensive, but I can see why you've gone for it because you don't have a lot of anti-tank in the list otherwise. So yeah, that's all right. And then another Firefly squad, a flamethrower team, and then another linebacker. I quite like it. You've got 3 Firefly squads and 2 linebackers, which provide the real meat of the army, the real meat and the real armor of the army. And then you've got Roberta Wells and the Firefly flamethrower team, which act more as small specialist teams as well. I like it. I think that it's, as is the case with all of the specialist platoons, there are going to be some things which you struggle with, but there's going to be some things which you do quite well into. One of the things I really love about the specialist platoons is, because I did have some worries that they were going to be a bit like formations from like 7th edition stuff, and they're just not. They're just really, really not. I mean, I often find if you want to take a more powerful list, you're actually better off going for an assault platoon over anything else. Yeah. But I think that for running a thematic Firefly list, double linebacker and a bunch of Fireflies dropping in I think that works. I think that works really, really well. Yeah. There you go. Let's have a look here. That's what we got next. Strauss Direct. I had the beginnings of an Axis K.7 Force tempted by the Defender's Stuttgart bundle flash out. Defender's Stuttgart is one of the best bundles that Warlord does right now. Even with the metal models for the Stormtrooper squads. Yeah, I think it's one of the best bundles they do. So I highly encourage it and recommend it. There we go. All right. Yeah, there we are. There we go. All right. So I think that covers all of the super chats and stuff that we've had. It does. So we're so big thank you to all of you for getting the a big thank you to all of you for getting the stream started off right. Just over an hour and a half of the blue balling period has been sorted out and taken up, which is excellent. We've still got an hour and 20 minutes before I can blow your beans and you can get all the reveals. But this just gives us a period of time to talk about anything and everything. Yeah, there we are. Ryan Tomlinson, I thought we'd have seen Zombie Ursus by now. There are a few things which were heavily hinted at in Festung Europa. Like we saw the zombified Stahl Trooper, we saw the zombified Ursus. We actually had Pete from Warlord drop in and give us a hint that there's another harvester, zombie harvester mech coming, a bigger version, right? So, and I think actually at one point I did actually see some very early rules for those as well, but I can't remember unless I genuinely might have dreamt that. So for the mech, but I genuinely might have dreamt it. So please don't assume anything there whatsoever. I think the thing is that it's probably a case of the Axis have had, we've had the big Totem Core release, and now it's time to go and look at some other things and then come back, right? Because if Warlord did, oh look, massive Totem Core release, and then the next book was, oh look, more Totem Core, it would probably be a bit like, fucking hell, is this Conflict 47 or is it Totem 47? Yeah. So I think they're probably doing it the right way. It's a little bit like, with like 40k, how everyone is so sick of Ultramarines because every release seems to have another Ultramarine model kind of thing. It's kind of similar to that. So I think Warlord is doing the right thing by have some zombies now, have some zombies to look forward to, and then when they come, you'll all be very happy and excited. Yeah. We already joke about the American heroes. Yeah, I mean, we already joke that the Americans need their participation model in every release, right? Yeah. Yeah, Dexion, the Axis have had a lot of love. They have done. Yeah. Yeah. There you are. So, what do we got next? Cosmic, thank you for the super chat. What did I miss? Fill me in and bust a rift. Get an octopus. I have an octopus. I have 2 octopuses right here, actually. Oh. So there we are. Got 1 octopus right there. You haven't missed too much, Cosmic. We've just been catching up on the super chats, to be honest. We've still got a little bit to go. Little bit of time to go before we get to the reveals. But I assure you that it will be absolutely worth the wait. Yeah, 100%. But no, you've not missed too much so far, Cosmic. We need a linebacker hero. I mean, we've got the downed linebacker pilot as a special model. Do you mean like a named character in a linebacker? Yeah. Like a Commander Pask kind of thing. That would be kind of cool. Yeah. That would be kind of cool. Yeah. Spartan 648. All the armies have gotten love so far. It's been really nice. Yeah, I think the Japanese getting their love this time, I think really does feel like all the armies are being put on equal pedestal. Pedestal. Yeah. I think it, from what I understand, is Japan, Warlord, it got to the point where Warlord, like, okay, we need to sort of go live with this now. They've done a bit of delaying and everything already. And so I do think that the Japanese did, get a little, they went off a little half cocked and everyone else kind of went off full cocked. I think the Japanese and British to a lesser extent, but it does show like even just a little change can make such a big difference. I mean, look at the little changes they made to the British, and now the British are considered one of the best armies at the moment. I mean, well, not considered better than anybody else. They're just considered on par with like the Axis and the US, right? So I do think it's really good to. I think the Japanese getting their update, which we'll see in just a short while, I think it'll make them feel kind of like the British. They'll be, okay, now everyone's on equal footing. Yeah, there's still some factions which have got a bit more, like, the Americans and Axis probably still have a bit more, but everyone is on equal footing. And now we can start really, really adding some meat onto these bones. I think the skeleton I think right now we've got a bit of a meaty skeleton for K47. This first, it launched as a bit of a skeleton, and the first year we've already had a lot of meat being added on there. We've had the world be developed. We've had the concept of specialist platoons come out. I mean, so much has been done in a year already. I think in a year from now, the game is going to be unrecognizable in a 100% positive way. I think there's going to be every army will be able to build everything in like full plastic or 95% plastic. Multiple different ways, not just one way, but multiple different ways. And I think In terms of the world, it's going to feel amazing. I think in terms of the way the army's going to feel, they're all going to feel absolutely on the same playing field. It's going to be incredible. Yeah. Ryan Thompson, Mordian, why wasn't Maximus Lombardi carried in second edition? I think it's because second edition conflict it's a bit of a hard reset. In many ways, it's kind of a different timeline. Do you know what? This actually occurred to me the other day, and I forgot to mention it. I don't think Conflict version 1 has actually been invalidated. I know it might sound like a bit of cope, and I do apologize if it does sound like cope to the veterans of K47 version 1. But in the Invasion America book, when they're talking about exploring Shinobi space and all this kind of stuff, they sort of start mentioning some of the theories, like there's multiple realities and all this kind of stuff, and it got me wondering if for our own headcanon, if Conflict 47 version 1 isn't really it's not really been retconned. It's just that is almost like a separate, it still exists. It's just kind of like a separate universe in many ways. And maybe the signals coming through the rifts in version 1 are coming from another conflict reality that we haven't yet seen, or maybe from our conflict reality, right? So maybe there's an element of that. But it was just a little bit of a fun thought that I had. I want to make something clear. It's not from an official position of Warlord or anything like that. It was just a little fun thought that I had, like, how can we sort of via headcanon as like a community, how can we as like a headcanon bit as a community, or just to be on a personal level, how can we potentially explain that there's differences between K47 version 1 and K47 version 2. Yeah, I know that there's some people that don't like multiple realities. I would say your shell shock is showing. So the idea of multiverses and stuff has been a thing for ages, and it was really popular and everybody liked it. It only got I think it is popular to hate on it now because of Marvel. I think that's what it is. I think that's it. I mean, let's look. Let me give you an example here. In Star Trek, let's presume we're not talking about any of the modern stuff. All right, we're talking about the good Star Trek. Okay. Some of the best episodes are related around the mirror universe, aren't they? In a mirror darkly and all that kind of stuff. So and people really those episodes are generally very there's always some better ones and some worse ones, but generally speaking, I think the idea of the mirror universe is actually it's quite fondly thought of within sort of classic, including DS9 and stuff, classic Trek. So yeah, people love the idea of the Terran Empire instead of the Federation and all this kind of stuff. So I do think it's important to make sure that you're not letting one franchise ruin an entire thing for you. Yeah. Yeah, multiverses are neat as long as you don't exploit them too much. Yeah, exactly. I think if it's not about the concept, this is the way I'd put it. It's not about the concept of the multiverse. It's about it's about how you use it. Like retcons, a lot of people don't like the idea of retcons, but retcons can be used very effectively when used appropriately. It's when things are lazily retconned. Again, it's the application of the multiverse. Exactly. The concept can be bad if it removes stakes. Exactly. Right? I love this type of thinking, but counterpoint, multiverses diminish the importance of consequences if not handled right. Starfield felt much. Exactly. And bear in mind, by the way, guys, this whole multiverse thing with K47, it's my personal fan theory. I think as far as Warlord is concerned, it is just we've had a bit of a hard reset, okay? But I was just in the shower, idly thinking to myself, hey, maybe this is kind of a cool idea to explain the differences between version 1 and version 2. Yeah, that's it. That was it, right? What stops you from hopping from one verse to another and technically nothing matters? I think, again, I think that comes down to how it's handled. I think we only have sight on our Conflict 47 universe. So anything that happens in it is very, very impactful. Yeah. I was also in your shower thinking. Yeah. Again, sorry, dude, I think it comes down to how you use the concept of a multiverse in your thing you're making, whether it's a game or a film or whatever it may be. Yeah. So there you go. And like I said, I feel like I cannot stress this enough. You know what, Solid Dude? It's my fucking idea. I can like it if I want to. All right? Again, it's not an official position from Warlord. It was an idle thought that I had. Fuck off. I liked it. Right? It's a shit idea. You're a shit idea. You're a shit idea. The best part of you ran down the crack of your mum's ass and ended up as the brown stain on the mattress, as far as I'm concerned.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe. Keeping it real.
All right. So, wow, I don't even know who Lombardi was, to be honest. You can use him, though, Ryan Tomlinson. You can use the Lombardi model in the game. He's just he just uses him as an armored platoon commander now. Yeah. Agreed, but my point stayed, like the skid mark you mentioned. I love it. All right. I'm not really getting mad, by the way, guys. Okay, we've got a couple of super chats coming in here. Obelisk, thank you for the super chat, man. I'm not really sold on the Green Vault. Removal of the Nazis makes the conflict feel less connected to World War II, in my opinion. I haven't read Festung Europa yet, though. The removal of the Nazis and the game feeling less connected to World War II is entirely intentional. That is not a bug, that is a feature. And fans of version 1 will not agree with me on this point, okay? But I believe this, and I know for a lot of people, this was a problem with version 1. The problem with version 1 was that it was almost too connected to World War II. It was just World War II, but it went on a couple of extra years. Right? And so it didn't feel different enough. It didn't feel sandboxy enough in many ways. The advantage of the game feeling very much not World War II, but its own very distinct thing is a big selling point. Because at the end of the day, right, if you want to play a game that is World War II, that is the purpose of Bolt Action. It is literally a beer and pretzels World War II game. So having conflict feel like World War II, it just doesn't make, to me, it just doesn't make sense. It should feel very different. It should feel very disconnected. Like it should feel like, okay, we are no longer in Kansas, Dorothy. You know, we are somewhere very, very fucking different. And I think that the advantage that it has gained is because it's no longer as connected to World War II. The scope for what we can do in terms of like making the armies our dudes, the scope for coming up with all sorts of mental ideas that Warlord can go with, it gives a lot more freedom whilst it's still being very grounded because it is within a set universe with set rules. Yeah. Obelisk, Bolt Action doesn't have werewolves and mechs though. Yeah, and neither did World War II, mate. So at some point we're going to get disconnected, aren't we? Yeah. Like, agree. K-47 ain't just World War II, but with sci-fi stuff, I can play Wolfenstein if I want that. Exactly. It's intentional. And maybe, you know, and Obelisk, let me just make something clear. This is my opinion. I want to make something clear. Unlike Cyrillic, dude, I'm not saying that your opinion is wrong. What I'm saying is your opinion is absolutely valid, but the reason why it feels that way is an intentional choice. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. So there you go. What do we got next? Chicken Detonator. Thank you for the super chat, man. Idea. SMK experimental tank with ZP in K47. What the fuck is an SMK experimental tank? I'm going to have to look at this now. What the fuck is this thing? I love it. What the fuck is this thing? All right, I'm going to have to learn more about this. Okay. The SMK was an armored vehicle prototype developed by Soviet Union prior. Of course. I had a very strong inkling that this was a interwar tank. You can kind of always tell if it's an interwar tank or not. Yeah. Only Clovak's like, no way, you're only just hearing about this. Bro, they made one of them. They made fucking one. It's not like it's a common fucking topic, is it? Jesus, man. What has got into you and what has got into civility today? You guys are woken to be like, you know what? I'm just going to fucking annoy Mordian today. I'm just going to annoy him. I'm just going to say a bunch of shit, which is obviously bollocks. You know what? I'm just going, you know what? I feel like going fishing. I'm going to bait Mordian. There you go. Twins ZP turrets would be kind of cool. Yeah, for sure. It had a heavy machine gun on the back of it, I think, which is kind of cool. Yeah. It is very cool, don't get me wrong, but I've never seen that before. Yeah, there you are. I mean, Chicken Detonator, I would love it if that thing existed in K47. I think you could probably emulate it if you like 3D printed one. Do you know how I would do it? I'd 3D print one, and you know how the ZP tank has got two projectors on the front of it? I'd put one projector on one turret, one projector on the turret, and say it's 234 ZP. There you go. The HMG on the back for the fleeing conscripts. There you are. All right. What do we got next? Kelso! Thank you, Super Chat, man. Very excited about K47 Japanese stuff. K47 Battleport in stream discussion. Let's have a look.
When it comes to fighting crime,
had a game of K47 yesterday against Empire of Japan. I had a Grizzly, Bruin, and a veteran linebacker with 6 Paragons, 2 HMGs, the MMGs using AP rounds, of course, and an Air Observer. He had the nice mixed list with zombies, mission, kill points. I am pinned in the corner by all the Japanese infiltration, and my Grizzly is immobilized with no targets. The Crush Cannon mech destroys my Grizzly and allows it to run into my infantry, killing one of the Paragon squads until we're taken down by point-blank HMG fire. I mean, that's so cool, like riddling it with the HMG. The Air Force Observer does kill a lot, but pins everything, causing his massive battle frame with compression cannons to go down and rally. The zombies run around and kill my 2 HMGs, but we have to call the game before they can kill everything else. My Grizzly did nothing. My linebacker ran forward, killing his tanks and a squad of Ghost Warriors, armored anti-tank team, and distracting everything and not dying. The Ghost Warriors killed Paragons and zipped around the board, killing and pinning a lot. We had to call it into 5 because of time. Last photo. We spent chit-chatting, both deciding that we had lost because I had a linebacker, immobilized Walker with 3 lone officers. He had almost his full brick of battle frame, 4 Ghost Warriors, and a full squad of zombies. But a very difficult time killing my linebacker as he could not damage or pin my front armor. I could only deal full damage from behind. Due to positive life changes, probably my last war game in 2026 and pausing of my ability to do hobbying. But even though that's sad, I'm glad I ended with a good game with a great guy. That's kind of bittersweet, isn't it? Yeah. I'm hoping, you know, the positive life changes is not a like sarcastic remark. I hope it is. I hope it is a good thing. It is. It's sad. It's sad. But what's kind of a silver lining, I suppose, is, as you said, you played a great game. The silver lining is also, if you don't come back to this game for 4 months, don't come back to this game, until 2027. If you don't come back to this game until, for a year, you'll be able to pick up exactly where you left off. Nothing's going to Legends. Nothing's going to be invalidated. The army, as you know it now, will be just the same as when you left it. So, the advantage is, it's sad that you're not going to get to play for a little while, but at least when you come back to it, you'll be able to pick up where you left off. Pick up where you left off, I should say. Let's have a look here. Ah, man, I love the army, man. So cool. It is really, really cool seeing. I love the yellow Tesla as well. It's a really cool army. It's a really beautiful board, bro. Let's have a look. Oh, I mean, both players' armies look really nice. Your opponent has done such a good job with the battle frames. And it's nice to see someone running battle frames, because a lot of people don't bother with them. But I do think they're actually decent with the compression rifles. Yeah. Fucking hell, his bloody scorpions come in and bloody nobbled your brewing. By God, sir. Oh, I love the HMG teams, man. Let's have a look at the armies here. So, Paragons, officers, HMG teams. I love the Marines. I do think the Marine models for action do look very, very good. I'd say it's a really, really cool looking army. I really like it. Yeah, I really, really do. And that Japanese army looks excellent as well. 2 ghost squads, big mess of battle frames. Yeah, it's actually quite a nice sort of balanced army on both sides. You've both got infantry and armor. Yeah, you're slightly more static with the HMG teams, and he's slightly more mobile. But they're two pretty nicely balanced forces against each other. And the two armies do look really, really nice. Yeah. Cool. Really cool, man. I think the pictures came in slightly the wrong order, so the one we saw first is actually the last one. But you get a really good sense of what the game was like. Yeah, nice. Nice. It's a shame the Grizzly didn't do too much, because it's one of my favorite mechs. But the Grizzly, I find it's like the Sherman of the mech world, It's kind of cheap enough to chuck into a list, but it never really blows me away. Never does badly, but it never does. It never does. Well, sometimes it does badly, but in your case it did badly. But in my own experience, it's never done badly. It's never done amazingly, but it's never done badly. It's always been okay. I know this might be the guard player in me. I want to run double Grizzly. I feel it's a bit like the Lehman Russ. One isn't enough. We need like 2 of them. A pair of Grizzlies running down a flank together, being a bit of like bully boys or something. I think. But we'll see. Well, Kelzo, I hope that all the positive life changes are very positive. Excellent. I hope it all goes well. And yeah, I'm glad that you had a good last game. And hopefully in no time at all, you'll be back to playing some war games. But you know what? Life is always more important than games. There you are. What have we got next? McCon, thank you for the super chat. To fund Spriggs' hammer. Yeah. I love it. Yeah. It's just Spriggs. Ban someone for 10 seconds. I don't know. Doesn't matter who. Make an example to the men. Kill one of the chatters to prove an example to the others.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe.
All right. What are we? Pick me! Pick me! What are you waiting for? Do it! Execute Order 47. All right, what have we got here? All right, Aldeas, thank you for the super chat. More law to fill our dwindling time till America. Yes, I can't believe less than an hour to go now. Less than an hour to go. Time is flying, boys. Our advance to cut off the rail links of the city was met by Volksgrenadier squads and those walkers of the Axis. We even encountered one they'd converted from a Panzer IV with some kind of weird cannon that when it fired made a thump noise that before we knew what it did, we saw a wall just collapse as though it threw some invisible rock at it, crushing rather than punching through it or blowing it up with high explosives. Got an idea of what it was after Wells got a look at it. Some kind of weapon that used gravity. That scared us a good bit. A weapon that was invisible to the eye that could squash like a bug before you knew what was happening. That wasn't all though. On the 20th, we finally ran across our Axis counterparts. 3 of the bastards hefting a big, light anti-tank gun and 2 LMGs. Their armor was painted up in camouflage patterns. By the time we saw them, we were on top of each other. They got the first shot with an AT gun that took out Adam, slammed right through his left leg with its round, putting him on the ground. I caught a good line on the one shouting orders and decided if an AT gun was enough to punch through our armor, a bazooka would be enough to punch through theirs too. I waved to Patrick as I laid down fire with the LMG on the target, drawing his attention. The Axis officer in power armor pointed right at me just before Patrick fired, catching him in the side with the super bazooka round. He was enveloped in the explosion, and the crash that followed with his legs hitting the dirt in one place. His torso 5 feet away slumped against a wall. That's so cool. That reminds me of that scene in Doctor Who when you've got the arm. This is when it was good. When what was it? David Tennant was in it, and you had the army versus the Cybermen, and one of the army guys blows the Cyberman up with it's a Stinger missile. So obviously, I don't think it would actually work, but it was still cool, man. Yeah. The other two hesitated for a second, and that was a fatal mistake, as Robert and Sergeant Collins got stuck in at point blank range. Rob caught the AT gun as the carrier tried to swing it to get him. Then, using his experience in the back alley brawling from his hometown in Philadelphia, pulled forward on the gun, throwing the Kraut into the dirt before jamming his LMG in his face and just letting it rip. The one with the LMG, though, peppered Sergeant Collins, drawing a little blood as he fell back, trying to keep distance. Surprising us, but that just pissed the stubborn old man off. The old man charged him, bowling the bastard over, shielding his head with his arms, which were fully armoured, then seizing his old knife. We watched as he grappled the dirt with him, slowly pushing down until he buried it through the Kraut's eye. Our unit had suffered a casualty, minor wounds otherwise, and we had to send Adam to the rear to get patched up. It also sobered us up a bit that we were stronger but not invincible for sure. We all still bled, the same as those guys. The word we got back was that Adam would be down for at least a month if he would be back at all. The fact he survived taking an AT round to the leg was all down to it going in the front, passing through and out the back without going off. Had it got off, it'd have blown his leg clean off. To be continued. Nice. I love it, man. Just like 3 Star Troopers just getting like overwhelmed by, by regular Americans and power armored guys as well. Yeah, I love that. I love that. Brilliant. Good shit, man. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. Fox Knight, thank you for the super chat, man. I think you missed my previous super chat. Oh, I apologize if I did. I did. Thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes. Could you look at my K47 list in stream discussion? Of course I can, mate. Okay. So what have we got here? My K47 USA list, I would like your thoughts on. I took a show and tea to my last game and I wanted to try out jump walkers. Also, it came down to, do I give my heavy infantry ATRDs or do I give the Jackals flamethrowers? And I chose the ATRDs. What are your thoughts? I mean, I would always choose the flamethrowers because a Jackal without a flamethrower isn't really very good. The flamethrower is a unofficial mandatory piece of equipment in many ways. But we'll take a look. So you've taken a assault platoon. The platoon commander is a Firefly officer. And you've given him guts, ATRDs, anti-tank grenades, and stubborn. Okay, so you definitely don't need AT grenades and ATRDs. Like, anti-tank grenades are... You never really need anti-tank grenades. They're just a bag of shit. But you definitely don't need anti-tank grenades and ATRD. So definitely drop that. It's only 2 points, but still. I also don't think there's any point in putting stubborn on a one-man officer because he cannot benefit from it. Stubborn only helps you if you basically break from losing like half your squad, but he's got no one with him, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah. I guess if you got points left over, it's fine. Firefly squad, that's good. Firefly squad, that's good. Heavy infantry squad, 6 of them. Stubborn, super bazooka, and ATRDs. I mean, and then you've got another veteran squad, super bazooka, and ATRDs, and then you've got the 2 jackals. I think if you've got super bazookas in the heavy infantry squads, I think that you probably don't need the ATRDs. I think you're probably okay with one or the other. So I definitely drop the ATRDs and put the flamethrowers on the jackals. Definitely. 100%. Or, I don't know how many points you've got, if you've got a few spare points, but maybe it's a case if you take one less super bazooka. You could take one less super bazooka, maybe, and these bits, and that gets you 68 points. I mean, I don't know if you've got any other points left over, but that could get you 2 flamethrowers. So, yeah. But I think if you're taking jackals, you need flamethrowers on them. That's basically non-negotiable. So you've got a couple of points. Another thing to mention, by the way, is you could just drop 1 soldier from each one of these squads. Maybe it's not a case of either or. Maybe if you just take 2 less power armored guys and 2 5-man squads, and then that gives you enough for the 2 flamethrowers, doesn't it? Yeah. So I think that's another option. However you slice it, I think you need your flamethrowers. But I don't think you necessarily need to give up the ATRDs to get the flamethrowers. And I do appreciate why you're putting the ATRDs on there, because you're trying to get more pen on a squad that normally lacks it. So I do get it and I do respect it. Yeah. Okay, there we go. All right. Hope that helps. Let's have a look what we got here. The Orc Codex has leaked. By the way, we can talk about 40k for the next sort of 45 minutes. Not exclusively. I just mean for the next 47 minutes, we can talk about anything. And we can talk about anything anyway, but after the next 47 minutes, we'll be getting into the reveals and talking about all the rules and all that kind of stuff and everything. So we can do if people want to. I mean, the Orc Codex leaking is, it is interesting. I guess what I would ask is that, is there any beef with it leaking? Is there anything, are there even more broken units? I mean, I guess if it's on Reddit, let's see what the Reddit hot take is. I can't actually see anyone on the Reddit, on the 40k competitive Reddit, talking about the leaks. Yeah. Maybe it's on normal Warhammer. I know 2 units got the axe. That's true. By the way, I know you guys are all saying no, we shouldn't look at 40k, but this was the top post on Reddit Warhammer 40k. I'm just saying, the top post is a Midhammer. Is 2 Midhammer models. Well, that's 2nd edition, and that's 3rd edition. So I'm just saying, it's all right. It's all right, There you are. I'm just curious, I'm just curious. Yeah, it's interesting. No one seems to be talking about the leaks. I mean, I'm presuming I'm not the only. More than a bunch of data sheets are in street discussion. Yeah, but I presume that I'm not the only ones. I mean, I presume I'm not the only one with the leak, right? We are breaking news. Are we? I don't think we are. Could they be getting removed? Maybe. But they don't normally get removed. Like, it's not normally a big thing. I'm just going to type it into Google, see what comes up. Orc, Codex, leaks, Reddit. Did some insane chance we become the breaking news? I mean, guys, I can cover the Orc Codex leaks in 45 minutes and have a stream highlight out whilst we're doing that. I can breeze through it. I can breeze through it. Okay, I can do it. 45 minutes in and out, right? I can do it. Yeah. But I just want to. There's no point in me covering it if Auspex is gonna cover it. You know. Does that make sense? But I just don't see how we are the leaks. How did, like, someone just dropped into the MG Discord, just fucking leaked everything and then left? That seems highly implausible that we would be the first ones to get it. That does seem highly implausible.
Jaffa, Cree.
Someone must have. This shit normally.
I said Cree.
I literally just can't see it. My game group had them earlier. Yeah, I feel like I can't be the only one. I feel like I can't be the only one. Anyway, we'll have a quick look. So the thing is, I don't know what the old data sheets were like, so I don't really know what I'm looking for. It's been in there for an hour. Yeah, it's just I'm surprised it's not on. Maybe it's on Reddit Orcs. Let's have a look. Reddit Orcs. It must be. If it's anywhere, it's going to be on the Orc subreddit. It's not on the. Oh, 1 minute. Ah, no, it's on the. I think it's on the Orc subreddit. Yeah. I think it's on the Orc subreddit. It was leaked in the GSC Discord as well. Okay. I mean, Auspex Tactics will already be halfway through his video. Yeah. Shall we have a quick look at it? It's in stream discussion. We'll have a quick look at it. We'll have a quick look at what we've got. All right. Some of them are going to be like sideways. I don't think people have got everything we've got though. I think we've actually got the whole thing, and I don't think everybody else has got the whole thing. I mean, I've got one. Fuck it. 40 minutes. 40 minutes. Yeah, that link that you did doesn't show everything. Yeah. Let's go. I'm not liking this 40k edging for my K47 look. I know, right? I know. All right. 40k in 40 minutes. I think we can go through it. I think we can do it. Okay. Let me just take a look at this. I'll do a stream highlight on it and everything. 38 minutes. I can be 30. I can do it. I can do it. I'm that good. All right. Spriggs, and also Spriggs has lobbied for it. Spriggs, thank you for super chat. 45 minutes. You're on. Okay. Let's fucking go. Gentlemen, or should I say, boys, knobs, squigs, I don't mean to alarm you, but it looks like the Orc Codex has begun to fully leak. Leaks! Leaks! And I want to take a quick look at it. Now, the thing is, I need to take a quick look at this, but I don't have a lot of time. So the added bonus to looking at these leaks, I'm going to be doing it quickly. So for once in my life, all of you that hate the fact that I waffle and I fucking waffle again and again and again, this is the one time when you are going to see me move quickly. Savor it. Getting into it. So there's a whole bunch of pictures which we're starting to see in the in various discords and stuff, and we're going to go through basically what we can see from these data sheets. It does look like we've got most of the data sheets here. I don't think we've got all of the attachments, but I think we've got most of the data sheets. So the first one we've got here is Beast Snagger boys. I think looking at the Beast Snaggers, my first impression is these guys are just inferior to regular boys. I mean, they've got the same stat line as boys, right? T5, 5-up save, blah, 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 blah. There's a 6-up invulnerable save knocking around in there. But I don't know if that's for the whole unit. Or if that, I mean, or if that's just for the knob. Someone who knows Orcs better than me will be able to say. The sluggers are the same as the Orc boys. The thump gun looks like it's strength 6, damage 2. I guess that's kind of nice. It's anti-monster vehicle 4+. The choppers, the big thing with the Beast Snaggers is their choppers have now got Hunter. So they've got different choppers to the Orc boys, right? So Hunter basically gives them an extra pip of AP and an extra pip of strength, which is nice. And because, I mean, getting into strength 6 is going to be a big deal for trying to wound. It means you're going to be able to wound a lot of vehicles on 5s rather than 6s. That is actually quite nice. As for the power snapper, it's like a power fist, but it's like a power claw, but it's less strength, but it's anti-vehicle 4+. So it's got some trade-offs there. I think the big thing that's changed with them is their ability. So while this unit ends a charge move, enemy monster vehicle that's engaged with this unit must make a battle shock test with -1 to that battle shock roll or -2 to the battle shock roll if you've got more than 11 models. To me, that's utterly dog shit. Okay? I think that's utterly dog shit because what would you rather have? Oh, I forced a battle shock onto a unit when I'm probably going to fucking flatten them because it's 11th edition and everything's super lethal. Or would you rather have lethal hits against all targets that you charge against? So in my opinion, I think that the Beast Snaggers are... They look all right, but if I had to choose between Beast Snaggers and boys, I'm choosing boys every day of the week. What do we got after that? So we've got the Court of Speed detachment. So it looks like it's a 1 DP detachment. Detachment rules adrenaline junkies, friendly war biker units of battle line. I mean, that's really cool. If you want to run mass bikes, it is. I do. Ironic side note here: Orc armies can now do better bike armies than White Scars. F in the chat for the White Scars. GW seems to have forgotten about them. When a friendly speaks for you, it's selected to make an advance or fallback move. You get assault, and you can charge. So basically, you can advance and charge. And you can fall back and charge, and you can advance and shoot. That's very, very powerful. I mean, you just think about mass units of bikes, and they're just going to blitz across the board. I mean, think about this with being riled up. So they're going to, I mean, even if they're not riled, being riled up gives these guys advance with a reroll and charge. So yeah, this actually seems like a ridiculously good, if you lean into the bikes, this does seem like a really, really good detachment for them. You've got some enhancements. Speed, Smoky Gubbins. You get the benefit of cover. Don't really care about that. Everyone's going to be ignoring cover pretty soon. Competitive streak. Reroll charge rolls. That's a Death Killer Wartrike. That's pretty good. Delicious eating squigs. One friendly Rocket Truck Squig Bugger unit. Select one number of friendly orc infantry within 3 inches. It heals 3 wounds. Okay, so we're getting more ways of healing orc boys, but not just orc boys. That would allow you to bring back Mega Knobs. Chuck a delicious squig. So the Rocket Truck Squig Buggy is no longer like an artillery piece. It's basically a mobile larder. I'm actually weirdly okay with that from a thematic point of view. They've stopped launching the squigs and now they're just eating them. Dagger Storm, sustained hits, very good. Speediest Freaks, rage attacks at target unit, fail on an unmodified 1 to 3. Oh, big! So some of you who played through 10th edition will never have encountered this kind of stratagem. This is the kind of stratagem that was all the rage in I think it was either 8th or 9th edition, and everybody fucking hated it. So it's kind of interesting they decided to bring it back. Oh joy, the whole you always fail to wound me on a certain half the time roll. Brilliant. Yeah, that if they're bringing that back, that's going to be a problem quickly in 11th edition. You can believe me on that one. I've got the experience with it. So that's the first bit, yeah. Yeah, we're back. Yeah, we're back with 7th edition with that one. That's a real doozy. All right. Speaking, we've got the war buggies next. So, there's been a big hoo-ha about buggies, like the shock jump dragster and shit going away. It turns out that they're not going away. It turns out that all of the various buggies have been consolidated into one data sheet. So whereas before you had the scrapjet, the dragster, and all the other ones, all of them have been consolidated into one except the Rocket Truck Squig Buggy, which has continued to be separate for, I think, because it's an artillery piece, essentially. All right. It is kind of interesting that they have put them all together, because if you look at the composition, every model's equipped with 1 extra DACA, 1 mech special, and a spiked ram. And any number of models can have their mech special replaced with a rivet cannon. So essentially you can mix them together. They've just mashed all the weapons together. Again, I'm not totally against it, because the idea with an army as eclectic as orcs, if you want to give every special weapon its own profile, it's going to get out of hand very quickly, because orcs don't really have any uniform weapon design. And the whole thing is, back in the day, is that orc weapons looked like this all higgledy-piggledy shit, but it all just sort of came under the definition of shooter or big shooter. And so I'm not totally against the idea of us basically going back to that philosophy of orcs of, look, there's just so many different weapons out there that all of this, when you balance it out, counts as a shooter or a big shooter. Yeah, do you know what I mean? Like, it's, yeah. They aren't sold anymore. They are gone. They are very much gone. I thought they all got brought under one. Maybe I am incorrect on that. But this is where the war buggies now is some kind of catch-all thing. Let's not worry too much about that. Let's have a look at what the weapons and stuff are like, because whether some of them have gone or some of them are here doesn't really matter for the purposes of this. For the purposes of what we're doing today, let's look at the data sheets. So extra DACA, it's essentially a pseudo. It's like a pseudo big shooter, lethal hits, assault, sustained hits, four shots, strength 5 AP1. That's okay. Rivet cannon. Rivet cannon looks really improved. Hitting on 4s, anti-infantry 4+, and dev wounds at strength 7, 8-2 damage 2. That is actually insane. Like, no word of a lie, that rivet cannon is actually really fucking good. Dev wounds against any infantry on a 4+ with that volume and that level of damage. Fuck, man. Woohoo! That's a good fucking weapon. And then you've got the point blank value on the rivet cannon as well, which we're seeing a lot of this point blank everywhere. Where if it gets within 6 inches, it does D3 +1 automatic hits. And then they are also dev wounds. So basically, to sum it up, the war buggies have got a dev wound flamer. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. You can take 6 of these, by the way. That's a lot of dev wounds. So all of you thinking, I think they showed the overtuned stuff on Warcom. I don't fucking think so. I think we've got a lot more overtuned shit to take a look at. The mech special. Lethal hits against non-vehicle monsters, sustained hits 1. 14 shots at ballistic skill 4+. So orcs are just BS 4+ now. Orcs is BS 4+ now, essentially. Strength 5, AP -1. I don't think that's... I'm not a math hammer guy, but I think I would go for the rivet cannon every day of the week. I do appreciate the volume of the mech special is higher, but I would go for the rivet cannon every day of the week. Just, dev wounds is dev wounds at the end of the day, guys, isn't it? Also, the spiked ram, these things have got cleave in close combat. And look at that. Look at how much damage that spiked ram does. 4 attacks, weapon skill 3+, strength 7, AP -1 damage 2. I think our chimeras are going to struggle to keep up with this, guys. I think that spiked ram makes this buggy better in close combat than a Baneblade. Need I say more? Moving swiftly on. Abilities. Drive-by scorching. In the movement phase, you can select one visible enemy unit within 6 inches of this unit. That enemy unit cannot be targeted. That enemy unit cannot be targeted with the fire Overwatch stratagem until the end of the turn. Really interesting. Okay, you got to think 2 of these buggies is quite a big footprint. Yeet that shit forward and go. Yeet that shit forward. Dev wound the shit out of them. No Overwatch on one unit. No Overwatch on the other unit. That could be really, really good. That's a really fucking strong ability. That's a really fucking strong ability. Okay, what do we got next? Death Dread. It doesn't look too durable, the Death Dread. I mean, a 2+ save. I mean, I don't know if they always had a 2+ save, but this thing made out of literal pig iron, it's got a 2+ save. But fine, fuck it, whatever. It doesn't look too tough, though. It's only T9, which means it's going to make it very susceptible to things like melter guns. It's only 8 wounds. It might be 2+ save, but its invulnerable save means diddly dick. Like, I'm not too worried about its durability. Obviously, points depending on how much they can be spammed. Maybe that'll be a problem. It can take a lot of different weapons, which is cool, but it does seem like it has got a little bit more limitation on what weapons it can take. So I think before you could give it like 4 guns, and now it only has 2 guns, but you can swap those guns about a bit. The Death Dread does have Dead Hard, attacks at targets unit have -1 damage. I see this as basically a Timu Redemptor Dreadnought. I think this unit has actually... There's probably some orky beef here, because I bet there's a lot of people that built this with a lot of custom weapon options, and I bet a lot of those weapon options have now been invalidated. So I'm not seeing the Death Dread in a great light, to be honest. Gorkanaut and Morkanaut. These things seem pretty good. Again, I don't know what their old stats were, but they're now movement 9, T12, 2 up 6 up on the Gorkanaut, 2 up 5 up on the Morkanaut. To me, that just makes me think I'm going to take the Morkanaut every time. Better invulnerable save, right? Probably. Both got 20 wounds. I mean, they look pretty good. I mean, they're tougher than Knights, guys. They're tougher than Knights. With that T12. So yeah, that is worth noting. In terms of shooting, they've got Deathstorm Mega Shooter, 2 big shooters, Claw of Gork, 2 rocket launchers, Scorcher, and the other one's got the Custom Mega Blaster and Custom Mega Zapper. We already know what a lot of this stuff does, so let's just look at the Deathstorm Mega Shooter. So interestingly, the Deathstorm Mega Shooter still only hits on a 5+. And it's not that great. I mean, Strength 6, AP -1 is fine. I think the big thing with the Deathstorm Mega Shooter is it has a point blank mode. So this thing is within 12 inches. So point blank isn't always 6 inches. Sometimes point blank is actually not that point blank. So within 12 inches, this thing has got fires 3d6 Strength 6 AP -1 shots. So essentially, it's a 3d6 better than a heavy flamer. That's pretty good. Does it get plunging fire? It is towering, so it does get plunging fire. Great point. It is towering. As for its ability, Gut Hatch. Okay, brilliant. Yeah, it's got assault ramps, guys. Yeah. Yeah, we're that could be a thing. So Gorkanaut with 12 transport capacity. You rile it up. Oh no, because it has to make a normal move. Okay, it can't make a. So you. I don't know how good the gut hatch is. Because if you just take a unit of normal orcs, you'll move 6 and then advance probably 4 or 5 inches with the reroll. And then charge. Whereas this thing, it moves 9 and then you have to get out as close as possible. So actually, I'm not so sure about the gut hatch. Big and Stompy means that it does get reroll hit rolls of 1 in close combat. This is actually very relevant because this thing is really good in close combat. It's got cleave 3 with lots of fucking attacks. Strength 18, AP minus 3, damage 6. Yeah, so that's cool. Morkanaut gets big and shooty, so it gets reroll hit rolls of 1. The Mega Zapper. So the Morkanaut's going to hit on 3s because it's towering and it hits on a base ballistic. It's going to 4+ across the board. So as I predicted, the Morkanaut is way better than the Gorkanaut. Like literally, the Morkanaut is just infinitely better. You're going to be hitting on 3s with lots of, powerful weapons. I mean, the Mega Zappers damage 4. Even the rocket launchers are going to be hitting on fucking... Yeah. For me, Morkanaut all the way. It's hitting on 3s, rerolling 1s. It's still no slouch in close combat. Yeah, no doubt there. We've already seen Call to Speed. Rocket Truck Squig Buggies. Sorry for the sideways thing. I'm kind of just looking at what their sawed-off shotgun I don't care about. Squig Launcher. Squiggle Launcher looks very good. So it inbuilt ignores cover, but it doesn't have indirect fire anymore. Interesting. No more indirect fire on the Rocket Truck Squig Buggy. But it does fire D6 plus 6, strength 5, AP minus 1, damage 2 shots. That's a real Marine killer right there. Until Marines become toughness 5, of course. Spiked Ram again, being very good. Oh, that's actually Saw Blades. Its ability is quick barrel during your shooting phase when this unit has shots. Select one enemy unit hit by this unit's squig launcher. That unit is covered in squigs. At the start of your next turn. Until start of your next turn, while unit is covered in squigs, so its attacks have -1 to hit rolls. Oh, very good. So yeah, it's not monster or vehicle. And it's it's both shooting and melee. Okay, yeah, so that's actually I actually think that's really good. Would I take it over the War Buggy? Probably not, though. I do think the War Buggy is better. I've already covered Beast Snaggers. Mega Knobs! Okay, this was the one that we've already seen Mega Knobs, haven't we? Guys, did we already see Mega Knobs? Or was it regular knobs that we saw? I don't know if we actually saw Mega Knobs. I don't think we did, actually, in the preview. So... Mega Knobs, 2-up save. It's only a 5-inch move. They're toughness 6 with a 2+ save, 3 wounds. Each Mega Knob comes with a custom shooter and a Power Claw. Power Claws are hitting on 3s now. So with Gaz, these guys are hitting on 2s. Yeah, these guys are hitting on 2s, whether they're with Gaz or whether they're riled up. So Mega Knobs are hit on 2s in close combat at strength 10, AP minus 2, damage 2. And they can take any number of models can take a kill saw instead. I don't think you would take the kill saw. The kill saw hits a weapon skill 4+, so that could be a problem. It's basically, do you want to hit on a 3+ but be damage 2, or do you want to hit on a 4+ or be damage 3? Personally, I'm thinking I'd rather be hitting on 3s. But maybe with being riled up, it's not so bad. Maybe. I guess if you've got the +1 to hit, you hit on 3s anyway. And then if you encounter someone that reduces damage by 1, the kill saws are much better. Yeah. Animals can have their custom shooter replaced with combi weapon. Any number of models could each have their Power Claw shooter replaced with 1 twin kill saws. Oh my god, you're always going to go for the twin kill saws, aren't you? What does Twin Link do? 4 rerolls to wound, right? Oh my god. Yeah, okay, so no, I completely take back everything I said about the kill saw. Yeah, you always, you can give any number of models twin kill swords. So you give every single Meganob twin kill swords. They're hitting on 3s with 4 rolls to wound. Shit, man. Yeah, that's huge. At flat damage 3, yeah, always go twin kill swords. Also, these guys have inbuilt -1 AP, so they're always on Armor of Contempt, essentially. Commandos, they've got Orc Boy profile. They can take a bunch of weapons that we've basically already seen, like burners and shit. Let's look at their abilities. Found them. Look how many. These guys have got 1, 2, 3, 4 abilities on the commando datasheet. Okay, they're infiltrators and they're stealth. So found them. In your movement phase, you can select one enemy unit within 12 inches unit and has a 3-inch detection range. That's pretty good. Okay, increasing detection range it's okay, although a lot of people are kind of just getting into the faces straight away. I actually don't know how big a deal that is, because I think orcs are going to be getting across the board so quickly. I mean, it's nice. It's good, but I don't know how relevant it is. Orcs are going to be in your face killing you anyway, right? Tactical know-what's in the declared battle set for formation step. You can split this unit into 2 units, each stacked into 5. If you do, select which one will have the bomb squig and which one will have the fandom ability. Wow. Is that new? Is that new, that you can split them down to 2 5-man squads? I think Commando's just got combat squads, guys. Nowhere to hide. This unit's attacks that target a hidden unit have +1 to hit rolls. That's cool. It kind of cancels out cover in many ways. They can always split. Okay, fair enough. And then the bomb squig. I think that looks pretty good. I'm not blown away by the Commandos, but maybe my perception is just being skewed by how good every other data sheet seems to be. War tracks. These things seem pretty fragile. They're probably going to be pretty cheap, which probably means that people will be buying a lot of them, which means there's a reason why GW made these things £42.50. They're very much like the Hippogriff, right? The funny thing is about the War Track is, you know what? Do you know what I'd probably do? I'd buy a bunch of the really old ones from Gorka Morka and stick them on an oval base. I bet you could get those things for dirt cheap, you know? Because they're old as shit, right? So custom shooter, not that big a deal. Multi-burster launcher. The multi-burster launcher is nice. D3 +3 rocket shots, but I'm not seeing anything too impressive about this thing. While you can take 2 in a squad. While each model in this unit is within 3 inches of a friendly speed freak unit, this unit has lone op. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, no, that's pretty good. So do you get both? Oh, you don't have to pick. Of course. You don't pick. You're getting the rockets and the custom shooter. Of course you are. Right. So basically, this thing is going to have lone operative. Wow. Okie dokie. Wait, are these things speed freaks? Wait. Oh, no, okay. I thought it gave itself lone op, and I was like, but no, they've War Tracks don't give War Tracks lone op. Okay, fine. Buster, when you're shooting phase as shots, select one enemy unit hit by those attacks. That unit's busted. Until then, the turn, friendly speed units against that target busted unit have lethal hits. Oh, joy! Oh, joy! So, yeah, I think speed freaks are looking really good, guys. Because the war, they're giving orcs army-wide lethal hits in some capacity, aren't they? Yeah. We'll get that. If you went full speed freaks, you could essentially get your army a lot of fucking lethal hits. You can get a lot of lethal hits. Hey, that's going to be good with those rivet cannons, isn't it? That's going to be good with those. Yeah. That's going to be good with those rivet cannons and other weapons. Big Mech Daka rig. Blitzer cannon. Ignores cover with Blitzer skill 4+, of course, because orcs are just BS 4+ now, guys. Orcs and Tau hit just as good as each other. 8 shot, strength 7, AP -2, damage 2. That's pretty good. Multi-burster launcher. 6 of the multi-burst launcher also ignores cover. Why? Don't know. Even more DACers use round up. This unit's range attacks have sustained hits 1. Of course they do. We need more sustained hits. Blitz dem gets. In your shooting phase, this unit's blitzer cannon weapon targets a unit, excluding monster vehicle units. That weapon has +6 attacks. Oh, of course. Oh, so actually, the Big Mac Daca rig is putting out 20 shots which ignore cover with lethal hits with sustained hits. Of course. Of course. Brilliant. Of course. Why not? Lethal and sustained. Brilliant. Of course. I mean, why would it be anything else? Why would it be anything else? All right. What have we got next? Some of these are going to be sideways. I do apologize. So, Squig Hog Boys. Movement 10, T6, 4+ save, 6 vulnerable save, 3 wounds and 4 wounds. I mean, that looks pretty similar to how it was. Weren't the Squig Hog Boys always 3 wounds and 4 wounds? To me, that looks pretty Squig Hog Boy. Tell me if there's anything that's sort of gone wrong here. In terms of attacks, everyone is equipped with everything. So the range weapons, I don't care about the shiv. I don't know why the saddle gets shiv as a ranged weapon. Surely a shiv would be a shooty weapon, but it would be a close combat weapon, but whatever. Slugger, sticker. Yeah, I don't really care about any of that. I mean, there's some interesting stuff here, but I don't really care about a lot of it. Big Chopper. And to the Big Chopper is now anti-monster / vehicle 4+ with cleave 2. That's pretty fucking good. Because it's a Big Chopper that beast snags are running, so it gets anti-monster. That's really good. There are literally 4 attacks per guy with that thing. You got the sticker as well, but that's not got extra attacks. So I don't really know why you'd ever go for the sticker over the Big Chopper. Maybe not everyone gets a Big Chopper, that's why. Okay. Only the knob gets the Big Chopper. Everyone else just gets the sticker. Okay, that's why you'd do it. Yeah, fair. Still pretty good. Anti-monster vehicle 4+. That's pretty good. You can take 2 knobs. You can take a lot. You can take a lot in a unit. Fair play. Yeah, big squads. Bomb Squig. We already know what those do. Mortal wounds. Brutal impact. This unit made a charge move. This turn, this unit had +1 damage. That seems very good. They've lost a pip of toughness. Okay, interesting. But when they charge, they get +1 damage. That seems really good on a bunch of anti-monster vehicle 4+ units. That seems really fucking good. I mean, that's damage 3 across the board. And to be clear, the +1 damage is against any unit. So they get the lethal hits, not lethal hits. They get the anti-monster vehicle stuff, obviously against vehicles and monsters, but they get the +1 damage all the time. Yeah, cool. Now the big question is do they have any dev wounds, guys? Do they have any dev wounds? War Boss and Mega Armor. We're looking at T7, 2 up, 5 up. I'm kind of just looking at his abilities, to be honest. I've got to turn my head like this, sorry. Crushing impetus. When this unit ends a charge move, you can select one enemy unit engaged with this unit. If you do, roll a d6 for each one of this unit engaged. For each, on a 3+, that enemy unit suffers 1 mortal wound. I mean, that seems pretty good. Charges in, does a bunch of mortal wounds. Intimidating motivation. Once per battle per army. In your movement phase, at the start of, or the end of the turn, you can remove a battle shock or be riled up. Okay, so basically, right, they're like mini Nazdregs. They're like mini Nazdregs. Do you want to know the big thing for me on this one, though? He's going to have mental cleave attacks, right? Yeah, he's going to... Yeah, okay. I don't give a shit about any of his stats and abilities. I'm sure they're great. Do you want to know the big thing for me? He has the boss. So you know that last final bit of cope that people were like, well, it'll only be Gazgul and Nazdreg that get the boss? You are fucking wrong. So basically, orcs, as an army rule, if they take a war boss of any kind, get +1 command points. So we have to take Lord Solar Leontus, they just get an extra command point. Yeah. So orcs are going to have a lot of fucking command points rocking around. That's actually probably one of the biggest things we've looked at so far. That's huge. Big Mech got the custom Mega Blaster. It looks like the Big Mech now... Oh, no, the Big Mech same as before, right? I'm thinking I'm getting the Big Mech and the Mech mixed up. Let's look at the... what his weapon does. So, Tractor Blaster, Anti-Fly 2+, Strength 6, 8-2, Damage D3 plus 3. That's pretty good. Custom Mega Blaster, 3 shots, Strength 9, 8-2, Damage 3. I think the big thing is all these weapons is they're all fucking Damage 3 and everyone's hitting on a 4+. Yeah. More Daka. This unit's range attacks have ignores cover if this unit is riled up sustained hits. Oh, joy. Put a big mech in a unit, guys. Put a big mech in a unit. And you don't have to pick, by the way. You get ignores cover and sustained hits. Oh, that's good. Yeah. So you know how people were saying, oh, they've given orcs ballistic skill 4+ to help counter cover, which in its own way is a complete admission of the cover system being fucked up, but let's not get into that. Yeah, no. Orcs are just hitting on force now. They're ignoring cover and just hitting on base ballistic skill 4+. Cool. Yep. Cool. Good. Shock booster in your movement phase. When this unit is selected to make an advanced move, you can use the ability if you do so. This unit can change that advanced roll to a 6. Oh, joy. So auto advanced 6s. That's good. This unit can move through all types of model. Oh, excellent. And when this unit ends that advanced move, make a hazardous roll for each model in this unit. I don't give a shit. That's fine. So yeah, I mean, it looks like you're going to have a bunch of... I mean, what can these guys lead? Can they lead like tank busters and stuff? Because it looks like you're going to have a bunch of tank busters with ignores cover, sustained hits 1, auto advance 6s. Yeah. Okay, yeah, big. So I feel like I'm saying this a lot. Big Macs look pretty good. New War Bikers. Toughness 6. That's pretty tough. 4+ save, 3 wounds. So War Bikers. It seems like War Bikers and Knob Bikers have been merged together. So now War Bikers have got 3 wounds. That's 2 more wounds than your standard boy. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Okay. I don't know. I thought War Bikers used to have 2 wounds. So I'm presuming, unless I've got this wrong, I'm presuming they've added an extra wound on to the War Bikers. Interesting. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. Please do. Everyone comes with a custom chopper and a dual combi rocket. Sorry, no, the Knob comes with that. And every Warbiker comes with a chopper and a dual Daka gun. So combi rocket, I think, is fairly standard. What's the Daka gun? Assault, lethal hits. Non-vehicle monster, 6 shots, strength 5. Okay, so you know what? The War Bikers, they look like they were going to be real tasty with that detachment. But I'm not seeing a lot in the way of actual Daka from them. Yeah. Yeah. There's no AP. The thing that I'm looking at is there's no AP. High speed carnage. If you made a charge move, they get +1 strength and damage. Oh, okay. I see my mistake. Yeah, no, War Bikers aren't a shooting unit, guys. I see my mistake. Yeah, no, these War Bikers are... every War Biker is going to be Strength 6, AP -1, 2 damage. And the Knob is going to be Strength 6, AP -2, 3 damage. Oh, okay. Yeah, so no, they are cracked. They're just going for close combat. Brilliant. Okay, cool. Good to know. We've got Breaker Boys. I can't actually see these guys very well. Breaker Boys. They look like... What's their ability? I'm going to focus on that. Bomb Squigs. and trophy hunters. Okay, so breaker boys get +1 to the charge rolls. That's pretty good. That'll help. That means they can't fail they can't ever fail on the double one. And just generally having +1 to the charge rolls is going to be very helpful. So they're going to move, advance with the reroll, and then charge with +1. That seems pretty good. Each one comes with a smasher hammer. And the smasher hammer looks really, really fucking good. Okay. So, yeah, these guys are actually pretty tasty. Mech guns. Madcap artillery. If you're shooting with this gun... in your shooting phase, when this unit has shot, if all wage weapons equipped by each mech gun in this unit are the same, select one enemy hit by those attacks. That enemy unit has the ability below that matches that weapon name until the start of the next thing. Okay, so I thought they were going to merge all the weapons together, but they haven't. So Bubble Chucker, they're wobbled. They don't get the benefit of cover. That's really good. Mega Cannon, they're zapped. Mouse on leadership, don't care about that. Smasher Gun, they're smashed. -2 movement. Wow, that's really good. So that's like basilisks. Tractor Cannon. And it stops units from being able to fly. I think the mech guns, I actually think the mech guns look really good, you know. Yeah, I think the mech guns do look really good. Which one would I go for looking at these? I mean, I think I'm going for the smasher guns, boys. I think I'm going for the smasher guns because movement wins games. And the smasher gun fires 4 shots, ballistic skill 4+, strength 3, AP -3, damage 3. That's a fucking phenomenal mid-range profile. Yeah, friendship with bubble gun ended. Friendship with smasher gun begun. There we are. I don't think I could see... Oh, there were tank busters. We've already seen tank busters, so that's okay. Flash kits! Here we go. This is the big one. Snaz guns. So flash kits still hitting a BS of 4+. Oh, interesting. Snaz guns have had an absolutely horrific glow up. So you've got 3 different firing modes for the Snaz gun now. One of them is a melter gun that is strength 9, AP -3, D3 +2 damage in melter range. That becomes D3 +4 damage. That's pretty good. The Daka version has lethal hits and sustained hits. Strength 6, AP -1, damage 2. Pretty standard. And the kill shot fires 2 shots, strength 8, AP -2, damage 2. I mean, the hazardous is kind of a pisser, but when you've got 3 wounds, hazardous isn't even a thing, is it? You just don't care. Yeah, I'm loving the... I mean, I personally, I feel like I'm loving the kill shot mode. Kill shot seems to be like the best intermediate mode. But yeah. Finest keepers, in your shooting phase, if any of the following, apply this unit's range attacks of +1 AP. The unit is within range of an objective. The target of that attack is within range of objective. Oh, brilliant. Okay. So either you're on an objective and the objectives are fucking massive, or the enemy's on an objective. Right. Yeah, okay. So all of these guns are now more AP. Right. Yeah, cool. Cool. Interesting. That seems really good. So that might actually mean I go for the Daka version a bit more, because if I'm AP -2 on that Daka gun, depending on what I'm shooting at, that seems really tasty. Yeah. Yeah, flash kits definitely seem pretty flashy. Okay. We've got the detachments here. And we've got the trucks. And then I'm just going to see what else we've got to go through. Okay, there's not much more. There's literally the detachments and 3 other data sheets, and then we're done. So we'll just rattle through that and take a quick look. So, the big hunt. The hunt is on. Friendly beast stagger units that target monster vehicle units of extra AP. Brilliant. Of course. Right. Yeah. So now they're all anti-monster, anti-vehicle with extra AP. Yeah, of course. That looks really good. Glory Hog. When this unit is selected to make a fallback move, it does not prevent this unit from being able to... Okay, fallback and charge. It came from the drops. Beast Boss and Squigosaur. +1 toughness. Okay, so that's what, like a toughness 8 Beast Boss? Nice. Stratagem. Where do you think you're going? When your opponent's movement phase... when they try and fall back... When an enemy unit engaged with your unit is selected to make a fallback move, that enemy unit must use Desperate Escape. If that enemy unit is a monster or vehicle, that enemy unit must make 3 additional hazardous rolls for each Beast Stagger unit is it engaged with -1 from those hazardous if that enemy unit is battle shocked. Wow. Yeah, okay, that's really good. That's actually really good. I think they're probably going to kill anything they get into combat with, but if anything does happen to survive, that is really good. Yeah. Going into action. Do each opponent's shooting phase. Any Beast Snagger unit. Surge move. That's very tasty. Instinctive Hunters. End of your opponent's fight phase. 1 friendly unengaged Beast Snagger unit. Okay, uppy downy. So yeah, the big hunt looks amazing. Mortal the shit out of them when they try and escape. Surge move and uppy downy. Okay. Then we've got Madcap Mechs. Unpredictable Genius in your shooting phase when all the friendly Big Mech guns, Morkanaut, Warboss. Sorry, Wasbomb Blaster Jet. Units range attacks. Target of unit. Roll 1d6 on a 1. That's weird. The target unit gets a 4% vulnerable save. Hop Splat. Select one of the enemy within 3 inches of that target. This will do more wounds. That's good. Seekers. Those attacks have +1 to hit. Amazing. Lifted. No benefit of cover. Runtified. -1 toughness. Okay, that's actually really fun. I like that. And the invulnerable save thing, it's unlikely. Yeah, it's not that bad. And then Vindictive Artillerists. So Stratagem. Mech Guns. And you can have lethal hits or sustained hits. Or you go hazardous and have lethal and sustained hits. Always go for the hazardous, right? Always.
Forward, you dogs!
And then we've got Mechwar Mastermind. Big Mech only. This unit is riled up. Amazing. Temperamental Shocker. It's on a only in your shooting phase when this model set to shoot. You can do one. You can roll 1d6 on a 1. This model takes on a 1. This model shock attack gun weapon has torrent, and when this unit has shot, this model is destroyed. Oh no, you're not going to take that. On a 2 to 5, shock attack gun has +1 attack. On a 6, has sustained hits 2. Nah, that's a bag of shit. Enhanced Runtmore. While enemy unit infested with Snotlings, that unit has -1 each of rolls. I mean, that's okay. That's alright. Okay, what next? Brute Bosses. Ardous Nails. When a friendly Warboss model is destroyed, this unit has not been selected to fight. This unit sorry. When a friendly Warboss model is destroyed, if this unit has not been selected to fight this fight phase, roll a d6. +1 if your unit is riled up. On a 3+, this Warboss model from this Warboss model from the battlefield, when this unit has 4 or at the end of the phase, this model is removed from the battlefield. So, okay. I don't really get it. Basically, if you're riled up, Warbosses have got fight on death on a 2+. Okay, brilliant. That's what I'm reading here. Surly as a Squigoth. Once per battle. At the end of the phase in which model is destroyed, roll a d6 or 2+. This model gets back up. Okay, cool. With 3 wounds. Brutal Cunning. Warboss model only. This model's melee attacks +1 damage. That's amazing. That'll be an auto include. Blitz Boss. Warboss model only. A transport unit. Excluding walker units. This unit is embarked within +2 movement, 5+4. That's great. Shit, man. That's really good. Zooming across that battlefield. Popakili. This model can reroll hit rolls of 1. Margog's Thinking Cap. At the end of your opponent's movement phase, if this unit is unengaged, this unit can make a normal move up to d6. That's really good. If it's riled up, you can reroll that d6. That's really good. Yeah, you just that's fucking amazing. So you push forward turn 1, and then you stage, and then at the end of the opponent's turn 1, you go, okay, I'm going to Thinking Cap forward. Yeah, that's amazing. Okay. And then Gobshot Thunderburst. It's a cool weapon. Yeah, it's a cool weapon. All right, Whirband. This is for the Psychers. Friendly Hot Psychers. Model, psychic attacks of +1 strength, +1 strength at every 5 balls unit. I mean, that's going to be pretty tasty. But it's very limited, isn't it? Roar of Mork. Power level 1. In your movement phase, if this unit is not battle shocked, you can make a psychic roll for this unit. Rolling 1d6 if you do. On a 1, this unit is battle shocked. Select one. On a 2+, select one enemy unit within 12 inches. That unit makes a battle shock roll with -1 for that battle shock. That's a bag of shit. So Roar of Mork is a bag of shit. And then Visions of Violence. Power level 1. At the start of your fight phase, this model is not battle shocked. You can make a psychic roll for this unit by rolling 1d6 on a 1 that is battle shocked. Those are shit. Okay, I think those are terrible. I think those are terrible. So you've got enhancements, the crunch, it's a psychic shooting attack. That's pretty nice. These are all the psychic shooting attacks. Okay. What's Warp Head? Psychic model only. This model has psychic level 2. So you can reroll psychic rolls. Yeah, okay. Basically, the psychic power thing is a real miss. Right? It's a real miss. Yeah. All right, last bits, guys, then we're done. We've already seen the truck. Let's look at the battle wagon. Terminus 11, 3 up, 6 up, 16 wounds. That looks fine. It gets big shooters. What does it get? Model could be equipped with 1 wrecking ball, 4 big shooters, and 1 grabber claw. Yeah, they don't look all that different. Mobile fortress, -1 damage. The battle wagon doesn't look that. I mean, the battle wagon looks fine. It's just a bit underwhelming that basically it's just exactly the same. It feels exactly the same as it was. I guess the -1 damage is kind of nice, but yeah, I'm not blown away by that. Let's look at the gun wagon instead. So the battle wagon and the gun wagon, I think the gun wagon's something new, isn't it? I think they've separated them. So I think you could get like 6 battle wagons then, technically, if you wanted to. And the gun wagon's still a transport. It doesn't have firing deck. Now, the gun wagon, all of the guns do hit on 4+s, which matters. And it comes with 1 cannon, but you can swap the cannon out for a kill cannon or a zap gun. Cannon is basically a battle cannon, but with only 2 shots. Okay. Kill cannon. Nah. Lobber. Zap gun. I'd probably go for the zap gun, but honestly, none of those feel that great. Mobile arsenal in your shooting phase. This unit's ranged attacks can reroll hit rolls of 1. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not feeling the battle wagon or the gun wagon. And then let me just see if there's anything else here. Okay, we do have a handful more data sheets, then we're done. So Weird Boy, he can still use to jump, which is exactly the same as it was, which is good. And Warpath allows you to reroll rolls of 1. Units melee attacks of psychic. I don't know if that really matters all that much. War energy. This model has the psychic ability. This one's psychic ability. Nah. Weird Boy looks like a bag of shit. Boss Snickrot. Cunning Infiltrator. At the end of your opponent's fight phase, if this model used in it is hidden and engaged, you can put it back reserves. Uppy Downy. Death from the Shadows. First battle round onwards, at the end of your opponent's movement phase, if this model is in strategic reserves, it can make an ingress move. Oh, so it can ingress for free. Is he a leader? He is a leader. Okay, so Snickrot plus Commandos could be interesting. I'm not being blown away by either of these, though. Banner Knob. I think we've basically seen the Banner Knob already. +1 to charge rolls. Very nice. Big Boss. Something to prove. This unit's melee attacks are +1 to hit. Wow. Okay, the Banner Knob is okay with +1 to charge. Well, it's very nice +1 to charge rolls. But the Big Boss giving you +1 to hit rolls? Fuck, man. Orc Boy's hitting on 2s for days. Shit, man. That's very good. And then last but not least, we've got the new War Boss. And I find it up to fucking crick my neck. All right. Let's have a look here. War Boss, top to 6. 4 up, 5 up, 6 wounds. The war boss has the boss as well, so he's getting the extra command points. Amazing. And as for his ability, as for his weapons, it's very similar to what we saw with Armageddon datasheet. Boss ammo run. In the shooting phase, where this unit is selected to shoot, you can use the ability to do so, +1 to hit rolls. I mean, that's amazing. That is amazing. So the boss's ammo run gives him and the unit he's leading +1 to hit rolls. And how many orc units are hitting on 4s these days? Shit. Power Claw Strength 12. That's a good... Yeah. Shit, man. I think that orcs are going to be hitting on 3s. On all relevant orc shooting units, they're going to be hitting on 3s. That's huge. That's huge. Might is right. If this unit made a charge move this turn, this model's melee attacks are +3 attacks, +2 strength. Fuck, that makes a strength 14 chopper with 9 attacks. Power Claw, 9 attacks. Woo-hoo-hoo. And then he has intimidating motivation where he can unbattle shock a unit and rile them up. There you are. And that is it, boys. That is it. I think that covers pretty much everything. And you want my very, very quick hot take? I think the Orc Codex looks really, really, really fucking overpowered. I think every single unit looked ridiculously overtuned. Everyone's like, we want K47. We'll get to the K47 in literally 1 minute, okay? I think every single Orc unit, but I mean, the Battle Wagon was actually a really good data sheet. It just looked mid in comparison to everything else. Other than that, every data sheet looked over the top. Holy shit. But, of course, all of this is just like my opinion, man. Let me know what you guys think down in the comment section below. All right. We're going to get to the bloody K47 now. Give me 1 second just to message Evan, okay? I'll just give you 1 second to message Evan. If you haven't, make a stream highlight and have it go out ASAP. It will count as a bonus video for you as well. All right. Let me get you the timestamp. Let me get the timestamp, boys, and then Evan's all covered, and then we're all covered. There you are. Chat is out of control. Come on, guys. If I'm the first person to leak the Orc Codex, like, I think that is a semi-legitimate. That is a semi-legitimate reason to be fucking 5 minutes late on K47. K67. All right, let me have a quick look here. We're getting it. Look, all of the first video morning. Quickly go to the Leaguers chat riots. All right, let me find it for you right now. Fuck's sake. I'm absolutely... Do you guys know how difficult it was to try and do that video? I could see chat going absolutely ape. It was very... You almost distracted me, boys. I'm almost there. I've almost found it. I've got it. Give me a second. There we go. One minute. Whole thing looks utterly broken. Link to the stream. Timestamp we're looking at. Oh shit. Why do you do this to me, YouTube? I actually can't figure out what the timestamp is. Actually, yes, I can. Okay. Oh, shit. I can't find it, boys. I can't figure it out because YouTube's doing it in a stupid fucky way. Oh, you fucking little bitch, YouTube. I think it's. I'll tell you what I can. Let me do this. I'm going as quickly as I can, boys. 56:24. It's not that. It's minus 56. So, I'm trying, boys. I'm going as quickly as I can. You distracted me. Give me a second. Right. What is 3 hours 18 minus 56? That's going to be 2 hours and 14 minutes, right? Into the stream. Okay. And then when did I finish doing it? And it's going to be about 3:10. 03 10 00, roughly, where I say leave your comments down below. So, sorry I can't give you the exact time stamp. YouTube was being an ass. Okay, and I'm going to send that to Evan now, and then we are done. Okay. There you go. All right. Done. Right. We're done. 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 Right. I apologize for being a little late, but it wouldn't be a Morning Glory stream if I wasn't a little late. We have a handful of super chats to catch up on, and then it's all about the K47. So, we've got White Monster Lover. Thank you for the super chat, man. Can you look at my list in stream? In stream discussion, I can. Let me have a look. Okay. 100... Chat's going to lose their shit. It's more 40k. 106 Guards Airborne Division. 2,000 points. British Strike and Steel Hammer. Baneblade with Battalion Commander. Cadian Command Squad, Lord Sol Leontus, Storm Sword, Tech Priest, Tech Priest, Tech Priest, Cadian Shock Troops, Hellhound, Shadow Sword, Aquilans. Okay. My honest review is you don't need Lord Sol Leontus and a Battalion Commander, and you don't need 3 Super Heavies. If it was me, I'd drop the Lord Solar, I'd drop one of the Super Heavies, I'd just have the Baneblade be the Battalion Commander, I'd drop one of the Tech Priests, of course, and then I would basically put the rest of the point, and then I wouldn't bother the Aquilans. So basically what I'm talking about is take 2 Super Heavies, 1 Battalion Commander, take 2 Tech Priests, and put all of your rest of your points into Pesticide Blobs. That's it. If you want to do that, if you want to run that kind of list, that's the way to do it. All right? Hope that helps, man. Sorry for the rapid fire review, but I'm not rushing it. That is a full fat review just done quickly. All right? There you are. We've got David D. Davidson coming in with the Conflict 47 chat. Thank you so much for the generous support. And thank you so much for the 50 gifted memberships, baby. Oh my God. David's like, skip mine. I'm not skipping it. I will just do it quickly. Thank you. Everyone in chat right now, spam your favorite Conflict 47 emoji if you are a channel member, or if you're not a channel member, spam Banzai in the chat, or if you prefer the American side, spam Freedom in the chat, and let's all show our appreciation to David for a fucking $20 super chat and 50 fucking channel memberships. David, you said skip. I ain't skipping it. No matter what you think, I ain't skipping it, all right? Ignore chat, right? The degenerate bastards, anyway, okay? I'm going to say thank you to you because you deserve the fucking thank you from the tip of my toes to my big rubbery nose. Thank you very fucking much. There you are. Thank you very much, man. I apologize for it being quick, but no, I do genuinely really, really fucking appreciate it. Thank you very much. You're an absolute fucking hero, man. All right. Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat. Whoever showed us the 40k leaks, we demand a lifelong ban. Fuck's sake. All right. Kerensky, thank you for the 7 months. Rules question. Does flexible command get reduced by Creed? If it's a stratagem, then yes. Is that the one where you can... infantry officers can order squadron units and regiment, and vehicle officers can do regiment and squadron? If you use it on Creed's unit, or a regiment unit within 12 inches of Creed that has an officer in it, then yes. The short answer is yes. Okay, there you are. And then last but not least, so Jamie, thank you so much, super chat, with the blue balls. No more blue balls. No more blue balls. Gentlemen, there is now nothing standing between us and the rift. And I do want to say, I apologize for overrunning slightly. And I do want to say thank you for your patience. I know that tonight is obviously the Conflict 47 stream, but I hope you can understand that when I am potentially the first person who gets to leak something, I do like to add that badge to my brassard, because I will count this now as the 4th codex that I have successfully managed to leak. 2 Imperial Guard ones, 1 Imperial Agent one, and 5th, 1 Eldar one, and 1 Orc one. So I want to, if it adds more badges to the GW Beef brassard. There you are. All right. Okay, so what do you want to know about first? What do you want to know about first? I'm guessing do you want the new units, or do you want the new platoon first? You're getting Japan. Do you want the new units or do you want the new platoon? Platoon will give us context for the units. Okay, we'll do that. The platoon is quite quick, so we'll go through it. I can't show it off exactly on screen because Warlord have asked, not to show everything. And well, let me just double check. Did they actually ask for that this time? Technically, they didn't actually say only use snippets this time. So fuck it, boys. They didn't tell me I could only use snippets. So do you know what that means? Boom, bitch. Take a look. Screen cap the shit out of it. There you are. There you go. There you go. That's called a snippet. All right. So the new platoon is a ghost infiltration platoon. Now, obviously, a lot of this has been previewed by Warlord already. But I'm going to give you the full details. So the mandatory units for the Ghost Infiltration Platoon. Well, the first thing, you could take it instead of an Assault Platoon. Just like all the other Specialist Platoons. So you don't have to take this and an Assault Platoon. This can be your Assault Platoon. Then it unlocks a bunch of other stuff, right? The next thing is the mandatory units. So the first one is a Ghost Infiltration Platoon Commander. So we now, like we've had the Totem Rock Commander, a Firefly Commander, an Automated Commander. I think some people were able to kind of figure this one out. We now have the Ghost Infiltration Platoon Commander. And it has actually a couple of really, really cool, unique things going on with him. And we'll see that when we get to him. You then also need to take 2 Ghost Attack Squads. And those are the normal ones with the guns. Okay. And you do have to take 1 special type Onryo Assault Walker. Now, obviously, that's a little bit of a pisser because the Onryo has been delayed. Warlord officially announced it. I know it's been delayed for a little while, but Warlord officially announced it. It's going to be delayed until November. I think November is when it's going on pre-order. So it's not going to be released until the end of the year kind of thing. But what Warlord did say in their article was like, they said, we're sorry it's delayed, but they've released the rules and they said, feel free to kit bash it. So, and I spoke to Warlord today about this and I was like, I'm planning on just using like an Inigo. And they were like, yeah, if you just want to use an Inigo as account size, that's fine. Yeah. Now, if you want to, I had a really cool idea for an Inigo conversion into a Ghost Mech. So I thought one way you could do it is if you don't put the missile gun or the anti-tank gun on top, the nipple guns that stick out of the front of it. What you could do is you could actually get the Locust Mech for the Axis. Because remember that the Axis did send a bunch of Locust Mechs to the Japanese before the alliance kind of broke down. So you could take a Locust Mech, put the machine gun, not put any guns on top of it, put the machine guns in the front of it. That's your 2 heavy machine guns right there. And then the Locust Mech is actually, the little hands it's got like the claws. Put a sword in there. Put a sword in one of those because you could twist them around so it's holding a sword. And that could be a very early iteration of the Ghost Mech. The idea being that the first Onryos that they tried to make, they used a bunch of the spare Locust Mechs that they had, and the first Onryos were converted Locust Mechs. And when they found out like this was good, but they needed like a proper design for it, or maybe when the alliance broke down, they were like, well, we can't get any more of these Locust Mechs, so we can't rely on this as like logistically as part of the supply chain. That's when they decided to make their own. So yeah, couple of ways you could do it. You could do it either just use an Inigo, or you could take a Locust Mech and, paint it up in Japanese colors and give it a sword in one of its hands. Right. Either way. Or you could always, not put the nipple guns in. If you wanted to go for the crush cannons, not put the nipple guns in, and on the top gun on top, convert it to be a crush cannon of some kind. There's loads of There's loads of ways you could convert it. But the point is that you can... They're releasing... They're not releasing the model yet, but the rules are coming out, so you can use the platoon. So, you know, kind of in a funny sort of way, I'm going to say good guy warlord. Because they very easily could have gone, well, we're just going to not give you the rules for the Onryo. But instead they've gone, well, no, it's our fuck up that it's been delayed. So once again, you know, Warlord has... When Warlord has fucked up, they've taken the hit and they've made sure the community doesn't miss out. And I really think that deserves a lot of credit. I'm not just ball washing. I really think that deserves a lot of credit. I do. So, yeah. Once again, Warlord, it's not about not making mistakes. It's about how you're handling your mistakes. And for me, I think this is a big part of that. So you have to take 1 infiltration platoon commander, 2 ghost attack squads, 1 Onryo. Now the optional units, this thing is super fucking generous with optional units. You can take up to 3 more ghost attack squads. That's in total. You can take 5 ghost attack squads. And you can take 2 of the Shadow Warrior squads as well. So you could take 7 fucking infantry squads in this unit. And when you see the infiltration platoon commander, it's actually more like 8. And then you can take 2 more Onryos as well. So you can take up to 8 units, 8 infantry units, and 3 walkers in this unit. So that's really cool. So it's a very, it's big. Yeah, in a platoon, yeah, it's big. Yeah. Now, one interesting thing is you can also take Kimuru Tadaki, who's the ghost, who's the guy who fell into the rift. But interestingly, you can't take him instead of the platoon commander. So he's like B for Bertie. You know how like B for Bertie, he can't lead the platoon. Kimuru can't lead the platoon. So you're always going to have at least 1 infiltration platoon commander if you're taking this platoon. So you can still take him as part of it, which is good, but he's a little different to like Roberta Wells and Von Zogling in that manner. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Now, the big thing is obviously the special rules. Now, Warlord did reveal one of the special rules here, which was once per game, a Ghost Infiltration Platoon commander may make use of its Bon Adori, that's Spirit Walk, activist enhancement before executing an advanced run or fire order rather than after. A Ghost Infiltration Platoon commander may use its snap to action ability as part of the same order. If any Ghost attack squads are assigned advanced run or fire orders this way, they may also make use of their Spirit Walk activist enhancement before they execute the order rather than after. So this is huge. This is massive. So you could potentially take 3 squads, the Commander squad and 2 of the Ghost Warrior squads, and go snap to action. You could be hidden behind cover, and you could go Banzai into the rift, teleport from behind cover, and then start getting angles on people and shooting them. It's really, really, really fucking good. It's really, 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 really fucking good. The fact that you can do it on a snap too, huge. Huge. And you got to think, like, also, the Ghost Walk ability's changed to you have to be at least 6 inches away. Now, that means you can get to point blank. Because it doesn't say over 6 inches away. You have to be at least 6 inches away. And point blank is when you are within 6 inches. So that means you could Ghost Walk 2 units of warriors and get them within point blank of the enemy. Now, it's going to be a little tricky because obviously you're going to be right on the fucking line of point blank. So if you take a big squad, it might be some will be in point blank, some of them won't. But yeah, you can absolutely, like, you can jump and shoot. And then also, or you could use Panzerfaust. You could drum a Panzerfaust. So yeah. So that's pretty good. So dude, are you saying you can't because you don't want me to? or you can't because you don't think it works rules as written. Because we actually have covered this a bit already in the previous stream, and we checked the rule book and everything, and you can, it's a distinct difference between sort of, trust me, honestly, trust me, it works. This is going to be, there's one of the things where, trust me, we already looked through the rule book to determine this, and point blank is, are you within 6 inches? And the new Spirit Walk says you have to be 6 inches or more away. So you are within point blank. Yeah. You are within point blank if you do it. But remember, it's only once per game. You will count as moving, and crush weapons and stuff don't ignore cover. Yeah. Yeah. So it's and it's one and think about it this way, guys. It's one of the big issues with the crush rifles is that you haven't been able to get them into point blank very easily. So I absolutely believe this is as intended. I can absolutely believe this is as intended. So yeah, basically, I mean, if you're going to be doing this, it's a potentially very risky maneuver, right? Now, here's the thing. You can do this with your platoon commander as well, but you may not want to. Whilst this platoon's Ghost Infiltration platoon commander remains in play, Ghost Attack squads, Shadow Warrior squads, and Onryo Assault Walkers from the same platoon add +1 modifier to any morale test they make while using their active Rift enhancements. Note that a Ghost Infiltration platoon commander in reserve is not considered to be in play. So, yeah, you only fall into the Rift on a 6/6 now. Yes! Because remember, Fanatic means you ignore all pins for morale checks. So, it's only on a foobar do you go and die. Yeah, baby! So, yeah, you might want to go Banzai and send your platoon commander and 2 other squads into the Rift early on, try and do some kind of alpha strike, but I don't think that you'll want to do that. I think what you'll probably do is, and this is sort of, this is where I think it balances out your concerns before. I think what you'll typically just do it with 2 squads. You'll just snap two squads and send them forward. And again, like I said, I don't think it's going to, I think you're only going to realistically, even if you do it with 2 squads, I think realistically you're probably only going to get about 10 guys into range. Basically 2 5-man squads. Because anything after that, you're really going to struggle to get them into, point blank of the relevant unit that you're going for. And remember, you can't split fire in K-47 unless it's anti-tank launchers. Right? So, yeah. If I delete a flank, why do it do? I don't think you're going to delete a flank. I think realistically, you're going to get, 10 or 11 models into point blank. And it's a bunch of Pen 1 crush rifles. Right? So it's a bunch of Pen 1. It's really not that bad. And the anti-tank weapons, you got to think, anti-tank weapons, they're half pen against vehicles and against walkers and power armor. So yeah, I really don't think it's, I think what you've got to remember is the Japanese were kind of down here. And all this is really doing is putting this up here. The big question is this more ridiculous than just a standard gravity pulse in any Axis army? With it, just going, oh yeah, I'm just going to go bang and just hit you like 15 times. No. Is it any more insane than like a rail cannon? No. Is this more insane than Fireflies being able to deep strike 1 inch away from you? No. When you actually think about it, this isn't ridiculous. It just brings the Japanese up to everybody else's level. And all of those other things are totally fine. So this is totally fine. Yeah. Yeah, the Japanese, it's just mildly powerful. Yeah. Yeah. The Fireflies, I can shoot. You can shoot these guys if you're on ambush. It specifies if you're on ambush, you can react to the Spirit Walk on ambush. So yeah, you can. You can still shoot them. The Fireflies, you often only really get to shoot if you're on ambush because you only get the free shooting against them if you haven't done an odd dice already. Yeah. So I really like these two special rules. I think that typically you're going to yeet forward a couple of 5-man squads. And then once you're out there, you're exposed. And then I also think that I think the +1 to not dying on the rift is really good. Yeah. So I like the Ghost Infiltration Platoon. I really, really like it. I will be running it in tomorrow's game. And you will be rest assured I will give you a thorough testing. A thorough testing indeed, sir. So that's the platoon. For me, it gets a solid 10 out of 10. So the big question is, the next big question is what unit do you want to learn about first? Do you want to learn about Tadaki? In fact, no, we'll work from bottom to top, sort of up the totem pole. Okay. So the first one that I want to talk about is, or do we do a poll? We'll do a poll. We'll let's be mildly good at this thing I call live streaming, and let's see what people wanna do. So, what unit do you want to learn about first? Special character. Onryo. Ghost. Warriors. Ghost. Commander. There you go. There you are. You guys can decide what we talk about first. This poll might take 30 minutes. It's not. It's a little flash poll. Little flash poll. Looks like the Onryo is winning at the moment, but a lot. Ooh, Tadaki is coming into it. Oh, it's close. Vote, you bastards. Vote, you bastards. The Onryo is winning at the moment. 39% to the Onryo. 30% to Tadaki. Dude, I'm going to strangle someone who doesn't vote Onryo. If you want to upset Cyrillic dude, don't vote for the Onryo. Yeah. I think the Onryo has this. I think it probably has it as well. Oh, Macon. Yes, the stickers. I do apologize. That I know you guys were fucking hell. Oh my god. So Cosmic did a slack-jawed idiot sticker. That's for me. And a banana in a peach sticker. So Cosmic, thank you for those three. And then Macon did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 poo stickers. Thank you for all the poo. That's amazing, man. Fucking hell. You deserve every single one of them. I do. Do you know what's going to be funny, mate? I don't know if I turn the desktop audio off. So during the stream highlight, all those poo stickers are going to show up. At the very least, they're going to show up. But they might also the sound alert might go off for them as well. So that would be hilarious. All right, what have we got after that? And then Lancet Blimblum, lobby for America. There's no new things for America, unfortunately. I mean, you can lobby for you can lobby for the spirit of America, but unfortunately, there is no new American units in this release, as far as I can see. I think it's. I'll double check, but I think it's all just Japanese stuff this time around. Yeah, there you are. All right, let's have a look. So, the Onryo has won. Okay, so let's go to the Onryo. Thank you to all of you who voted in the poll. Okay, Kuroki. So, it's a big fucking unit entry. Look at this fucking beast. Here's a big unit entry. All right. So, the special type Onryo Assault Walker. The success of the Ghost battalions across the island battlefield specific naturally to the efforts to upsize the Ghost engine technology and grant much larger machines of war the ability to phase through solid objects. The Assault was a special type Onryo based on the bipedal designs employed by the US in the attempted invasion of Iwo Jima in 1946. So the Japanese basically copied the Grizzly, which is kind of interesting. The severity and speed the Onryo displayed in its combat testing and its ability to rapidly redeploy using the improved Ghost engine impressed both its pilots and engineers. The bipedal design also allowed for a number of different loadouts. Given the ability of the new Walker to engage the enemy at close quarters without fear of closing fire, it could be outfitted with Shiburu microgravity wave weapons and or special combat blades. Not only did this give the Onryo increased reach against enemy walkers when engaged hand-to-hand, but also evoked the legacy of the samurai, in the same vein as the Shingunto carried by officers within the IJA. To best preserve the secrets of the Onryo's Ghost technology, a detonation mechanism was also integrated into the engine itself. Should the machine ever be compromised, it would thrust the Onryo into shinobi space before exploding. Alright, so it's a medium walker, not a heavy walker. So it's damage value 9+. It has to be taken as veteran, so it's got morale value of 10. It's got a normal walker movement, 12 and 24. It comes as standard with one arm-mounted walker combat blade and one arm-mounting twin HMGs. And twin-mounted HMGs do not have their shots to being mounted on a vehicle. It costs, as standard, 258 points, which to me seems very fucking reasonable. That seems very reasonable. I have to say, I think that's. I think you could take it. Yeah, cheap even. Yeah. Now it's not that. It looks a little undercosted. What you've got to remember is it is only mounting 2 HMGs, so it's not. And the sword is cool, but you know what I mean? Like, it's, in terms of firepower, it's a couple of HMGs, right? So, it has 4 special rules. One is 2-legged, standard, gets an extra pivot. The other 3 are very unique to it. So it has the piercing blade, only if equipped with the Walker Combat Blade. When engaged in close quarters against an enemy vehicle unit, an Onryo equipped with a Walker Combat Blade may use this special rule. The Onryo may not make attacks with its legs, but the bonus for each of its functioning arms is increased to +3. Note that the Onryo's legs still add their +1 modifier to the final roll if they are still functional. So, essentially, when you're it is the best at Walker versus Walker combat. Because at the moment, you get +2 for each arm. And this basically gives you +3. So if you add it together, you're going to have, as an Onryo is going to start off at 9. Then it's going to have +7. So that's 16. And then, because it's got 2 arms and 2 arms, but not the legs, it's going to add 2d6 picking the highest. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think it's +5 on the arms. Arms are +4. Let me double check this, because I thought... Let me have a look. Yes, that's against infantry, William, but I don't think that is the case against on vehicle combat. I think it's different. It has a different thing for attacking infantry. Okay. So, yeah, after picking the high, so you roll, whenever resolving a vehicle assault, walkers roll multiple d6 to pick the highest for their score. Walkers roll 1 dice per functional arm and 1 dice per legs, up to a maximum of 4 dice. You add +2 for each functioning arm, +1 for each pair of functioning legs, plus the walker's damage value. For example, a linebacker attacks a Vogel spinner like Walker, damage value 9 versus damage value 8. The Vogel spinner has 3 pairs of legs, so it rolls 3d6 plus 11. 8 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 to its highest roll. The linebacker has 2 arms and a pair of functioning legs, so it rolls 3d6 but adds 14. Plus 9 plus 1 plus 2 plus 2 to its highest roll before comparing totals. There you go. If the loser of the vehicle assault involving a walker soft skid was an armed vehicle with the autopsy rule, then it's automatically destroyed. Otherwise, the winner takes basically depending on the damage bracket. So yeah, basically, this thing is going to start any combat that it goes into at 9 plus 6. So it's going to start at 15. No, 9 plus 7. Sorry. So yeah, it's going to start it's going to start at 16. And like a grizzly, for example, you know, if it's fighting, you know, a grizzly or a linebacker, that's going to start at 14. So that means you then roll your 2d6, pick the highest, and the grizzly rolls the 3d6 and their picks the highest, right? So the grizzly on one of those dice, in order to win the combat, is going to have to roll essentially like you're essentially at +2 ahead of the combat, right? Yeah. Ken thought, I find the vehicle-on-vehicle combat kind of convoluted. It's my only real complaint on K47. Yeah, I definitely think, you know, that it could do with some improvement. I think so. But if they get there's a couple, I think there's a few areas that Warlord would like to improve it. And I think that once they've got everything they've done planned for, once they've got everything planned, they might come back and improve a few mechanics. Yeah. But basically, this thing is going to have +2. This thing is going to have a lot of... this thing is almost guaranteed to win every vehicle-on-vehicle combat it gets into. Or not totally guaranteed, but almost guaranteed, which is... I really, really like that. But I think... Well, I quite like that. I really like the sweeping strike. So I think this... I think, you know, the vehicle-on-vehicle combat with the blade, yeah, that's kind of cool. But what about when this thing fucking runs through a bunch of enemy units, right? Sweeping strike. Again, only if you've got the Walker Combat Blade. When overrunning an enemy infantry or artillery unit, an Onryo equipped with the Walker Combat Blade may make a sweeping strike instead of its usual attacks. Make a number of rolls to hit equivalent to the number of models in the overrun unit. Hits are scored on a 5+, though. Any hits scored have a +4 pen modifier. So, yeah, you don't hit on 4s, but you have no upper limit on the number of attacks. So if you run through a unit that has got like 10 models in it, you make 10 attacks. If you run through a unit, and you don't have to use the sweeping blade, by the way, you can choose to use it. So if you run through a unit that's only got like 3 models in it, you're like, oh, I'll just hit you normally. But if you run through a unit that's like, I don't know, like a big unit of 6 Schreckwolfen, for example. Yeah, these guys mask a Totem Core. Exactly. Oh, how do I deal with Totem Core in close combat as the Japanese? Oh, it's very difficult. Oh no, it's not. Just running through this thing. Don't forget, you can charge on a Walker Assault as well. You can on an assault move. So you could run in, hit every model in the unit, and then go. Tasty. Very tasty. Yeah. Really, really fucking tasty. All right. So the other rule we've got is vengeance in death. Very Japanese rule, this one. If an Onryo ever suffers a knocked out result or would be abandoned by its crew, so fire, any infantry or artillery unit within 6 inches of the Onryo immediately suffers D3 hits with +2 pen with no cover saves allowed and D2 pin markers. Basically, it gets sucked into the warp and you're fucking coming with it. Nice. Roll for each affected unit separately. Casualties can trigger a morale check as if it were from shooting attack. Then remove the Onryo from the battlefield. It does not become a wreck. Which is an important distinction. Yeah. Yeah. Death before dishonor. Bad eye! Sweep around. Get knocked out. Suck everyone into the warp. That's called a good day at the office. Yeah. Does it also have the friendly units? Indeed it does. So let's hope this thing doesn't explode in your own lines. It does. It's taken everyone to the warp. It's taken everyone there. But there's more. Or I'll do it properly. But wait, there's more. It comes with 1 Rift Dice or 2 Rift Dice if you give it a Shiboru cannon. So you can replace the twin HMGs with a light Shiboru cannon. Or you can replace the combat blade with a light Shiboru cannon. So you can go for the Whirling Dervish, but it is totally possible to go HMGs and cannon. You can also replace the twin-mounted HMGs and arm-mounted Walker Combat Blade with a dual-barreled Type 99 Shiboru cannon mounted across both arms. So that is the heavy cannon. So, and it doesn't say that you can't still hit people in combat. It says mounted across both arms, but it doesn't say that you can't. It's actually not that bad, the downgrade. It's not even a downgrade. It's not that bad because you can still fucking punch people normally. It's not like a Bruin where it's like, oh, I can't, or Percival, oh, I can't hurt you. My missile arms don't allow it. No, like, you still get 2 fists and 2 legs to fight in combat with. You then get twin heavy Shiboru cannon. So you can either go HMGs and sword, HMGs and light cannon, sword and light cannon, or twin heavy cannon. There are some points costs associated with this though. If you swap out the HMGs, it's going to add plus 30 points. So it's going to go up to 288 points. If you swap out the Walker Combat Blade for 1 light Shiboru cannon, it's going to add plus 90 points. This thing starts being like a 350 point mech. So if you want the blade and the cannon, that's spenny. If you want to get rid of both HMGs and combat blade and go for the twin heavy crush cannon, that's also plus 90 points. So, pretty. It's expensive. Yeah. It's expensive. But it's not that bad. I mean, at the end of the day, it's actually, when you put it into context, it's not that much more expensive than a linebacker with an infantry flamethrower. A linebacker with a command vehicle and infantry flamethrower is 348 points. And is only regular. This thing is veteran. A Onryo, which is veteran, with twin heavy Shiboru cannon, is also 348 points. So, it's actually, you think, ooh, that's spicy, but then you're like, is it though? I don't know. I mean, that's 4 Pen 4 shots. I mean, and this thing can, this thing can run into combat and be like, and the fists still count good for combat. I mean, I think that's pretty, in some ways, I do think that's pretty anti-Shrek Wolfen and anti-Ursus. Because you could run, you go assault move, run in, fist, kick. And then, point blank, sure, you're going to be hitting on 3s, but point blank, 4 shots, hitting on 3s, Pen 4. Bang, 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 bang. That's got to do something to these goddamn Ursus and goddamn Shrek Wolfen. That's got to do something. If you've already, I mean, that could be a real, they're not going to expect it. Or, you could run in there and try and, fucking sweep them with the sword if you want to. Yeah. So it's definitely, I saw the plus 90 points. Let me tell you, I mean, I've sat on this for a little while, right? I first saw the plus 90 points and went, bleh. But then when I actually started going through it, I was like, actually, there is definitely a use case. I think it's not an auto include. I think most people will default to sword because sword is cool. But I do, when I look at the Japanese, I think, okay, what is the gap in the capability for this army? And really, the gap in the capability in many ways is fucking Ursus and Shrek Wolfen. So, if those things are running around causing you problems, maybe, this is the tool to deal with them. Yeah. Exactly. And as you said, and if you don't like it, it's not like you're forced to take it. It's not like the Inigo where it's like you have one fucking choice. It's going to be like 300 points. You're like, okay. Like the Inigo. This thing, it's like, okay, you want it to be 250 points? You're good. Yeah. So it's a choice at the end of the day, isn't it? I'd rather have the choice than not have the choice. You have options. Exactly, Cyrillic dude. Exactly. So, but we're not done yet. There's even more. I love the Onryo. It's such a meaty unit. But it's not, the thing is, it's meaty, but it's because it's got lots of options. When you actually get it onto the tabletop, it's actually relatively straightforward. It's just it's got a lot of choices, and choices are good. So we've got one more. So we've got the active rift enhancement, ghost engine. After executing an advanced run or fire order, an Onryo may exhaust one of its rift dice to remove itself from the battlefield, retaining its order dice, rift dice, and any pin markers. If it does so, it must make a morale check. If the morale check has failed, the Onryo is destroyed. If the morale check is passed, the Onryo may set up again anywhere on the table that is at least 12 inches from an enemy unit and 6 inches from any objective. So the Onryo has to set up further away than the infantry. The infantry can set up 6 inches away. The Onryo has to set up 12 inches away. But you do get to go 6 inches with an objective, so there's that. Note that when set up again, this can trigger enemy units on ambush. An Onryo may use enhancement whilst locked in close quarters. So that's cool. The surging bonus here is very nice, though. The Onryo may make use of its Ghost Engine active rift enhancement before executing an advanced run or fire order. So you got a surging dice in this motherfucker. He can teleport and shoot. Which is very nice. I have a question for chat, though. I have a question. If you teleport and let's say you pre-teleport, okay? So you teleport let's say you got a surging thing. You go, okay, I'm going to surge that shit. And then you teleport on a fire order. You would teleport 12 inches away and then shoot. What happens if you give it a run order or an advance order? Because you would then teleport and then you'd move, right? That's exactly the same question I had for Helen Melter. Yeah. So here's an idea. You have to be 12 inches away from the enemy unit. What's the charge range on a mech, boys? "12 inches. So why don't we... Well, 24 technically, but on an advance. So you could surging, teleport on an advance order, move 12 inches in, HMGs, and then sweeping strike, hit every model in the enemy unit. Spicy boy! It's a spicy boy! I'm telling you, people have been goddamn what the people will learn to fear the Empire of Japan. You know what you're really going to need? You're going to need some fucking ambushers. That's what you're going to need. Agreed? Needs an FAQ? Nah. I don't think so. I think this works exactly as intended. Yeah. Guys, just let the Japanese be good, all right? Just let the Japanese be good. They probably need to clarify if you teleport exactly at 6 or outside 6. It says at least 6 inches from your enemy. It's actually very specific. It says at least 6 inches. So you're within 6 inches. Yeah. I feel that's the entire point. Exactly. It's so funny. Do you know what's funny? Let me just say something. I really, really, really don't worry about these rules. Like, I really don't even slightly worry about these rules. And I'll tell you why. Because what did everyone say about the Totem Rot Specialist Platoon? And it wasn't a problem. What did everyone say about the Firefly Platoon? And it wasn't a problem. Right? And what did the Automated Platoon do for the British? It just made the British actually fucking playable. Do you know what this platoon does? It just makes the Japanese actually fucking playable. And what you've got to remember, to all of these, there's a clear counter. Exactly, Swillick, dude. Exactly. Dr. Spectre, you can't teleport, shoot, teleport. No. No. You can move, shoot, and then teleport away, or you can teleport and then charge, but you can never double teleport. You can never double teleport. Yeah. Yeah. You only ever get one teleport. So it's really not that bad. It's really, and it's really, and do you know what the big thing is, guys? Just, you can screen this thing out. Hey, you want an excuse to take bait? You want an excuse to take cheap infantry? Think about it. What does every guard player know how to do by instinct? Keep your tanks protected. Put the infantry forward. Like, the way you counter these... Do you know what I think this is going to be like? Gene Occult in 8th edition. When GSC came out in 8th edition, everyone lost their genes. But after like a few months, genes in a cult completely settled down because everyone just was like, oh yeah, I know that I got the measure of these guys now. They're fine. Yeah. So I think you can counter it. Yeah, the ship munchers rise. Yeah, I honestly think you can counter it. And a basic infantry squad with a flamethrower can take this thing out. Because I don't think the mechs. One thing to remember here, guys. Oh, 1 minute. Is I don't think that your mechs and vehicles get fanatic in the Japanese. I think it's just your infantry. Yeah. So your Onryo can be flamethrower to death. So a fucking 85-point engineer team with a flamethrower. Yeah. Yeah, you can conga line in this game. So dude, there's no everyone has to stay within 9 inches. I tell you what, look about this. Think about this. Wide formation. You know that rule that nobody really remembers that like Mark IIs and Style Trooper and other units have. Wide formation just got a buff indirectly. Being able to spread out 2 inches per guide out, amazing. Like actually amazing. Yeah, Wolves, Ursus. Yeah, wide formation just got a buff now. Yeah. So, one of the things that I've learned in with Conflict 47 is that it's ever since day one I've been looking at this game, I'm like, oh my god, that's so broken. And every single time I've played it, it's been absolutely fine. I don't think these units are going to be broken at all. I think they're just going to be strong. I think they're going to catch a lot of people off guard because I think people have been able to disrespect the Japanese in K47 for about a year. I don't think you can do that anymore. I don't think the Japanese are any more overpowered than the Axis or the Americans or the British. I mean, think about this. The British can take 3 light Tesla cannons on a fucking an automated commander squad and just delete any vehicle that they want to. Does anyone give a shit about that? No, it's just, oh, look, the Brits actually get something powerful now. That's good. They needed that. Yeah. So, yeah, it's a medium mech. And also remember this, guys. It's conflict. If something is overpowered, we just don't spam it. No one spams 24 fucking Ursus. Yeah. Notice you didn't say Russians. I mean, I think the Russians can be super overpowered if you take 24 Ursus and Drugov. Yeah. So, dude, I hate conga lining. Remember, in K47, the biggest squad size you can take is 12. It's not like 20 or 30 like in 40k. So you're not going to see conga lining on the same aspect. See, there's nothing to worry about. There's just nothing to worry about. This unit is sick as fuck. I think this unit is sick as fuck, man. I think it's great. I think it's so good. I think so. I think the Onryo is absolutely great. Yeah. Yeah. Also, okay, the tactics matter a lot, and building a balanced list is rewarded. Yeah. So, what unit do you guys want next? I honestly, I think the Onryo is a solid 10 out of 10. I do. I think it's got flexibility. I think it's got flexibility of loadout. And I think it's got a really cool ability. And remember, it only gets to do the teleport and then activate if it has a Surging Rift dice. And it's never going to start with a Surging Rift dice. And the Japanese have no Rift mastery. They've got luck and guts. So the only way you get a Surging Rift dice is if you roll for it. So you can't, this is one thing worth mentioning. So you can't do this turn 1. Ever. And you get no rerolls like the Axis do or anything like that. You can't ever do this turn 1. So there's no turn 1 Alpha Strike with the Onryo. Yeah. What are the guns? They're like autocannons. You get twin HMG, or you can take light crush cannons or heavy crush cannons. Yeah. I wanted a sword mech. I got a sword mech. I'll take 2. Exactly. Yeah. I heard that Shiburu Cannon's got a point drop on all the vehicles. True or false? I think that's true. Yeah. I think that's true. All right. What do we got next? So, after the Onryo, we're going to save the special character till last. Mordian, do you know what book 3 is yet? No comment. So after the Onryo, we've got the Ghost Infiltration Platoon Commander. Now, this guy, for all intents and purposes, he is a Ghost Warrior. Okay, he's 56 points. He comes with a Shiburu rifle. He's veteran. He has fast, fieldcraft, hard to kill, horror, infiltrate. Okay. So he has, for all intents and purposes, this is a Ghost Warrior that can do Snap 2. All right. Now, his rift ability is Spirit Dance. Just is Bonadori. It's just the same as the Ghost Warrior units. So he is just like the Ghost Warriors. But here's the difference. Every other command squad caps out at 3 models. The officer can take 2 buddies. The Ghost Infiltration Platoon Commander caps out at 6. He can take up to 5 friends in the unit. I can't show every data sheet, guys. I got to be careful with the NDA. I can show snippets. I can't show everything. And like I said, that's why this is the one that like it doesn't matter because it's just like a Ghost Warrior sheet. Okay. Yeah, so you can take the commander and 6 guys, and the commander and 5 of the guys in the unit for a total of 6. So it's a proper command blob. This is why before I said with the Ghost Platoon, it's not just like putting a commander in there. It's actually you can get a pseudo extra Ghost Squad out of this. Yeah. Warlord edited the article to say only 2. Did they? Maybe that was a mistake on these rules I've got sent. Let's have a look what the Warlord article might say. Maybe that's been updated. Maybe that was a mistake in the rules that I got. Let's have a look. Ghost Commander. Oh, interesting. In the article, it says up to 2. So maybe it's a mistake. Maybe it's a copy and paste mistake. Because I bet it'll be a copy and paste mistake. Because I bet what it is the regular squad can add up to 5 guys, can't it? And then So it must just be a copy and paste mistake, which is a shame. But yeah, there you go. So it must just be 3 guys total. Now you can take and then you can take 3. You can replace anyone's SMG, anyone's rifle with an SMG at -4 points. And you can just give anyone in the squad a combat blade for +1 pen in close quarters at +2 points. So there you are. The officer may take guts or luck, and you can give them anti-tank launchers or anti-tank grenades, but you're never going to go for the grenades. So yeah. So long story short, he's just a Ghost Commander. Yeah. I guess we'll have to wait and see if it's meant to be 3 in the squad or 6 in the squad in total. Yeah. All right. But hey, the Ghost Commander. So the Ghost Commander. Okay, he is literally just a Ghost Commander. Yeah. If he can't take extra guys, then he hasn't got any really unique properties. Okay. Then we've got Ghost Attack Squads, which we already know about. But then you've got the new kind of Ghost Squad, which is the Shadow Warrior Squad. Okay. So Shadow Warriors are the ones with close combat. These guys are really fucking cool. These guys are really fucking cool. So, there are 145 points for 5 of them, which means they're 29 points per model. You can have up to 10 of them in a squad. They each come with various close combat weapons, which equals +1 pen at close quarters. They're fast. They move 8 and 16. They're fieldcraft. They're hard to kill. They're horror. They're infiltrate. And the big one is deadly 3. So each guy gets 3 attacks at pen +1. That could be quite good into all sorts of targets. They're real blenders. They're real blenders. And they can take anti-tank launchers, or they can take anti-tank grenades, but who gives a shit about that? If they have a surging dice, they go up to deadly 4. Woohoo, baby. Woohoo, baby. That's a lot of attacks, but it's only pen 1, so they can't kill Ursus and stuff. Unless the Ursus, if the Ursus aren't surging, I mean. Yeah. They're only damage value 5+, but they are hard to kill. The big one, though, is, and I've already told you about this before, guys, but the big one, it's now confirmed. Shadow Attack is their active rift enhancement. When declaring an assault and issued a run order, a Shadow Warrior squad may make use of this enhancement. If it does, it may charge any enemy unit within its line of sight, regardless of the distance to that unit. Infinite range charge, baby. If they can see it, they can charge it. If it does so, it must make a morale check. If the morale check has failed, the Shadow Warrior squad is destroyed. If the morale check is passed, then the Shadow Warrior squad may assault the target unit. Move the closest model into base contact with the closest model in the target unit by the shortest possible route, before placing the other models in base contact as you would for a normal assault. The target may react by firing as normal. However, any unit called upon to make a morale test as a result of the Shadow Warrior squad's horror rule applies an additional -1 modifier to the result. So I think that makes, is that -4? I think. Horror already makes it like you're not likely to Overwatch, I think. I'm trying to find the special rules. Oh, no. No. By and large, troops have become hardened against many shocks and tears of the conflict zone battlefield. Some foes, however, still induce the kind of blood-curdling horror that can freeze the blood and loosen the bowels. Enemy units must pass a morale check in order to react by shooting at an assaulting unit. No. It's just a flat check. Yeah, it's just a flat check. Sorry. Yeah, so it's just a flat check. So it's at -1. That's not so bad. Any reaction fire is resolved before the Shadow Warrior squad moves into base contact for the purpose of establishing any cover. In an exception to the normal assault rules, weapons with a maximum range of 6 inches or less may not be used in reaction fire during the use of this enhancement. Targets of Shadow Attack can never benefit from a defensive position bonus, so they don't get to fight first. This assault move will normally trigger any ambush orders. The only exception is if the target unit itself is on ambush order. This assault move will not normally trigger any ambush orders unless the unit being assaulted is on ambush. Exhaust Shadow Warriors squad Rift Dice after it's completed its run order. Note that if locked in close quarters, the Rift Dice will exhaust after the second round of close quarters is resolved. So, yeah, if they can see it, they can charge it. And the enemy may make reaction fire, but they've got to pass a morale test at -1. And you're still going to get the benefit of cover. So there's a really good chance that you will be on like a 2-up save against any incoming fire. So, yes. Hard to kill, baby. All right. So I really like them. I think I'm planning on taking... Was the LOS charging their surge? No. That's just their normal ability. Surging means they go up to 4 attacks. But remember, you're never going to get the surging bonus and the teleport because they only have 1 rift dice. So if you're surging, if you want to get the bonus attack, you want to get 4 attacks, you need to do a normal charge against someone. So, which is still very doable because you can charge them within 16 inches, right? But if there's no one within 16 inches, you want to charge someone and do the teleport charge, then you'll go down. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Maybe not, actually. It says exhaust the Shadow Warrior's Rift Dice after it's completed its run order. Note that if locked in close quarters, the Rift Die will exhaust after. Oh, no. So you do. Yeah, it doesn't exhaust till after. So you can surge, teleport, extra attacks, and then after you've finished chopping the shit out of someone, then you lose the surging bonus. Who are you going to give the surging dice to? Do you want to give it to the Onryo? Or do you want to give it to the fucking Ghost Warrior? The Shadow Warriors. Oh, man. Nice. They're really cool. They're really, really, really fucking cool. All right. Just roll surges every turn. I mean, of course. Just roll surges, bro. Yeah. ABS. Always be surgeon. Always be surgeon. All right. So, I give the... so far, I have no complaints about any of these units. I think they're all legitimately very good. I do think that the Japanese will catch people off guard a bit, but I think they will definitely settle down. And there are certain units they are still going to like struggle with a little bit. And Crush is still a bag of shit. But we now need to get the special character. He has a very big unit entry. That's page 1. That's page 2. He's a double pager, boys. This character is going to cause so many people to complain. But not really. Not really. He looks ridiculous on paper, but he has a very big Achilles heel, which we'll get to. All right. So, Komuru Tadaki, Scourge of the Spirit Realm. His unit composition is just him, and he can take no companions. Those little ghost guys that are with him are not squad members. You will learn what they are in due course. So he's like Slammer Samuel. So immediately you can kind of see his weakness, which is he is essentially a 1-wound character. So he's very, 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 very good, but you can just kill him. Just like... He has got 1 point of luck, but he has no guts because he's not really a leader. He's a weapon. He's not a leader, right? So he's very, very good, as you'll see, but he's not that hard to kill. He's kind of like Slammer Samuels. He's coming in. He comes in at 159 points. His standard weapon is energy projections. So you know how they said he can manipulate the rift energy around him? He can. So energy projections are a unique weapon. They've only got a range of 6 inches, but basically, if he's in point blank, right, he's shooting this thing. They get 3 shots at pen 3. And it's assault. But it's a rift weapon, so it doesn't get any bonus pen for being in point blank. Okay? So 3 shots at pen 3, hitting on 2s. He is fast, so he moves 8 and 16. And he's a veteran, but his damage value is only 6+. So again, he's not that hard to kill. So the energy projections are great. But the energy projections are not that hard. But he's not that hard to kill. I'm going to keep saying this. He is fearless. He does a field craft. He is horror. He is deadly 3, so he's got 3 attacks in close combat. Right? And remember, you get to use the pen. If you have an assault weapon, you get to use that assault weapon's pen in close combat. So he's pen 3 in close combat. So you're looking for another way to deal with these Shrek Wolf and Ursus. The way of the blade. So we can go in there, be like, and then stab him up. Right? He comes with 3 rift dice. Yeah, he comes with 3 rift dice. Energy projections. So there's another bit here relating to his energy projections. Kamuru Tadaki must exhaust a rift die in order to make a shooting attack using the energy projections. In close quarters, he must exhaust a rift die to make use of energy projections. That's to get the +3 pen. Note that if he does, the effect lasts for the entirety of a single close quarters sequence, i.e. a maximum of 2 rounds of close quarters. If he does not, he makes attacks as normal, 3 attacks total with no pen modifier. So he's good, but again, he has to use his rift dice in order to activate his weapons, essentially. Sorry, he has 4 rift dice. He comes one as standard, then he gets 3 with rift mastery, so he's got 4 rift dice in total. If he has a surging rift dice, which bear in mind he can activate that any time, he could go, okay, I'm just going to combine 2 of my rift dice together to create 1 surging rift dice. He does increase energy projections to pen +4. I think that's more pen than an Ursus. I think that's the most close combat pen we've seen. But it's not anywhere near as killy as an Ursus, because Ursus are 3 attacks. Ursus are like 4 attacks each, right? So again, like he seems really good, but he's literally just he's one dude with 3 attacks, just like and he's only damage value 6. So even like a rifle book, you're like, get down, Japanese. Bang. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Slammer with 5+ in his Tesla. I guess okay, Slammer is technically, yeah, better. So is this 11th edition levels of power creep? No, not at all. Now, there is a really interesting rule here. I said that. He's only one dude, Mark 1 bot say Burt. Exactly. And he's only got 1 point of luck. So you fucking shoot him. He falls over. He gets back up. You shoot him again and he dies. He's literally, it's what I keep saying. He is, I think, the ultimate embodiment of being a glass hammer. He is fast. He has all of these crazy abilities and weapons, but he's literally a 2-wound model. He does have one thing which does potentially make him kind of durable. Kind of. I don't think it's as good as it seems, though. All right. He has a special rule called incorporeality, like incorporeal. Kamaru Tadaki always receives a 3+ incorporeality save against any damage which cannot be modified in any way, and he receives no benefit from being in cover. So he essentially has a 3+ invulnerable save, but in many ways that's not as good as you think, because he can't go down for like a 2-up cover save, right? So it's good, but it's a fucking 3-up. Now, if it was a 2-up, but it's a 3-up. Yeah, it's like a 3-up ward save. Yeah. And he doesn't get an incorporeality save. And he doesn't get incorporeality and cover. So you don't get to go, all my cover save, all my incorporeality. No, he just has a 3-up save. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I think that even like a basically the thing is, if you shoot like an anti-tank gun at him, he'll probably pass it, right? But volume of attacks completely wrecks him. He's just like, yeah. Volume of attacks. Like a basic infantry squad with a couple of LMGs will probably kill him. Yeah, 1 HMG will probably mow him down. He's only damage value 6. Yeah. Look, this is what I mean. Like, I read it at first. And I was like, oh my God, he's got a 3+ invuln save. And then I was like, wait, he's only damage value 6. Wait, he's only got 1 point of luck. Wait, he has no bodyguards. Yeah, I think he just dies. Yeah. I think he just dies. So I think it's a gimmick. I think it's cool. It's really, really fucking cool to see this. But I don't think it's that bad at all. Yeah, it's totally killable, but it's a very good rule. Yeah, exactly. And that's, you know what? That kind of sums up the new Japanese update. Everything is very good, but it's totally manageable. Like, you got to think, like, all these Ghost Warriors that are like jumping all over the place. The damage value 5+ guys. You just, how many times, even if you've had a Ghost Warrior that's in hard cover, how many times have you just fucking stacked a shitload of saves on them and they've just started falling? Yeah. Yeah. Now, if he ever runs out of Rift Dice, which is very unlikely because he has 4 of them, but he ever runs out of Rift Dice and he gets an exhausted penalty, he loses incorporeality. So he loses his vulnerable save. He also, all Shinobi shadows in play are immediately removed. What is a Shinobi shadow? Let's find out. So everything we talked about is just page 1. Now we get to page 2. I think this is where people might get a little... I think this is maybe where people have a slight wobble. But remember, he's 1 HMG away from death. Just remember this, okay? Master of Shinobi Space. Before or after executing an advance or down order, Tadaki may exhaust a Rift Dice to target an enemy unit within line of sight and issue it a Shinobi Shadow. So he puts this on an enemy unit. Place a Shinobi Shadow with the target unit in the same way as a pin marker. This is not considered a shooting attack. Shinobi Shadows have the following effects. Each Shinobi Shadow lowers a unit's morale value by 2. This is cumulative with any pin markers and the unit has, and can destroy it if the morale reaches 0. So if you've got a bunch of pins on enemy unit and you just like, they're about to break and you just go, Scary goes, woo! Then the unit goes, fuck this, and just breaks. Because it reduces it by 2. And yeah, so it's great. Okay. If a unit has 1 or more Shinobi Shadows, it suffers -1 to hit when shooting. This is cumulative with any pin markers it has. So you're driving your tank and this ghost is outside like, woo! And he's like, fucking get out the fucking way. Turn the window wipers on. And he just goes like, you can't wipe me off the screen. Woo! They just fuck with people, right? Okay. It is the great thing about this is it is infinite range. It is line of sight. Yeah. Literally force people to rally with only one pin marker. Exactly right. Now the cool thing is you can run out, put a shadow on someone, and then teleport away. Because it's before or after. I think he can teleport. Any unit with one or more shinobi shadows, must pass an order test when issued an order, in the same way as pin units. If the unit has both pin markers and shinobi shadows, only one order test is required. All right. Any unit with one or more shinobi shadows will be subject to a surprise charge if assaulted. That's fine. I mean, those are fine. This is where people might have a little wobble. Again, remember, he's only one burst of fire away from dying. Any unit with the Fearless and or Fanatic special rule loses those abilities when they have a Shinobi Shadow. So, when someone runs the Shrek Wolfen at you, you just go, down puppy, down boy, go down. He can remove Fearless. The dogs are like, woo, and the ghost is like, woo, and the Shrek Wolf's like, fucking hell. Ghosts are scarier. Yeah. Now, you can remove the ghosts. Okay? A unit could remove all Shinobi Shadow tests by passing a rally or by being issued a rally order and passing an unmodified morale test. So the shadows don't affect rally. Or may remove one instead of a pin marker when passing an order test. So you either, if you've got one Shinobi Shadow, pass an order test, you're good. So these things aren't permanently around. And he's really only handing out like one, when you think about it, he's got 3 of them, but he's really only handing out like 1 a turn. Yeah, right? If any special ability would remove all pin markers, all Shinobi Shadows are also removed. So if you rolled like a double 1 on the morale, you lose all your pins and the shadow. Yeah. Survives World War II and sees horrors from beyond the rift. Oh shit, that's a ghost. I mean, look, right. If you're in the world of Conflict 47, you have seen some mental shit, but fundamentally, you know that it's all man-made. But if someone actually, if a ghost, an actual thing that there's no science to explain it, as far as you can tell, like actually comes at you, you're going to be like, okay, yeah, no, I'm done. Yeah. Mike will die, Star Trooper ability. That's so cool. Yeah, you can Vormarch the ghost away. Oh, that is so immersive. So the Star Trooper are like marching forward, like, aha, we are the best of the Green Vault. Ah, yes, yes. They're super arrogant. You know, they're the best, super arrogant. And then like Tadaki's like, woo. And they're like, Tadaki goes, woo. And the Star Trooper just look at him for a second, then just go, Vormarch. Just gun him down. They're like, get the fuck. What? They're like, what the fuck is this? Get this out of the way. That's so cool. I love the imagery of the Star Trooper just being so arrogant. They're just like, I don't give a fuck about a ghost. Like, just sort of casually passes his hand through it and then just goes, yeah, okay. And just walks through it a bit. Yeah, Spooky goes, fuck off, Vormarch. Yeah. 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 Daughters can rally ghosts. That's true, yeah. Daughters can rally and cry them away. Fear not, comrades, they are not real. Yeah. So, yeah, you could rally and cry them away. Because it says, if any special ability remove all pin markers. So, for example, rally. Yeah, see, there's ways to counter it. There's see, this is what I mean. People are going to have a bit of a wobble with like, oh, me Ursus, oh, me Shrek-Wolf, and oh, they're all scared. Yeah, we're finding exactly, right? Right. 1 second. 1 second. Just give me a second here. It's going to take me a minute to find, but I guarantee you it's going to be worth it. Okay. Okay, comrades. Comrades. Who are you going to pay more attention to? A ghost or Svetlana and her friends? I think we now have categorical proof that big, old, collectivized milkers are superior to wimpy Japanese ghost bullshit. I forgot the question. Oh, there you go. Oh my god. It might be a problem with the robot armies. I love that the ghosts might actually fuck with the robots. The ghost in the machine. Hey, if you want to give the robots fucking sentience, you're going to have to put up with occasionally them getting a little scared. Yeah. Or giving the robots personalities, I should say. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Rallying cry only removes D3 pins, so it doesn't clear ghosts. It does. Because if you, let's say someone's got one pin on them, and you use rallying cry, even if you roll like a 1 on the D3, it's removed. It's a special ability which has removed all the pin markers. Are these the Soviet women that made Captain Leo get his huge arm? Yeah. Yeah, it says if any special ability would remove all pin markers, or Stormy Shadows are also removed. It's very broad. Yeah. Now, if you fuck up, if you've got multiple pins on you and you fuck up the rallying cry and you don't get rid of all of them, then the ghosts are still there. But if you get a good rallying cry off or you're not that pinned up, then it will remove the ghost. So it's not as guaranteed with the muscle mummies, but you know it's yeah. Can you show the poster again? I wasn't paying attention. It's in stream discussion, Snowpiece T. If you search by media in stream discussion, you'll fucking find your gooning material, mate. There you are. That's only one picture of about 20. People went through a real gooning phase last week. Yeah, there you go. If you that was for the Soviet army. There's also some gooning muscle mummies for the fucking Soviet Navy as well. So there you go. All right. Now there is more. There's more, but this is mostly just tidy things up a little bit. A maximum of 3 Shinobi Shadows created by Tadaki may be in play at any one time. That's why they give you 3 markers. Tadaki may use his enhancement multiple times as part of the same order and may target the same unit multiple times with this ability. If 3 friendly Shinobi Shadows created by Tadaki are already in play, he may not make use of this enhancement. All Shinobi Shadows created by Tadaki are immediately removed from play if he is ever removed as a casualty or if he becomes exhausted. So the bit that so basically there's a maximum of like 3 in play. The one thing that it says he may use the ability multiple times as part of the same order. So it's before after you actually. Oh, it's if you've got multiple rift dice. So you could technically be like, exhaust 3 Rift Dice, put 3 Shinobi Shadows on a unit. I mean, that's really fucking good. And each Shinobi Shadow is, as far as I can tell, is cumulative. Each Shinobi Shadow lowers morale value by 2. Or you can do 3 ghost units at once. Or you can do three separate units. So that's pretty good. But if you're doing, like, if you burst 3 ghosts all at once, I think there's a real issue of potentially, you're not going to have many Rift Dice left for, well, I suppose you'd have 1 Rift Dice left over for doing some attacks, wouldn't you? But you probably don't want to do all 3 because you've got his next ability. So there is one more, all right? So this is Onryo Leap. When issued an order die or after executing an order, Kamaru Tadaki may exhaust 1 of Rift Dice to remove himself from the battlefield. He may then set up anywhere again on the battlefield, at least 6 inches away from enemy units or objectives. Note that when set up again, this trigger unit. So yeah, so he can teleport before or after. Yeah. So basically, you could run him out, spaff off 3 ghosts, teleport away, and then try and... But then once you've done that, those ghosts are kind of out. Yeah. But when they remove a ghost, you can then apply it again later. So I do think just being like, ghost, ghost, ghost. Yeah. He's very good. But he is literally a damage value 6, 3-up save guy. Yeah, you can use the ability 3 times in 1 turn. It specifically says. Don't get me wrong, it's very, very, very good. But he has no guts. And he's just a weapon, guys. He's just a weapon, and he just fucks with you. And as we said, there's multiple armies which are already just going to be like, I don't give a fuck. Full match. Yeah. He's also weirdly hard to kill with Tesla. Yeah, because it combines all the pen together, so it has less volume. Yeah, he's 1 minute, same as a cover. You want to shoot a rift gun at the guy who's literally been to the rift and back again? You go ahead. I actually kind of like the fact that, as a guard player, I love the fact that if you try and shoot him with fancy technology, it's probably not going to be as effective. But you know what is effective against the guy who's a literal fucking demon? Yeah, shooting him with fucking bullets. Oh, our fancy Tesla guns don't work. Oh, no. You know what does work? Grandpa's Fire Stick. BAR. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah. The way you beat this guy is to engage your guard brain. Yes, I have yet to meet one who could outsmart Bullet. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The thing, if I can give you a little behind the scenes peek at this, behind the scenes peek at the design philosophy around this guy. Okay, he is when Warlord were sort of designing him and testing him out, they wanted to give Japan a way of being able to, a unique way, different to everybody else, a unique way of being able to handle fearless units. Because, there are lots of armies which can handle fearless units, right? British and Americans, they've got like Tesla, heavy Tesla cannons and stuff, which, maybe you're fishing for 6s, but still, they just kind of shoot them to death. Axis, grav cannons and stuff. Generally, the way that the way everyone else deals with fearless is, fearless, especially like fearless assault units like Shrek Wolf and Ursus, right? Everybody else that deals with them, they deal with them with brute force. They deal with them with either their own gnarly assault unit, fearless assault unit, or they deal with them by just shooting the crap out of them with some high-powered rift weapons. With the Japanese, they wanted the Japanese to be able to deal with fearless units in a completely different way to everybody else. Because just to make them unique. Just because they kind of felt that was right for the way the Japanese would do things. If you look at the way Japan often operated in World War II, they had all sorts of mad ideas like submarines with planes inside them. You know, they had a lot of, they often did things in a different direction to the way that everyone else did. And this guy kind of exemplifies that attitude. You know, they put anti-airplane sights and a monopod on rifles and stuff like that. Yeah. So this guy is designed from his sort of rules design point of view. He's designed to be a very different way to handling Fearless. Yeah. I sort of the fact they can remove Fearless from zombies. They can. You can, yeah, it's a great way of dealing with Totem Core as well. Make the Totem Core not Fearless. Gotta think, if you remove Fearless from your Totem Core and then charge them and then kill more Totem Core than they kill of you, that Totem Core unit's going to break. Yeah. And if you want to be like, well, how could they do that? Totem Core, there's a whole thing where some of their latent memories and personalities still exist. A lot of the thing around von Zogling's serum, and you learn about this in Invasion America. As long as part of von Zogling's serum is that it suppresses the latent memories of the people. So some of them, you know, the ones that got blown up in like Dresden, they were so saturated with rift energy that they were just, you know, there was nothing left to come back. They're just so saturated. But the ones they're making now off the battlefield, part of what the serum does is it stops them from coming back and being on the friendly side, right? It brings them back and it suppresses their loyalty to, you know, and suppresses them realizing they're fucking undead, right? So the thing with them removing Fearless and then maybe the Totem Core giving up is it's like the ghosts are rift energy. And we know that the rifts have different properties now. So the whole thing is that like the ghost rift energy basically starts undoing like that memory suppression and stuff, and the Totem Cores are like, oh my god, oh fuck, why am I dead? Oh, you know, and it starts fucking with people. It's, you know, the zombies' memories start coming back and stuff. Yeah, there's all sorts of ways you can easily explain away why the ghosts affect, you know, zombies and all sorts of stuff. Yeah. Yeah. So it's really cool. It adds to the world building. So yeah. Yeah, they're not my hands. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Or where are my hands? Yeah. Imagine you're that Totem Core that's got no arms and fucking legs, and you suddenly become very aware that you have no arms and legs. You're going to be like, fuck this. You start rolling away. Yeah. Yeah, the Ghosty Boys just make them remember. Exactly. I can't feel my legs, Forrest. Or no head. Like, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Right. So it's cool. So that is all of the stuff from Invasion America. They're all the new rules. The one thing I haven't mentioned is there are some points cuts coming. They kind of got leaked early. So, you know, there's 2 points coming off every Ghost Warrior. So Ghost Warriors are coming down from 32 points to 30. And so Ghost Warrior squads are now 150 points base. And the Ghost Attack squads are 145. And the Ghost Attack squads, sorry, are 100. The current Ghost Warriors, the ones with guns, they're 150 points base. The ones with spears and shit, they're 145 points base. Yeah. The Rift guns, like the Shibaru cannons and stuff, I think have come down by 20 points, but I'm not totally sure yet. Let me just check something here. Yeah, all the Rift guns have come down by all the light Shibaru cannons have come down by 20 points. So if on the Type 6 Kai Kiho, it's now 60 points to give it a Shibaru cannon, not 80. So that brings that down to 205 points rather than 225, which is not. I still don't think it's good enough, but it's nice. you know, we'll give it a go. I'd rather small incremental changes, you know. And the Sasori has come down 20 points because it can only. So the Sasori's come down from 235 to 215. I think the Onago is exactly the same. Yeah. The vehicles, the Type 97 Shiboru Chiha was 215. Now it's 195. So yeah, it's all come down 25 points. If you want to give it a heavy Shiboru cannon, that's now plus 25 points, which is the same as last time as well. Yeah, so essentially for the price that you were getting for the light auto cannon, the light Shiboru cannon last time, now you could get the heavy. Yeah. And the one that comes with the heavy is 255 points, but that's because it's also a medium tank, isn't it? Yeah. It's 255 points now instead of 275. I actually do think the 20 points will make a big difference. I think what's going to happen is a lot of these units are going to be cheap. I think you're going to be able to fit one more unit into your Japanese army. Yeah. But I did mention to Warlord that today when I was having a bit of a chat with them, I did mention that it's all well and good bringing the points down, but the rule doesn't feel very good to run. And we brainstormed a few ideas. None of these are committed in any way, shape, or form, by the way. I was just chatting idly with Jim at Warlord. Okay, so and Jim he's on the sort of marketing and sales side of things. He's not on the design team, so none of this may pan out. But we threw some ideas around of one of the things that Warlord is very, very reticent to do is change the core rulebook. And I think we can all respect that. Because how many times are we complaining 40k about buying books that are out of date? If you buy the Conflict 47 rulebook, it's, apart from a very minor FAQ that just clarifies things, your rulebook is still legit a year on. So it's good that they don't change the rules. But Crush is kind of where I think they kind of want to make an exception, but they're not, do you know what I mean? Like, one of the ideas that I said is, like, you could just make them one shot each. Make them cheaper and just fire one shot. And then at least that way, if they get a hit, they always get exploding hit, blah, 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 blah. But then that would be changing the way the weapon profile works in the book and everything. Dexian, I think you've hit the nail on the head. I think the solution to changing is not changing the core book, is adding a special ability to vehicles that mount crush weapons. Yeah. So there's a couple of ideas that, again, we landed on. None of this is confirmed. If none of this do not take any of this as read. If none of this pans out, there may be a very good reason, because the design team will know more than Jim and I. Okay. But one of the things that Jim suggested is updating the unit entries. And one of the things I said is, well, rather than having to update every unit entry, what if you make it an army rule? So just add an extra special rule to the army, to the beginning of the book, to the army special rules. So yeah, you just the army special rule can be crush cannons, and that way the core rule book works exactly as intended. It's just mostly relevant to crush rifles, that makes sense. And then the army list says, hey, this is where you get a bonus to like crush cannons. And one of the ideas that we kind of bandied around was, giving it ignores cover. Crush cannons get to ignores cover. Crush rifles don't, but crush cannons do. And maybe maybe throwing in some kind of like reroll in there for the crush weapons, potentially, so that you're more a bit like with the Soviet shockwave, how you get the rerolls. It gives you on surging, it gives you more chance to make the template bigger. Potentially giving, surging. Again, this is very, very, very rough, very done, very much in passing. potentially giving some form of reroll to the crush weapon, so they're more likely to get the mythical double hit. Yeah. Yeah. I think if yeah, so I think if any of that pans out, that'd be lovely. If it doesn't, fine. At least for now, they're getting them a little cheaper. Yeah. Yeah. I'd rather see rerolls than ignores cover. I know that's an unpopular opinion, but I don't think giving everything ignores cover is good. No, actually, I don't think that's an unpopular opinion at all. I think that's a really fair opinion. Yeah. I think it's a really fair opinion. I think everyone knows that crush kind of needs fixing, but let's see how they feel when they're a bit cheaper. And let's also see how the whole... I think Warlord's doing it the right way. Whereas, you know, here are the new units. We've made some things a bit cheaper. See how the Japanese feel now. And if we need to do more adjustments later, we can do. That's the way it should be. Rather than big fucking knee-jerk fucking reactions. Like, here's your completed roster. Sorry, these guys. Sorry, you've had less units than everybody else at the beginning of the game, right? Here's your completed roster. Here's a specialist platoon. And here's a little points buff. See how you get on. If you still think you need a bit of a crush rework, we can do that. And I think, yeah, I think that's the right way of doing it. Small incremental changes like that is the way that the game should be done. Because the game hasn't got a million factions, and the game isn't on a 3-year cycle. So tweaking things like this until we get to where it feels right, I think is a very valid way of doing it. Yeah. At least that's what I think anyway. But one way or another, I think they're clearly aware that they need to do something with crush. Ken, that I like it. The Tesla Gift is president. That's a good point. Yeah, Tesla Gift is president. Have they not released the STLs? Oh, yes, I can tell you about that as well, guys. So another thing I can tell you about is the STLs are coming on Friday. So there will be another free STL coming out with Invasion America. It's going to be the heavy Tesla turrets. So these are not when Warlord first told me this, they said, oh, we're going to do a free STL for Tesla turrets. And I thought, wait, do you mean like the Sherman Tesla turret? Ooh, interesting. But no, they didn't mean that. It's the terrain. It's the defense tower. It's the terrain piece. Yeah, terrain piece. Yeah. The one that leaked. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the one that leaked. So they're gonna be free STLs for. I think Warlord said So the idea is they're going to be a free STL. And I asked Warlord, okay, we had a free sort of terrain piece STL with Fessing Grove, but now we've got another one with Invasion America. Is there a bit of a precedent being set here that each book is going to also come with a free terrain piece STL? And they were like, yes, that's the intention. So it's not, they said maybe, you know, it might not be every book depending on how things go, but right now, or maybe it'll be before book, maybe after book, but the idea very generally speaking is when we get a campaign book, we're going to get an STL. Might not always pan out, but generally speaking, it should do. Yeah. Can't really complain. It's a fucking freebie at the end of the day. So yeah. W for Warlord. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. I mean, it's so cool. Like a big company like Warlord is. I mean, it's so cool. What I really like about it is they're like, well, we're not likely to produce this thing, so we're never going to make any money off it. So if we're not going to make any money off it, why not just give it to the community? Yeah. Now I think now this was very much I think said as an offhand comment. I think that, you know, and it may, again, this may be something that doesn't pan out. This is just like a bit of I think an idea floating around kind of thing. I think that they said, well, maybe we'll produce some as a kit for people to buy. Because we know not everyone has a 3D printer and everything, but that's very much an idea, and it may not materialize. So it may just be it goes down the STL route for the. I don't know if that was for the turret specifically or for other terrain features that like comes out and stuff, but yeah, yeah, yeah. There you are. Let's have a look here. I just got a message from him. There you are. So I was just messaging Evan back. What do we got here? Are we digging? My buddy sent me a picture of it, and I can say I will print 1 or 2 of it and maybe go crazy and print just the turrets to make a destroyer for some naval island invasion battles. I mean, the point, you know, read the turret. It might be possible for you to print that turret and use it for something else. It's an STL at the end of the day, so it's probably going to be... You could use it to make all sorts of things. Maybe you could use it to convert some tanks. I'm not sure. But yeah. The Kendall. So the new mark of Amerika power armor bonus figure is just a resculpt of the current DV6 armor. Yeah, we're not getting an... It's... when you read Invasion America, it makes a lot more sense. It's a prototype. And because Area 51 gets attacked, they push everything into battle, including some, like, prototype adaptations and stuff of the existing armor. But for all intents and purposes, it's just an alternative power armor guy. Use him as a commander if you want to, kind of thing. But yeah, it's not a specifically, like, new unit. It's more just like, hey, this might be the Mark II version of the original power armor. Or this might be like, hey, they made like a one-off prototype suit of something. It's all the experimental shit they've been working on that might not have gone to mass production yet. Yeah. But yeah, the free STR thing, just going back to that, I do think it's really nice. I do. I think it just shows it's that kind of stuff which generates a lot of community goodwill, so that if it's worth its weight in gold. So, like, you know, this is I think something that, not to draw comparisons, but I think this is something that Games Workshop kind of doesn't appreciate because they only see the numbers on the spreadsheet and there's no line for how much community goodwill is sort of worth, right? Whereas maybe Games Workshop doesn't care about it because they think they're big enough now that if they fuck up, it doesn't matter. They'll still make infinite money. That might be true. Maybe they've got to the point where they don't need to worry about it. It's not even. It's just maybe that's true. Warlord being a smaller company, though, they do really need to foster community goodwill. They need to encourage. They need their reputation to be very, as good as possible, so that people feel confident into buying their games, right? Because they're a bit more niche. I think Warlords has shown a couple of times the value of having goodwill. So, like, a good example of this is right now in Invasion America, the Onryo being delayed is sad. It's not the end of the world because we can all sort of use an Argos for the time being and so on and so forth. But it's a little disappointing, right? But Warlord has released the rules anyway, so we're not missing out. And they've given a free STL. So you're like, you know what? Yeah, I'm a little disappointed that the Onryo's not got out. But it's not like it's all bad news. Actually, when I take everything into account, overall it's pretty good. And that's kind of the advantage of having a community, of fostering community goodwill if things do go a little wrong, which they are likely to do. Life isn't perfect, nothing is perfect, right? Having a bit of community goodwill in the bank means that if a fuck up does kind of happen, then it's not the end of the world. The reason why the mech is delayed, by the way, is because they were working with one company in Japan to make it, but unfortunately, it just to design and make it, but unfortunately, the quality just wasn't. It's a very cool mech, and you want the quality to be perfect. So they got quite a long way down sort of the process, but they were like, this just isn't where we want it to be. So they ended up being like, apologies, but we don't want to go any further with this. And then they had to basically start the process again with another company who has then, produced the mech that you've seen. So again, it's kind of one of those things where, yes, it's a bit disappointing that it's been delayed, but delaying something because you want to make sure the quality is right, that's the right move. Every time. Every time. I'd much rather that the Onryo came out the way it looks now, and it looks absolutely fucking banging, rather than them just go, well, we've got to stick to an arbitrary deadline we've set ourselves, and then they produce a mech that they're not happy with and that we're not happy with. Yeah. I've no idea, Deaf Monkey, by the way. Yeah, like Dawn of War 4. Like, I'd rather Dawn of War 4 came out right. The Japanese are betrayed us. Launch another nuke. Release the Onryo quicker or we'll fucking nuke you. Be transparent and fair, I'm fine with the occasional hiccup. Yeah, exactly. Now, I have a couple of other tidbits for you, and then we probably need to do some super chats. Okay. I've had a lot of questions. I've had a few people ask about plastic, like Grizzly and Percival's that are coming. So obviously the Americans need that equal attention cake. So the plastic Grizzly that you guys know is coming is going to be able to build, and Warlord have kind of confirmed this, it is going to be able to build 3 variants, and the 3 variants is, it's going to be the Bruin and the Kodiak. So you are going to be able to, get a plastic Kodiak and Bruin and Grizzly from the same kit. If you want to go fucking nuts with magnets, you can probably get them all from that one kit. So that's cool. I think most people already knew that, though. The big one, though, is the plastic Percival. So Warlord has confirmed the plastic Percival is coming. Right now, the Brits have got... Right now, the Percival can make one kind of mech. The Percival. Tesla cannon, rocket systems. The plastic Percival is going to be able to make 3 different kinds. So you can all speculate about what they might be. But I can confirm that one of them is going to have a radium weapon. I can't say any more than that. I cannot even hint at what that might be, whether it's going to be a unique weapon, whether it's going to be an ability, or whatever it might be. All right? All I can tell you is that there's going to be one of the variants is going to it's going to have a radium weapon of some kind. You don't know what it might be. You don't know what it is. But yeah, there you are. I mean, I don't even know if it's even If I don't even know if even Warlord know at this point, but yeah, they're gonna be making more use of it. I think we've seen more of this. When I say radium weapon, I mean corrosive. Radium corrosive, sorry. So I don't know if it's a unique radium weapon, or if they're going to give it like a corrosive ability. I have no idea, by the way. But the point is, I think that Warlord is trying to get more corrosive into the game because corrosive is really fucking cool. So yeah, there you are. Yeah, there you go. So I don't know if it's going to be a melee weapon or a shooting weapon or whatever it might be. Yeah, I have no idea. But apparently one of the variants is going to in some way be radium/corrosive. So that could be kind of cool. There's a photo from 6 months ago from Warlord showing off prototypes, including a possible Percival with lots of gun barrels. Maybe that made it to the final drawing board. Maybe it didn't. Maybe that's a replacement for an existing mech. Maybe it isn't. You just have to wait and see. It won't be long now, though. Also, I can also confirm something pretty tasty. I didn't know this for sure, but now I do know it for sure. There are going to be some new starter armies coming down the pipe. I don't know when. Could be soon. Could be later. But there are going to be some new starter armies coming down the pipe. I don't know. What I was told was that they want to be around like Christmas time. Now, does that mean they'll be ready for pre-order so that when they arrive, so you pre-order them well before Christmas and they'll be sent around Christmas time? Or does that mean they'll go up for pre-order around Christmas time and you'll get them Q1? I have no idea. I have no idea what the timeline on it is. If I was you, I would, err on the side of caution and maybe, assume it's going to be later. And then if it ends up being earlier, great kind of thing. But yeah, there you are. Yeah. But hey, it's something to look forward to. And the whole point of these things is they're going to take advantage of some of the new kits that are coming out. Now, some of them one of them I did ask specifically about one. In hindsight, maybe I should have asked a bit about more. But I was like, well, what about the Soviets? And they were like, yeah, they are. The Soviets are gonna get a starter army. So there you go. That's really good. I do wonder though. I do wonder what the Soviet one would be, because if they're trying to make these things out of like as much plastic as possible and to be pure Conflict 47, I mean right now that would be like bears, and we know the Molot's coming in plastic, so I wonder if Warlord's going to do an Ursus Molot starter army, which would be fucking terrifying. That would be terrifying. Every Soviet player just turns up and it's just like, I have bears, I have Molots, I'm going to run at you. Oh dear. Yeah, but I have no idea if that's what's going to happen. I was thinking to myself, I was like, well, if you're going to be making them in plastic, there's only so many. But maybe there are more Soviet units coming in plastic that we don't know about. So it might be completely different to that. Yeah, it might be completely different to that. Yeah, there was one. Oh, speaking of the mullet, plastic mullet is going to have a lot more weapon loadouts. I think it's the plastic mullet's going to have 3 different chin options and 3 different Holt options, and you'll be able to mix and match them however you want. I think that was what it was. So I presume some of those are going to. I mean, one of them's. I mean, again, I'm not hinting here. I have no idea. Logical deduction, though. I mean, one of them's got to. One of them's got to be some sort of shockwave gun, right? I mean, it's if you. I have no idea, but you presume one of them's got to. It's got to be maybe one of the chin weapons, maybe one of the top weapons. I don't know. One of them's got to be a shock. I hope one of them's a shockwave gun. Yeah, but I've no idea. But yeah, there we go. All right, right. So, I need to have a wee and then do some super chats. I'm very far. I'm like 2 hours behind on super chats, but there's not too many of them, so that's all right. Yeah. So let me have a quick wee, and then I'll come back. And there we go. Oh, 1 minute. So let's do the super chats and then see where we're up to. So I want to say a big thank you to Full Metal Owl. Full Metal Owl, thank you for the super chat, man. Just finished my Chimera in stream discussion. Nice. Let me just close a few bits here. Fucking hell, Discord, fuck off. Where are we up to? Ah, there we go. Nice. I love the feudal world style Chimera. And I absolutely fucking love the color scheme on it. To me, it feels very sort of Reminds me of sort of British redcoats in many ways, with the red and the blue. Yeah, it's cool, man. Yeah. Nice. Nice. Deaf Monkey. So, like, book 3, I don't have anything for you on book 3. Only as much as everybody else knows. Sorry. What have we got next? Buddy Boy, thank you for super chat. Slammer got an update. He kind of sucks. Well, let me check. Okay. I don't think so. But I honestly, I didn't check, so I could be being stupid. I think it's the same. Let me just bring it up and do a side-by-side comparison. The Americans got so much good stuff. He's gone up 5 points, so maybe there's a difference here. Or maybe he just got nerfed by 5 points. That'd be hilarious. So we have that. He's a heroic officer. Heavy Tesla rifle, Tesla gauntlet. He has changed. He has changed. Ooh, interesting. He's got the same guts, same rift mastery, same luck. He's got the same fast and heavy. Let's look at the Tesla gauntlet. In close quarters, combat before any dice rolls, Slammer Samuels can use his Tesla gauntlet to gain plus D6 penetration, 20 damage rolls he makes. So he also gains the Tank Hunter special rule. If the first round of combat close quarters, the draw Samuels retains these benefits second round in fighting. If the Tesla enhancement exhausts one of his rift dice after the close quarters sequence is resolved. Okay, so he's exactly the same, except in one quite key regard. He's now damage value 7+. So he's 5 points more, but he's damage value 7+. So that's quite a big buff. I'm looking at if Paragon's got. Yeah, Slammer got damage value 7+ now. I mean, that's not nothing. That does allow him to, get across the board against a lot of enemy units. Paragons are still damage value 6+. So, I mean, that's all right. He is quite tough now. When you think about it, right? If we go back up. I think people do underestimate him. He's damage value 7 with 3 points of guts and a point of luck. And he's always fast. So he runs pretty fucking quickly. Yeah. I think it helps. Yeah. I think it does help. Foolishly, I don't have a Slammer Samuels ready for tomorrow. And we're doing Americans versus Japanese. There's no way I can get Slammer Samuels built and painted in time. I should have done that. I didn't even think about it. You fool. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I can. I could get him built. I don't think I'd get him painted, though. Yeah. Well, actually, I do have a Slammer Samuels. You have Slammer Larkin, that's true. But I also, I have the one that comes in the Paragon squad. So I could. I just don't have I kind of wanted to have the, for the battle report, Warlord sent me the new Slammer and everything. It would have been nice to have, both new models sort of ready. Yeah. Kind of looking at how this thing goes together. It's not immediately obvious. Yeah. I might run them tomorrow. I haven't off. So Deaf Monkey, they sent me over the stuff, but they didn't send me a change log. So I've kind of just gone through the bits that are obvious. There might be other stuff. All right. What do we got next? Ivy Mike, thank you for the 16 months. X-Force baby. Strike your most camp pose, Mordian. Well, I am an incredibly camp person, so I will just strike a normal pose. There you are. See? What have we got next? Santa Thematic, thank you for the months. Any word on Plastic Wotan? I've got nothing on that. Sorry. I got nothing. What have we got next? No more memes. Thank you for the 2 months. My starter will be here Friday. Question and stream discussion. All right. I have this, the one sprue of Waffen SS my buddy gave me with a big squad of guard stuff he sent and 13 bodies left for the German veteran infantry. I want to use this to get a good start on K47, making an SS army without the horrors. What should I build to give me a good start for when I get starts I get to on Friday? I mean, you already have built most of it, right? Let's have a look. Right, let's have a look. Okay. So what I would probably do, you want to be in a position you want to build 4 flamethrowers. Okay. You want to build 4. So from the, so you can build everything else however you want. It doesn't matter. But you want to build 4 of those veteran infantry with flamethrowers. And you want to make sure that you have the ability to run 4 squads with 1 flamethrower and 5 riflemen. Because if you want basic infantry to do anything, then they need to have flamethrowers or Panzerfausts. So I'd build 4 guys with flamethrowers and 4 guys with Panzerfausts. This is the total have 4 guys with flamethrowers, 4 guys with Panzerfausts. So you can run a bunch of regular humans either with flamethrowers or a bunch of regular people with Panzerfausts. You don't need to give every model Panzerfaust. Just one guy in the unit needs to have them to represent the unit having them. Okay. So that's what I would do. After that, make sure you've got. I mean, after that, you can honestly just do whatever you want. You can you can have more SMGs or more assault rifles. It's really up to you. I'll tell you what. Make sure you build 1 guy with an anti-tank rifle if you haven't done so already, because you want to be able to run someone as a sniper with an anti-tank rifle. Yeah. As for the Panther, I mean, you could convert it to being into a Rail Panther, or you can just say it's a Rail Panther. It doesn't really matter. It's okay to have a bit of a count ads. Yeah. But yeah, as long as if you're trying to run a conflict, and then when you get your starter army, you're gonna have. Is it a starter set or a starter army? So the reason I'm asking is one comes with Style Troop and a Vogel Spinner, one comes with like Nactal Ben and stuff like that. Starter set. Okay, so you're gonna have like what 6 Style Trooper and a Style Trooper Commander and a Vogel Spinner as well. Yeah, so you kind of what you probably want to do. I've no idea how on the points on this, but what you probably want to do is run an armored platoon where you've got a Rail Panther. Just say the Panther is a Rail Panther. It's fine. You can just say it's firing hypervelocity ammunition, right? So it's a rail. Run an armored platoon with a Rail Panther and a Vogel Spinner. That's your armor sorted. And then run an assault platoon that consists of a Style Trooper commander with a couple of buddies with him. No, Style Trooper commander on his own. And then two 3-man squads of style trooping. You probably want to build both of those style trooping squads with light anti-tank guns and 2 LMGs in each squad. So 2 3-man squads. And then you'll want to basically build, take 2. You know what? Fuck it. Let's work out the points on this. And it'll take a second. It's easier than just guesstimating it. Oh, fuck you. Okay, so assault platoon, platoon commander, style trooper, and then you just want to basically just have him probably. I think you just want to put a guts on him, and then give him a Panzerfaust, so he's got a bit of pen. And then you want a style trooping squad. LMG, light anti-tank gun, and fanatics. Take another one of them. And then you want to go for Volksgrenadier squad. I think regular's fine. Engineers is fine. And a flamethrower. And then you want to take another one of those. And then that's your assault platoon sorted out. And then you've got armor platoon. And then you're looking at a platoon command vehicle, which we're looking at the Panther X. And then the next vehicle, we're looking at the Vogel spinner. There it is. So if you build that, you're only on 1,000 points. So it's really kind of if you want to go up to the full 1,500. I'm not sure you can with what you've got. I mean, you do have potentially a lot more bodies that you could throw. You've got a lot more basic infantry you can throw into the mix. Yeah. You've got a lot more basic infantry. So you could essentially add an engineer platoon. The reason you want to add an engineer platoon in because it doesn't require, you can just take basic infantry. And this allows you to take up to 4 engineer squads, but they all have to have, they have to be Volksgrenadiers with engineers. See, it automatically does it. Yeah. So you could basically just add loads of engineers, add up to 4 engineer squads into the army, give each one a flamethrower. You know, and you're looking all right there. So yeah, you've got a couple of. Another option you could go for is you could say, so that could give you a place to put your 4 engineer squads. Probably give them stubborn as well. And so if you take like fucking 4 of them, you needed a platoon commander. Probably just go for an inexperienced guy with a point of guts on that one. Anyway, the point, you probably could. The thing is, you could also then run your SS guys that you've got as a squad of 6 shock troops. Just take 6 guys with 6 shock troops with assault rifles and Panzerfausts. That's kind of cool. Then you've got your Volksgrenadier squads with flamethrowers, which you can take up to 4 of those with flamethrowers. And then in an engineer platoon. So you probably could hit 1,500. You probably could. Without stat padding it particularly. And then you've got the fact that you could take like an anti-tank sniper as well. Yeah. Yeah. So you could it would be relatively easy for you to, and you know, this is taking things at regular. If you start taking things at veteran, which isn't really stat padding, veteran units are great. So I think if you basically off the top of my head, if you were like, I'm going to have 4 squads of infantry with flamethrowers in an engineer platoon, take them as veteran and stubborn. And then I'm going to, with a platoon commander, take my Rail Panther, take my Vogel Spinner, that's in an armor platoon. And then in my assault platoon, basically take a couple of squads of Volks, a couple of squads of Style Troopers, Style Troop Commander, and then a couple of squads of shock troops. You'd probably be able to get up to about 1,500. But you're kind of flooding the board with basic infantry, which you might fucking love to do. I love doing that. But you might not. That might not be something you're that interested in. So if you're not that interested in that, I think, as we said, you're already up to like 1,000 points. So really, if you were to try and take it up to 1,500, I wouldn't be against the idea of getting some more style trooping for you. And I wouldn't be against you getting another Vogel Spinner. I think if you bought one Vogel Spinner, a box of Style Trooper, you'd be up to 1,500 points, and you'd be thematically at where you want to be with the army. Because with that box of Style Trooper, all you're really going to do is just, even if you just got like an extra sprue of Style Trooper, like one sprue just to bulk your officer out a little bit. Yeah. You could grab another starter set. Another starter set would be a really not a bad play, not even a slightly bad play. If you can split another starter set with somebody else, yeah, because that'll get you all the rift dice and shit. It'll get you more style trooping, more rift dice, more order dice, more armor, and then between 12 style trooping, 2 commanders, 2 Vogel Spinners, Rail Panther, and a buttload of basic infantry, you'll be up to 1,500 points, and you'll have a good 1,500 points. Yeah. So if you can convince it to split with somebody else, keep recruiting people, yeah, then that could work. All right. I hope that helps, Global Memes. What we got next? Valhalla Melter, thank you for the super chat. What would you want from a Soviet Special Platoon? I would want a Soviet Special Platoon to be Moraz Ghul. Some kind of Moraz Ghul related thing. I think that would be really, really, really good. Or like Muscle Mummy. I probably wouldn't want it to be Ursus, just because Ursus are already very good, and we don't really want to encourage people to spam Ursus, So yeah, I would rather it was. For me, I would rather because the thing is, if they made like an Ursus platoon that was really good, people just wouldn't run it. Like the thing would be like, yeah, I'm not running the Ursus platoon; it's too good. You might run it occasionally, but yeah. Whereas if I'd rather they released a specialist platoon that people used, and it was, it made something that was very cool, actually usable. Like with the Ghost platoon, like I want them to make the Mars Ghoul actually usable and good. Yeah. Obelisk, thank you for the super chat. Check and stream discussion. All right. Style Trooper encountering a ghost. Me observing horrors beyond my comprehension. I don't get it. I love it. Yeah, brilliant. Actually perfect meme. Yeah. Actually perfect meme, man. I love that. All right, what do we got next? Cosmic, thanks for super chat. Damn your eyes. Project Paragon when? It's ready. Bust a Rift. Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to run it, Cosmic. Maybe I'm overthinking it slightly. But I kind of want tomorrow's battle report to be about showing off the new Japanese. And I'm a little concerned that Project Paragon might steal a little bit of the thunder, because Project Paragon is very, very cool, right? And it's very much a community sort of led thing. And spamming Paragons could potentially be quite powerful. And it would be a bit of a shame if we did like the new Hey, here's the new Japanese. Oh, they just get bummed by paragons. Right? You see the slight issue. So maybe Cosmic Project Paragon is slightly too good. Is what I'm saying. So it's a bit of a backhanded compliment, but I'm sure you can understand what I'm getting at. I want to run Project Paragon against something like Ursus, against something like Shrekwolfen, against something like Muscle Mummies. Who is better, Communist Paragons or American Paragons? Do you see what I mean? Because I have enough Muscle Mummies to run a full Muscle Mummy army. So that's kind of what I want to do with it. I know you're being very patient, Cosmic. I know. And I cannot, I know, I keep saying it, but please rest assured, I am going to do something Project Paragon. I think next battle report that I do with Mordy Bro, tomorrow we'll do the Japanese. The one after, we'll do Project Paragon versus Muscle Mummies. There you go. All right. So if it's like I said, it's very close. It's just a couple of things that have been coming down the pipe. Yeah. I have to admit, I was kind of curious to see if we got any new Paragon stuff. But from what I can see coming down the line, there isn't any new Paragon stuff. So there's nothing, like delaying. I don't do like a Paragon battle report and then new Paragon rules come out and but I'm that's very much a 40k concern. I'm showing my 40k shell shock in many ways, but yeah. But Cosmic, please, like I know you're itching for it. I know it's been a little while, but trust me, I'm not going to do it, right? All right. Marshall Paynes, thank you for super chat. Is there a chit chat rumors about future plans for K47 novels or thoughts on the bot action video game? I saw there's a novel from OG K47 on Audible. I didn't even know that. I might have checked that out. Re-novels and K47, I think at the moment, like there's a general desire, like that would be a cool thing to happen, but I don't know if it's like anytime soon. I think it's more of at some point, probably there will be a K47 novel, I imagine, if it keeps doing very well. But I don't think it's going to be, I think right now the main focus is to get the plastics out, get the lore books written, build the world, and then see where we are. The OG K47 novel on Audible is pretty good. I did not even know that was a thing. What's it called? I got credits, man. Is it still canon? I mean, I don't know. I'm not. Probably not, but I haven't listened to it. Seaforth Ladies. Huh. How long is it? It's 2 hours long. It has no ratings. It's the spring of 1947, and Canada, as part of the British Commonwealth, has been at war with the German Third Reich for 7.5 years. A lot has changed at that time, not least of which a whole bunch of technological changes brought about by the rifts that were opened by America's atomic bombs. The Canadians added their own changes to the world when they started to allow, sorry, I'm not pausing because it says start to allow women. It's because it started to allow women. It's like grammatical error there. Start to allow women to cruise some of this tech on the front line. Now, Sergeant Alexandra Mackenzie and the crew of the Walker Winnie face their greatest challenge so far, breaking in a new British lieutenant as their commanding officer. Oh, and they also have to help their battalion, the Seaforth Highlanders of Canada, to break through a German defensive line. But that's just what they agreed to do when they volunteered to crew the Allies' walking tanks. Set in the universe of Clockwork Goblins miniatures, Conflict 47, Seaforth Ladies brings to life the rich and gritty background of this alternative World War II. Huh. So it's 2 hours long. Interesting. I'll Have to give it a listen at some point. I can. Sorry, man. I've forgotten the cost of the mech and the Ghost Warriors. Are you okay to tell us again? I'm playing with Liz. So yeah, the mech starts at 258, and you can swap the HMGs out for a light cannon for plus 30. You can swap the combat blade out for a light Shiburu cannon for plus 90, or you can swap both arms out for double heavy Shiburu cannon for plus 90. Ghost Warriors base are now 150. Sorry, Ghost attack squads, the one with guns, are now base 150. Shadow Warriors are base, the ones with combat weapons, are now base 145. Ghost Commander is 56. And Tadaki is 159. 159. Yeah. There you go. All right, what do we got next? Obelisk, thank you for the super chat. Latest modern stream discussion. Trigger warning, 40k. Ah, my eyes! No, what is this? No! It's fine. Nice. Flame pistol looks cool. A lot of people swear by the flame, people. Gave him a hand flame and chainsaw because fuck WYSIWYG. I think this looks cool, damn it, and that's what matters. I mean, realistically, an engineer sergeant would probably have a flame pistol and a chainsword. Yeah. This is one of the things that I hate about the current non-granular war gear. I would absolutely, if the engineer's base were like 50 points, and then it was 5 points for a flame pistol, 5 points for flame, and 3 points for flame pistol. Even if the base squad was better, I would absolutely build them with a couple of flamers. Of course, who wouldn't, right? That's cool as fuck. I'm sure in World War I, if they had flame pistols, that would have been really fucking helpful for clearing trenches. Yeah. So yeah, I think that's a really cool model, and I really wish that granular war gear was a thing so that we could make cool shit like that, do cool shit. Yeah, there we go. All righty, ho ho. We're all caught up. We are all done. We have done. 1 minute. No, we're not. Snowpiece T. Thank you for the super sticker and for the big heart eyes smiley face. I imagine that is in relation to something that I said earlier to do with Conflict 47 and not for me. And I understand that. That's okay. Uber Medic, I missed your. Oh, did you do a tip? Fuck's sake. Every time he does the fucking tip. You know I don't read the tips. It's not your fault. It's my fault. It's definitely my fault. I definitely should read the tips. I do wonder how many I miss. Yeah, let's have a look here. I definitely don't want to miss this one. Zoo Uber Lizard, yeah, thank you for the Giga Chat, yes. Good evening, Mr. MG. It's been a while. Hope you're doing all right. Finally got to paint some StarCraft miniatures. Drop them into discussion. Also heading to a Powerwolf concert with a friend next week who comes over from the UK. Hey, nice. Let's have a look. I'm very interested in the StarCraft game. The miniatures are beautiful. Wow, look at this motherfucker, man. Yeah, baby. So Uber Lizard, it has been a long time. And it's interesting that the first time you pop back in here, you're painting something that isn't 40k. I'm not expecting an answer one way or another, but I am kind of curious if... Because I don't feel like I've talked to you since 11th edition kind of launched. I'm kind of curious, has 11th edition tickled your fancy? Or are you now sort of StarCraft curious? Or in this case, StarCraft confirmed in many ways. Oh, they look so cool. I am very StarCraft curious. It's kind of one of those games that I want someone else to teach. You know, I want to teach someone K47 if they can teach me StarCraft kind of thing. Oh, so cool, man. I think I am going to get the StarCraft minis, and when I do, I'm going to get the I'm going to paint all the Marines up as Terran Dominion. Yeah. I really like how you get the bits colored. The green plastic bits are really, really cool. Like on the shield and on the spray. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. They look great, man. You've absolutely smashed the paint scheme. Pardon me. Apologies. You've absolutely smashed the painting. It's very high quality. I think not most importantly, also very importantly, I think you've nailed the color scheme. Like the red and the white, I think that works really, really nicely. Yeah, they really do pop. Yeah. I think they look excellent, mate. I think they look excellent. Ooh, Medic, thank you for your support, man. Hope you're enjoying a bit of StarCraft. And yeah, love to know what your thoughts on 11th edition are. Oh. There we go. All righty. Ho ho. I might go to bed, to be honest. And I'll tell you why I might go to bed, because I've got to be up early-ish to... I think it's... I've got to be up early-ish to get the battle report and everything ready. I'm so annoyed I don't have Slammer Samuels done. I mean, I could build him, but I just can't paint him in time. I definitely wouldn't be able to get him painted. I definitely wouldn't be able to get him painted and based in time. If I use Slammer Samuels, if I use new Slammer, I'll have to use him, in a future battle report. Yeah. There you go. But anyway, other than that, gentlemen, we are going late night hobby stream. I can't. I need to be up early and everything for the battle report tomorrow. Build and prime him tonight, and then wake up and finish him and go mental in the morning. See, yeah, the thing is, his basing would take too long to dry. So I'd have to do all of it now. Like all of it. And that's like 3 hours. And then I'm not going to get any sleep for the battle report. And then I'm not going to do a good battle report. So it's just a silly idea. As much as I want to use him, it's just a silly idea. We'll just have to make do without him tomorrow. Slammer can turn up later. You know? He can turn up later. Also, the thing is, like, if I don't use Slammer now, when I do Project Paragon, I can show Slammer off there. Yeah, I'll tell you what. That makes more sense. Yeah. I'll do Slammer can come along as Slammer Larkin. There you are. And then I'll do a tournament report where I take the Americas to a tournament and I'll have Slammer in there. It'll all, and I can show off the new model and everything. Yeah. It's Mordy Bro tomorrow, yeah. All the K47 battle ports with Mordy Bro at the moment. Yeah. Ghost Boys better running 5 or 10 man squads. What we thinking, lads? I'm going for 5s tomorrow. So ask me tomorrow and I'll be able to tell you. I feel like 10 is very tasty. But I feel like it's a lot. It's like a 300 point unit. And I do kind of feel like they're sort of fire and forget. I feel like if you sort of send them out there to die. Yeah. What battle mats do I use? I use a mixture. So I've got Deep Cut Studios and P-Work War Games. They're both very good though. I use a combination of all theirs. The one with the roads, I think that's, I'm not sure, to be honest. It might say in the corner. P-Work, yeah. The one in the road, the one with the roads, that I use for the sort of urban shit, that is P-Work War Games. And I think it's like their Gothic ruined city or something. But P-Work War Games, then search through them, you'll find them. Yeah. Make Simon play K47 or fight him in the parking lot. Simon and I are doing 40k battle reports together at the moment. But we'll see. We'll see how 11th edition pans out. Yeah, there you are. We'll see how it all pans out. It's kind of like I need to. I want to like have a nice balance of 40k. I'm hopefully going to be doing some monthly old world battle reports as well. So hopefully we're going to have a nice mixture of old world and 40k and K47. Give him a couple of 11th edition fistings and see how long until he says, so how about K47? I'd be lying if I said I hadn't been tempted to do that. But I feel like that's a bit of a dishonorable method, so I'm not going to do it. Actually, to be fair, Simon and I want to do Epic Waterloo. Yeah. Simon and I want to do Epic Waterloo. So if I get Simon's alternative game, it's going to be Epic Waterloo. I think once I've got this last batch of K47 stuff done, I think I'm on to painting the Epic, boys. I think it's coming. I think they... and I think I'm going to have to paint the French. Yeah, but I'll see how Simon... I'll ask Simon on Monday how he's got on with the... He wants to do the Prussians. Yeah. Yeah. It's going to be a K47 channel another year, lol. I don't think it's going to be a K47 only channel, but that's not because K47 is bad. It's just that I enjoy playing a variety of games. I'm back on the old world. I just enjoy playing a variety of games. This is at this point, this is a sort of generic, not generic. I'm not generic. I'm unique, baby. This is a wargaming channel with a heart of God. Yeah. But you know what, boys? You know what? Apparently, Joshi, 40k, is thinking of going on to something else that isn't GAD. And apparently, Nemo, our saint, is also thinking of going on to something else that isn't GAD for the time being. So it looks like that I'll be the last guardsman standing in many ways. Yeah. But I don't blame those guys at all. I think Nemo has done so well with guard for so long. I play other things other than guard, right? I'm surprised it's taken these guys this long to get burned out on it, right? Whether it's, I mean, I think both players need a bit of a palate cleanser. I actually encourage them to, and then come back to the guard. Yeah. Yeah. I think the next balance update is going to be next Wednesday, though. So hey, I guess we'll find out what it's. Hey, maybe they'll give us some. Maybe they'll give us something. Something nice. Hopefully, maybe they'll only put guard infantry up by 10 points rather than 20. Yeah. Yeah, that's what we could hope for. I'm not hoping for points cuts. I'm just hoping the nerfs will be reasonable. Who knows? Who fucking knows? I just can't imagine being a new player getting to orcs now with the prices. Bro, we can't. I mean, I've said so much about the 40k prices. Yeah, I can't. No. This is a conflict hype stream. It's a conflict hype stream. No. I won't do it. I won't do it. Yeah. I won't do it. Speaking of conflict hype, I have to say, bringing us back on topic for a bit of a summary and a bit of hype. I really like this Japanese update. I'm really, really, really excited to. I'm really excited to give the Japanese a go tomorrow. I'll show you what my army is for tomorrow, so you guys can. I sort of showed it off earlier, but I'll show it off again, so you guys can have a bit more of an in-depth look. Because I think it'll make more sense now that I can't find out where it is. 1 minute. There you go. So yeah, this is the army that I'm running tomorrow. So I've got, to take you through it, I've got Ghost Commander here. I'm just using the Assault Frame guy as a Ghost Commander because I needed one extra guy. So I've got a Ghost Commander here. I've given him an SMG just because it allowed me to save a few points. So then I can give the whole squad Panzerfausts. So this guy can fire Shiburu Cannon. This guy can fire Panzerfaust, right? And then I've got 3 squads of Ghost Warriors, Combat Blades on the Sergeants, and I've got Panzerfaust on all of these guys as well, because I need some anti-tank, so I've got some Panzerfaust here. And then I've got another, so these are Ghost Attack Squads, and then I've got another squad of Ghost Attack Squads, and these are the ones in the new armor, and they don't have Panzerfausts. And then I've got 2 squads of Ghost Warriors, just box standard. I've got my Onryo counts as, and I've got Tadaki. I'm really, thank you, Sir Jamie, I appreciate it. I'm really excited to see how Tadaki does. Now that I've seen his rules, and it actually helped me reading them out loud to you guys, I think he's going to be fucking mental tomorrow. I think the first thing I want to do with him, not necessarily the first dice, but the first thing I want to do with him is run out, put 3 ghosts on Johnny's units. Bang, 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 bang. Teleport away. Yeah, I think that would be amazing. Just like, here you go. Yeah. So I really want to just try that out, even if it doesn't end up being that well. I really want to try that out. Yeah, just basically use him as a bit of a mindfuck. So I'm really tempted to try that out. I'm also really tempted to. I really want to give the Onryo a bit of a go. I've just gone for machine guns and the sword, by the way. Yeah, but I think it's just gonna feel really cool teleporting everybody around. The Ghost Commander's kind of just gonna sit at the back, and he'll do the once per game snap to 2 units, off they go kind of thing. But the Ghost Commander's kind of gonna hang around at the back a little bit, I think, and just make sure he constantly gives out the +1. I was going to sit him at the back on ambush, and then if Johnny tries to like firefly him or something, he'll trigger the ambush and then teleport away to safety. So yeah, that's kind of my idea with him. Yeah. So yeah, I'm really excited to try the army out tomorrow. I've no idea how it's going to go, but it's quite a lot of dice. I mean, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 dice. And then, God, I don't even know how many rift dice this is. I mean, it's like 2, 10, 12, 13, 17 rift dice. Wow. That's a lot of rift dice. I didn't even think about how many rift dice that was going to be. 17. I actually don't have enough of the yellow rift dice. I'm probably going to have to use green or black rift dice for the Japanese. That's crazy, man. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 16, 17. Yeah. Wow. Big wow. Big wow. I do have a plan. For... That's all the Ghost Warriors I have, by the way. I actually have kind of padded them out a little bit, because I've got 85 points spent on Panzerfaust, which I feel like, which at the time when I wrote the list, I feel like I needed that. But it is a very interesting fact. It's just a fact, guys. That in theory, Tadaki could do 3 ghosts on something, lower its morale by 6, and then I could do a snap 2 with the ghost commander and the 2 ghost warrior squads. Jump over to the unit that's just had 3 spirits put on it, and then hit it with 3 units, put 3 more pins on it, and then it would auto break. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. That would be a hell of a Hail Mary. But I think if I do that, I kill 1 enemy unit. The ghosts wouldn't be able to bounce back because they wouldn't be able to bounce back. So I'd kill 1 of you and then I'd lose all my ghosts. And then I'd be like, okay. But it might be a hell of a thing to show off for the battle report. You know? It might be a hell of a, hey, check this out. Banzai! Yeah. Cosmic Drew, you should bring Wells for her counter ability. I actually do. And I have Wells painted up. So... Cosmic, you know, that's actually a really good idea. If I can't, I should bring Wells this time, and then I'll bring Slammer Samuels. Well, I'll bring Slammer Larkin next time, right? Cosmic, you're a genius. Yeah, you're an absolute genius. All right. Yeah, I'm so looking. See, the thing is, with the Japanese, you have to fight all sneaky and shit. You have to bring out all these tricks and shit. Because I still think the Japanese are probably a little underpowered in places. Like I have no ignores cover in this army, right? So I do think you need to do this a smidgems. A little smidgems. So yeah, I think I probably am going to I think I am going to do that trick. Yeah, I think I am going to do that trick. Just to show it off. And we'll see how yeah, Johnny reacts. I'll let him know it's coming. I'm not going to gotcha him with it because he's not seen the rules. But I'll let him know so that it doesn't totally take him by surprise. We can both have a bit of a, oh, shit. Yeah. 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 What do we got next? The Uber Medics, the Uber Lizard, 50 months. Dude, 50 months, incredible, man. Incredible. I remember back in the day, I remember when you got pulled over for having a office chair sticking out the side of your smart car like 4 years ago. Good times. I remember when every single day something shit would happen to you and we were like, it's all right, man. It's not that bad. Great times, man. Great times. All right, let's have a look. Chat broken. Sent by DMs. Let's have a look here. Hey MG, would like to keep point 4 private as rather personal. Okay. Sorry for I'll read the first 3 out and then I won't read the 4th one out. Sorry for the late response. No idea why YouTube messed up chat and disappeared. Been burned out on 40k quite hard due to several reasons. 1. My gaming group in the local group kind of fully broke apart as the rift between tournament and casual players broke the group apart. And I'm still a bit sad about the state that no one likes to play Warhammer in my region anymore. That's really sad. Yeah. Many such stories as well, you know. It's not the first time I've heard that kind of happen. Yeah. Yeah. 2, I have to admit that I'm a bit fed up with GW right now and their silly antics. And truth be told, I'm not even sure where to start to learn 11th edition at the current moment. Yeah. Again. No lies detected. 100 fucking % truth right there. And 3, I might be getting too old, but I've got no idea what's going on with 40k again. And with tons of setup rolls and counter rolls, GW updates and price increases that are getting too steep. Yeah. Too much fucking about, isn't there? Not from you, obviously. I'm talking from them. I mean, those are the big three, mate. Those are the big three. Competitive play, consuming casual play, GW's silly antics, the game constantly changing. Yeah. Honestly, man, I've been saying this for a long time. And I've been saying they can't keep doing this. It's going to start pushing people away. And look, you are the living proof. I'm going to read the last one to myself, but not read it out loud. Yeah. Wow, that fourth point is crazy, man. But I fucking believe it. I don't want to obviously say too much, but it is a reflection of the state of the world that we seem to live in. That whilst that story is absolutely insane, I am in absolutely no way surprised. We live in interesting times, my friend. We live in interesting times. Let's have a look. Now, let me show these. I won't show the pictures off just because it will show the text off behind it. And obviously that will show the personal point off. But I will just look at your balcony pictures. It's come a long way, man. I remember when you first started working on this fucking balcony, bro. You know, you put the bit of fake grass down first. You made it really... I remember the fucking flower boxes and everything, man. Yeah. That's so cool. You got like a little projector and everything. You know, do you know what? I bet that's been lovely during the European heat. Being able to go out on the balcony, little movie projector, maybe a nice cool German beer or something, you know. Yeah. What's that? What do they call it when they mix beer and cola together? Although I think isn't that like a very Cologne thing? It's like glosh or something. I might be completely misremembering it. But yeah, maybe a bit of that. I've never had it though. I've never had the beer and cola thing. I've always just ended up just going for the nice beer. Yeah. It was really interesting when I went to Germany that most people didn't drink pints. Most people drank halves. I thought that was actually very sensible. I mean, I continue to drink pints, but that's because I'm a savage. An absolute fucking uncouth. Yeah. Yeah, so there you are. Yeah, so there you go. So, the Medic, thank you so much for the 50 months, man. And I think, you know, do you know what, man? I think it's a shame that, well, not a shame. Shame's not the right word. I think it's, you know, it's obviously sad when, you know, that you've kind of dropped out of 40K for the various reasons that it's happened, but it's totally, totally understandable. The one thing I would say is, you know, I mean, I don't think you are doing because you've got StarCraft and everything, but you know, don't drop out of wargaming. You know, wargaming is a great, great, great hobby, and I think so many people feel like, oh, I think some people they GW squeezes them and squeezes so they just crash out completely of wargaming. I think that's just a shame because wargaming is so fun. Yeah. Let's have a look here. Not sure. I'm more of a boost the bottle kind of guy. Fair enough. Yeah. Fair enough. But yeah, Zubedix, great to hear from you, man. Drop by when you can. I know work's been keeping you very busy and kicking your ass, but we love all war games here now, man. We love a bit of, love a bit of 40K. We love a bit of old 40K. And we love a lot of games. Yeah, there's a lot of people that are very StarCraft curious at the moment. So pop by anytime with any StarCraft painting updates, any modeling updates, and we'll always appreciate to see them. Yeah. Squawk, where in the US is that thing? What kind of beer? What kind of cola? I'll give it a shot for science. It's not in the US. It's in Germany. And it's German mixing cola and beer. I'll be able to find it. Germany mixing cola and beer. Mixing beer and cola is a well-established tradition in Germany, commonly known as Diesel when it's made with pale lager, or Cola Weizen when paired with wheat beer. It is a refreshing, lower alcohol drink popular in casual bars and summer beer gardens. I don't think it was called that. I'm sure it was called something else, but Mrs. Mordia would know, but I'm not going to go downstairs and ask her. But no, apparently it is called Diesel. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. Kolsch, that might be it. That's what I might be thinking of. Kolsch is Bud Light cranked to 11, distilled with piss. That might be it. Kolsch. Right, 1 minute. I saw people drinking the shit out of that when I went to Cologne. Yeah, there you go. It's a style of beer originating in Cologne. It is bright and clear with pale gold hue. I knew it. I don't think it was that bad when I tried it. Well, I mean, I quite enjoyed it. But maybe it's a bag of shit. Who knows? Kolsch beer, bad or good? What does the AI say? It's widely considered good, a refreshing style of beer prized for being crisp, clean, and dangerously easy to drink, though its mild flavor means it lacks the heavy punch of craft stouts or IPAs. Okay. Yeah. There you are. Mordianglorytv, it's a bit of a local joke that Kolsch is basically carbonated horse piss. Oh, well. Clearly, I have no taste. But I think we all already knew that, didn't we? Yeah, there you go. There you are. There you go. All right. I'm going to go. But gentlemen, what a stream. What a stream. We had 40k leaks. We had K47 hype. And the one thing I want to say before we rush off is, what do you think about the Japanese now? I think they're going to be in a really good place. I think the Japanese are finally able to play with the big boys. I don't think they're overpowered in any way, shape, or form. But I think the Japanese are finally able to play with the big boys. And you know what? I think that's all any of us have ever wanted. Just a chance for the Empire of Japan to show what it's worth. Yeah. I think the Americans need those recallers rifles. Yeah. But I'll play a game tomorrow. I'll record it. It won't come out for a week and a half, but I will talk to you about the game tomorrow in tomorrow's stream. There you are. But with all that said, thank you so much to everyone who joined today's stream. Thank you to all of you who liked and subscribed and all that kind of good stuff. Thanks to all of you who chatted away. And of course, a massive, mega, bunker busting thank you to all of you beautiful bastards who went above and beyond the Call of Duty and came in with all the super chats, member flexes, gifted memberships, and all of that good shit. With a special shout out to David D. Davidson, who came in with a double Death Strike chat, which is amazing, and Court Jen, who came in with 50 gifted memberships. I think there might have been some others, that big ones as well that came in, but and David Davidson did a Baneblade chat as well. So absolute fucking hero. Absolute fucking hero. So, but thank you to all of you for all your support, big and small. Special shout out to those guys as well. And of course, a big thank you to Warlord for sending me the stuff early. I wouldn't be able to be running a battle report with the Ghost Warriors or anything like that if they hadn't set, or to Daki if they hadn't sent me the models. So big thank you to them. So thank you to all of you. Thank you to Warlord. Thank you to, of course, the Divine Emperor of Japan as well. With all that said, I hope you enjoyed today's stream. Thank you for watching. And of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time.
それまでは進めや進めもろともに玉散る剣抜き連れて死する覚悟で進むべし敵のほのぶる空